Okay, let me get back to transformations. Okay, well, Nirvan, we're gonna do that self. Exactly what you asked. We're gonna do that self, right? So let me go. How would you all prefer me do this? Would you all prefer me to like make notes about it and send it, or we do it with the past papers itself one time? Let me know. Vote on it. How would you all prefer it? Like do it from scratch or past papers one time?
Past papers.
That's all right. Let me check 2024. Let's see what 2024 had to offer. Oh, remember I said I wanted to do a quadratic question where I had to find the gradient at a point. Coincidentally, this is the question. So, um,
Sir,
yeah.
sir, this one question I never understand.
Okay, well, let me understand it now. By the way, are you from Guyana?
Yeah,
Okay, okay. How do I feel? Right? So let me just do this quadratic function question real fast. So, Alia, Alia, are you there? This question wouldn't take long, I promise. It really wouldn't take long. So I'm going to do the question like real fast, right? So on the grid above, draw the tangent to the curve at x is equal to 1. What a tangent is just a line that is graze a curve. In other words, it is intersect the curve at one point. So this would not be a tangent. This would be a tangent. So Rani, notice how it like grazing the curve ever so slightly. That's a tangent. Do you all think that is a tangent?
no,
No. So they say on the grid above, draw the tangent to the curve at x is equal to 1. Well, let's from Shiva boys. We just now did completing the square, and we just now look at axis of symmetry. So, and anytime we see something like x is equal to minus h or something, we're talking about a vertical line. Here, that's where it is. Anytime you see x is equal to something, that is a vertical line passing through x. So, in the first question, I'm going to draw a line, a vertical line coming from 1, touching the curve, right? And that is at x is equal to 1. If I wanted to figure out, say, x is equal to minus 1, I would just simply draw a vertical line going up to the curve. And that's simply it. So to do the tangent now, what you would do is you would take a ruler and you would align it such that it grazing the curve ever so slightly. Like when I say grazing, I mean grazing like that. So Ronnie, that looking like a tangent? It looking like it grazing the curve at one point?
yes, sir.
Yeah. So we need to figure out the gradient now. To find the gradient, we need 2 points that is on the line. So I think I could actually draw this better, Let me draw this better. Draw this better. Right. Yeah, think that's better there. Right. So we need to figure out 2 points that is on the curve. So just by looking at this thing, I am seeing a nice point over here. And could anybody else see like a really nice point? That's really simple. How one are real obvious. So I want somebody to read off this point for me. So we draw the tangent, yes, but in part two, they are saying to use the tangent to draw the estimate, drawn to estimate the gradient. So anytime they want you to find the gradient of a curve, you have to draw the tangent at the point and find the gradient of that line. So now we need to take 2 points from that line. That's what we need to do. 1, 3. You're saying 1, 3, 1, 3. Perfect. big up yourself. 1, 3 is a really good point to use, right? 1, comma 3. And the other easy point that I have 0, comma minus 2. For those who confused by why I'm saying 0 minus 2, that means I didn't move left or right, I just moved down. So 0 minus 2 would correspond to this point over here, which literally just means minus 2, which means 2 units down. Yeah. So let me know if you understand how I come up with these 2 points. Let me know. Yeah or no? Everybody asking about constructions. Constructions is one thing I wouldn't be able to help you with because it would be kind of hard to set up. Yeah. That's one thing I really can't help you with. I wish I could, but I can't. I don't have the facilities for that. But I sent a Terry David video where he did constructions, so you all could check that out. Yeah, so he did constructions there. There are multiple sources online. You could check it out. Right. So I want somebody to unmute and help me with the question. Hearing somebody unmute. Kira, that's you? Okay, never mind. So what we had to do now, we had to take 2 points. We already found the 2 points, and you're going to let one be x1, y1, and you're going to let the other one be x2, y2. Now to find the gradient of a line, the gradient is y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. So the gradient will be 3, because 3 is y2, minus y1, which we said was minus 2, so you put that in brackets because y1 is a negative number. And that'll be x2. x2 is 1 minus x1, which is 0. So I can just write 0. So the gradient here will be 3 minus by minus is plus all over 1. 1 minus 0 is 1. So the gradient here is 5. Gradient here is 5. So Ronnie, I'm wondering if you want me to re-explain anything or you're good.
Sir, I get it. I get 5 as my answer.
Nice. Big up yourself. So again, guys, if you have to find the tangent of a curve in maths, in add maths to differentiate, if you have to find it in maths, you draw a tangent to the point. In this case, it was x is equal to 1. I draw a tangent, I take 2 points, and I find the gradient. Simple. That's how you do it. That being said, let's move on to transformations. Let me see if there are any transformation questions this year. All right, look at transformation question right here. So, Haley, you need help in transformations, right?
Yeah.
All right, Haley. So let me run through transformations real quick. How much types of transformations do you have?
4.
Tell me the 4. So you have translation. Translation is like where you slide the shape. You can either move the shape up or down. What I want to have?
Reflection.
You have a reflection. When you find a reflection, you need to figure out the axis of symmetry. Right? What else?
Enlargement.
Enlargement. When you find the enlargement, you need to find the scale factor. You need to find the scale factor and the center of enlargement. What else?
Rotation.
When you find a rotation, what you need to state? So you have to state the center of rotation. You need to say that, and you need to say how much degrees it rotate by. So you have to say the angle, and you have to say clockwise or anti-clockwise. You understand?
Yeah.
So those are the transformations, and that is what required of you. So in a translation, you typically see it being written as a column vector, a column matrix, xy. X would correspond to the horizontal movement, and y would correspond to the vertical movement. So for some transformations, these are the 4 and this is where you need to state for all. Right? So I don't know if I want to take a little screenshot of that. So for transformations, translation, xy, reflection, axis of symmetry, enlargement, you need to say a scale factor and center of enlargement. Rotation, you need to say the center of rotation and the angle clockwise or anti-clockwise. So cool. Let's actually do the question now. The diagram below shows a shape T and its image Q after a transformation. So, Haley, look at this fast. What is it looking like? This is too easy. That look like. That look like a what?
Is it rotation or reflection?
Reflection. That's reflection. You can see it, right?
Yeah.
I don't have anywhere I can rotate that shape to get T. None. It's clearly a mirrored image. If you're having a hard time seeing it, what you could probably do is you could take your phone and put it against the screen, and you go see that it is in fact a reflection. Do that. Right? This is a reflection.
Oh yeah.
So unfortunately, you can't do that in the exam. Right? Can't do that in the exam.
I use my calculator.
Oh yes, you could do that. Yes, man, you could do that. That's smart. Right? So when we do in reflection, we need to state the equation of the line. I'll show you a little cheat for this. Right? I'll show you a little hack. And by now, we know how to find the equation of a line. I would trust so, right? I would trust.
Yeah.
And a line is just a relationship between the x-axis and the y-axis.
Yeah.
Okay, we can figure out this equation very, very simply. Check it out. When x is 1, where's y?
1,
When x is 2, where's y?
2,
When x is 6, where's y?
6,
When x is 9, where's y is?
9.
See that wrong, but you catch what I'm saying, right? In
Yeah.
instances, y is equal to,
X.
right? So that's the equation of the line. So simple.
Yeah.
Now, if you had a more complicated example, you would need to find 2 points on the line, and from that, you could figure out the equation of the line. That would be simple. So if all you're blown away by how I get y is equal to 6, I mean, y is equal to x, drop a 1 in the chat. If you didn't know, now you know. So, Jadel, let me know if you're here.
Yes, sir.
So, like, just by looking at this, you could tell what the equation is? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see that is y is equal to x because y and x is equal, right? You're seeing that. Like if that one is 9, that one is 9. If this is 10, this is 10. So you see why I say y is equal to x because they're equal. They are equal. So clearly, that being said, let's write the full single transformation that maps shape T onto shape Q. Right? Shape T is mapped onto shape Q about reflection about the line.
One moment.
Or somebody was saying something. I think you're unmuted by accident. Right? So Healy, they want us to describe the transformation that maps shape T onto shape Q. So shape T is mapped onto shape Q about a reflection about the line y is equal to x. Let me know if you understand that.
Yeah.
Right. There was a guy saying he had trouble with with transformations. Nirvan, you understand what I say? You can unmute or drop any comment if you're feeling shy. How about this on the mirror line? Well, that's something you kind of had to figure out. Like, I guess I could show you it. There's one way you could easily figure it out. So check this, right? The mirror line, well, when we're talking about a reflection, with a reflection, the mirrored image has the same distance away from the axis of symmetry. So for those who don't know this, pay attention. You might be blown away as well. So Aliyah, and for a mirrored image, So Alia, when you look at yourself in the mirror, I would just say this is you. No, why are you drawing you like a Minecraft character?
Mm-hmm.
And enter the mirror, you're the same distance away on either side.
Yeah.
So how do you know how do you know where the axis of symmetry is? Well, you could take a ruler, you could connect. What you could do is you could connect the points, and you could try to figure out where's the middle point. So Alia, check this, right? If I measure the distance from here to here, that is like 1 point, not looking like 1.4, but we just say it's 1.4 for simplicity, right?
Yeah.
This is 1.4. What's half of 1.4? What's half of 1.4?
0.7.
Right, so 0.7, and I could do that for a bunch of other points. And if it lines up, that's how I would know that's how I would know where the axis of symmetry is.
Okay.
And the concept is for a mirrored image, the image and object is the same distance away from the axis of symmetry. So for the guy that was confused, this distance has to be the same distance in all the points. So you can use a ruler and try to figure that out. So I hope that clear up any confusion. So
Excuse me, sir.
yeah, someone.
For the mirror line, right? It always starting off with y equals to whatever it is.
Yes. When we're talking about equations of lines, it's always typically y is equal to something.
So and when is x equal?
What do you mean by that?
So I can remember for one of the questions in maths, I was doing a question and I think the answer was x equal to 2 or something like that.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. So let me give you an example of that, right? Let me give you an example of that. So guys, check this out. If I had a block here and I had another block here, actually, mm, there's a better example. So I want to let you check that out. Clearly, and well, it could either be a translation or a reflection, but let me just say it's a reflection. Sasha, if this is a reflection, you think you could figure out where the line of symmetry will be? Where would the line of symmetry be? Right. Jadel, tell me if you're seeing that. Tell me if you're seeing that. Tell me that makes sense.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now that line passing through what?
The x-axis.
What value on the x-axis?
8.
Right. So that'll be x is equal to 8. I swear to God, it's real simple. You understand? So the line of symmetry in this situation is a vertical line cutting 8 on the x-axis. So because that is the case, x would be equal to 8. Because enter cutting x at 8.
Yes, sir.
Right. Let me do a different example. So if this is the case, that axis of symmetry would be x is equal to 8, right? Let me do an example like this. So um, okay, so in this question again, it's clearly a reflection, right? You think you could figure out where the axis of symmetry is? See if you can annotate. Sasha, ain't you seen it one time? Yeah, so look at that sample question I come up with and see if you can see the axis of symmetry. See if you can see it.
Sorry, it is the line of symmetry.
Correct. That is what we're talking about, right? That's what you're talking about, right? Just confirm. Yeah, just confirm that. I think I'll get distracted by the message on the chat. That's highly improbable. No, but I would be an issue on it. I don't believe that's the case. I highly doubt that. Right? Yeah. So Rani, you had told me that the line is 8, right? That's what you had someone. Can I hear it from Rani anymore? Somebody else. Jadel. If you look at this, end 8 will be the mirror line. Check it out. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're comfortable, like you could clearly see it. Like you're good.
Yes, sir, good. But for how, okay, so for that one there, it'll be y equals to 8, right?
Yes. Because that line passing through the y-axis at 8. That's it.
So, but the other line, the red line that you draw, that one not passing through y.
Where's that? This one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so check this out, right? This line has the property of y is equal to x. Let me explain. So you understand that this one will be y is equal to 8, right?
Yes, sir.
And let me understand why we're saying that. And this passing straight through 8, and it will always be 8.
Yeah.
Okay, if you look at this one, let me look at this, let me look at the behavior here. When x is 1, where's y?
1,
When x is 2, where's y?
2.
Notice on a pattern?
Yes, sir.
So when x is 3, y is 3. So if you had to describe that equation, and the equation would be y is equal to x, because the y value and the x value is the same.
Yes, sir. Or could it also be x is equal to y or no?
It could be x is equal to y. It could be x is equal to y, but that's just not the standard way we write it. We don't really write equations like that, but that wouldn't be wrong. It's just not the standard thing. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I understand.
Right? So I hope I'll be a little clearer when it comes to reflections. Right?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, let me hear.
So I saw like somebody say how like the mirror line, it could be like y equals to x and y equals to negative x and stuff like that. So I wasn't sure. So if you could like show how that would make sense.
Okay, so you see this question, right? Check out this question. What was that equation? Check out the equation for that line. Do you know why we said it was y is equal to x?
No, not really.
Well, I'm gonna blow your mind. I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this. Check this out. So all an equation is just like a connection. It links x to y. So in other words, we had to do with x to get y. So you're with me, right?
Yeah.
If we look at the behavior of the line, forget about the equation for now. If you look at the behavior of the line, when x is 1, where's y?
1,
When x is 2, where's y?
2,
When x is 3, where's y?
3,
When x is 6, where's y?
6,
When x is 8, where's y?
8.
So I think you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
We're saying that the y value is equal to the x value at all the points. So at any point you take on this line, the behavior that governs it, it's saying that y is equal to x, or x is equal to y. Some of you understand that.
Yeah, I understand it.
So all a line is, it just tells you the linkage between the x and the y value. And you understand that any point I take in this line, the x and the y value is going to be the same.
Yeah, I understand.
So we go say y is equal to x. Right? So, and you understand how to figure out the axis of symmetry for these?
Yes, so I have another question. It's kind of unrelated to transformations, but for probability, right? How you does know when you have to multiply the two stuff in like the question?
Okay, I'm gonna give you an example here, and then
Mm-hmm.
mine again. So here it is, right? If I ask you, what's the probability are you going out? And you tell me, well, my father could carry me, or my mother could carry me, or my cousin could carry me, or my partner could carry me. You think that adding to the chances are you going?
Yeah.
So anytime you see the word or, you add because it given more outcomes in your favor. So anytime you see the word or means
Mm-hmm.
let me
Okay.
tell you when to use multiply. Which probability are you getting at one in maths?
I think I won.
So you think 100%, right? Okay. What if I what if I group you with somebody? Would the probability of all getting at one increase or decrease? What if I
It
group,
might decrease.
yeah, in most cases it will decrease, right? I can't imagine that increase and increase. So like let me just say I group you in with somebody who have a 50% chance of getting at one. And they're gonna drop the probability.
Yeah.
So anytime you have events that happening simultaneously or they happening one after the other, doesn't that make it a rarer event? Think about it. If you throw a dice and you get a six in the first try, and it will be even rarer to get a six in the second try.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying logically. It hard for two things to happen at the same time.
Oh, so like that one is if it happened at the same time.
Yeah. So
Okay.
like, take for instance, if I throw a dice and I get a six in the first try, and they ask me what's the probability, I'll get a six in the first try and a six in the second try. You go multiply the probabilities. Anytime you see the word and, you multiply. Anytime you see the word or, you add. Because or means more possible outcomes in your favor. And grouping events together. And when you group events together, it makes it harder to happen at the same time. Like take for instance, right? What's the probability of it raining in Barrackport and the flooding?
A high probability.
Right. So we know that's a high probability, right? A high probability of flooding in Barrackport, 100%. What if a group that's in with it's snowing in Trinidad? What happens to that probability one time? The whole probability. So where's the probability of it?
Decrease.
It would decrease real bad because it can't snow in Trinidad, right? It can't snow in Trinidad. So anytime you group an events together or you have an event right after the other, you multiply the probabilities. You're probably thinking, well, why are we multiplying? Let me show you something. N probability, any max probability is 1 or 100.
Yeah.
So then N most probabilities are fractions.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have 3/4, I would just say this is the chance of you getting a 1, right? And let me just say a group in with a second person who have like a 1/8 chance of getting a 1. Would that add to your chances of getting a 1? Like would it add to the chance of both of you getting a 1 or would it drop the chance?
It might drop the chance.
Exactly. So if I add these two, wouldn't it give me a bigger fraction?
Mm-hmm.
So we don't want to do that. We understand logically that if you have a 75% chance of getting a 1 and a group you in with somebody who have a 1/8 chance of getting a 1, that kind of lowering down the chance of both of you getting a 1. So wouldn't I multiply the fractions now? Because we understand that adding the fractions will make it bigger, but we understand that the probability will drop. And
Yeah.
when you multiply fractions, does your answer get bigger or smaller? Try it. What's a half by a half?
1.
No. A half of a half is a quarter. 1 by 1 is 1, 2 by 2 is 4, right? So by multiplying two fractions by each other, did they get bigger or smaller? What bigger?
Smaller.
Smaller. So here we're saying, anytime you're dealing with events that would happen successively, or happen at the same time, you multiply because the probability is going to drop. But if you have events that could happen, like that could happen, or that could happen, or that could happen, it would add, because it would add to the chances. Let me know if you understand.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Problem. So let's answer part 2. So Haley, read part 2 for me. That's a real simple question.
On the diagram above, draw the image of shape T after it undergoes a translation by the vector -1, 6. Label this image M.
All right. So they want us to draw the image of shape T after it undergoes a translation by the vector -1, 6. So anytime you have to do a translation, it's given in the format XY. And so the top value is the horizontal movement, and the bottom value is the vertical movement. So -1 would correspond to a horizontal movement, horizontal, and 6 would be a vertical movement. So guys, I'm asking a question. All you think -1 is 1 to the left or 1 to the right? All you have to say. What do you think -1 is? 1 to the left or 1 to the right?
Left.
Right.
Nah,
Yeah.
it's the left. If you think of a number line, right? If we go in -1, would we go to the left or to the right? This is left, this is right. Tell me guys, if you want to go to minus left, in all instances, you'd go to the left. So Ronnie, pay attention to your left and right. For me, I just had trouble mixing it up, so I just do this. I'll be serious, I just actually do that. I just confuse it. So if you're having trouble, just do this. The finger or the hand that says L is your left, and the other hand is obviously your right. So -1 means you're going to the left. 6, do you all think 6 would go up or down?
Sorry.
6 would go up or down?
Up.
Up, right? If you had -6, it goes 6 spaces down. And besides, I think this is common sense. Are you seeing any negative axes in this question?
No, sir.
That's it. Chances are 100% you wouldn't have to do anything with a negative, right? So let me show you how we do this. So we want to draw the image of shape T after it undergoes a translation. So what this means is we're going to move the shape 1 space to the left, and then we're going to move it 6 spaces up. So I'm going to erase this and answer the question. So the translation is -1, 6. So Sasha, you're going to take any point and you're going to start moving it. So let me take this point here, and according to the translation, we're going to move it 1 space to the left. Actually, we should probably take this one. That'll be easier for you to understand. Make it take any point, eh? So we're going to take this and we're going to move it 1 space to the left. And then what we had to do with it next? What we had to do with it next? So we move it 1 space to the left. What next? So we do this.
6 up.
6 up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let me know if you catch that. I move it 6 spaces up, right? And now that I know where this is, I could draw the rest of the shape. If you can't visualize it, I would recommend taking other points and shifting it. But I can visualize it. So check it out. If I know that this point is now situated here, that would make I could figure out the whole shape like this. Is that confusing anybody? Let me know. If it's confusing all I could take more than 1 point and shift it. But this is the easiest way for me. And since we shift it, it would now be called T prime. Anytime you do something with an object, to call it the image, you put prime by it. So, Sasha, you understand what I did? So I took 1 point, I shifted it 1 space to the left, and then I moved 6 up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this point is now here. So this point would be here. This point would be here. This point would be here. So hopefully you understand that. Drop a 1 in the chat if you understood this question. Yeah, tell me if you understood this question. 1, okay. Nice. Let's move on to another transformation question. Oh, right. So let's move on to another transformation question. Did anybody have a hard time describing this in a full transformation, like one single transformation? Tell me, did anybody struggle with the description? Let me know. This is all the time.
Yes.
Yeah or no?
No.
No? Okay. Well, if you're confused, this is where you need to state for all the transformations. If you have a reflection, you need to say that one shape is mapped onto the other shape by a reflection about whatever the axis of symmetry is. For enlargement, you need to say scale factor and center of enlargement. For rotation, you need to say center of rotation, and if it's clockwise or anti-clockwise. Right, let me move on to another transformation question real quick. Let me see what 2022 have. Okay, 2022 have a nice question. Right, so Haley, you there, right?
Yeah.
Haley, this is like a complete question. I have everything in this one. So we want to describe how we went from shape P to Q. Shape P to Q. Just by looking at this, you could notice that there's a change in orientation. And you can see that?
Yeah.
So it's automatically a what? Anytime there's a change in rotation, I must actually not say the answer. Anytime it change the
It's a rotation.
Rotation.
Earlier, I was posting on Instagram and thing. I'm sure there's rotate the picture plenty. You can see it.
Mm-hmm.
The rotation. But we need to say a rotation by how much? We need to say the center of rotation. So does any
It's a 90 degrees rotation.
yes, like looking like a 90-degree rotation. But to be sure, I'm gonna show you how to find the center of rotation. So, Haley, do you remember me doing this in class? Finding the center of rotation?
No, really.
Not really. Well,
No.
you have to connect corresponding points. You have to connect two corresponding points, and you would have to do the perpendicular bisector and see where it intersects. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So let me select two corresponding points. If I'm considering this point, what is the equivalent point when I rotate it?
You want to put it?
Yeah, put it.
It's over here.
Yeah, it's over here. So I would connect those 2 points, and I would find the perpendicular bisector of those 2 points. So to find the perpendicular bisector, all you're going to do is just going to find half of the line, right? You're going to find half of the line. So Haley, where's the length of that line? What are looking like? Looking like
8.3.
8.2, right?
It look more like 3.
Okay, but I'm going to go with 8.2 because it's simple, right?
Okay.
Half of 8.2 is what? What's half of 8.2?
4.1.
So 4.1 is like approximately over here. If I do the perpendicular bisector to that, right? If I do the perpendicular bisector to that, so the perpendicular bisector would just be a 90 degrees line. to that. Healy, you see why I say I could not do construction here?
Mm-hmm.
It's not, yeah,
I think Amy left to learn it. That's why she's not here.
I see. So I have the perpendicular
Oh, I
bisector.
am here.
Oh, you're here.
Oh,
Okay. So in this question, it's going to be hard to see, but when we do it for other questions, it will make plenty sense. But anytime you want to find the center of rotation, you need to find the perpendicular bisector of two corresponding points. In this question, the center of rotation is definitely 7, 7. Definitely 7, 7. Right? Let me do another point and I'll go see what I'm talking about. So Haley, let me connect two other corresponding points now. So what would be the corresponding point for, let me just say over here. It'll be over here,
yeah.
so that one kind of obvious. The perpendicular bisector for that could be over here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to ask that question. Don't these two lines intersect at this point?
Yeah.
So that tells you the center of rotation. So the center of rotation for this question is 7, 7. Right? 7, 7. And what do you guys think the angle of rotation? Amy, what do you think the angle of rotation is? I think it's 180. What do you all think? Ronnie, it wouldn't be 90. If I rotated that 90, it will look like this. So I would have to rotate it 90 degrees again for it to be like how it is right now. Keely, you think you can visualize that?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And
Sir, I understand what you're trying to say.
because another thing, if you look at the angle here, the angle is 180. The angle between corresponding points is 180. This is definitely, so the center of rotation for this question is 7, 7, and the angular rotation is 180 degrees, what? Clockwise or anti-clockwise? If only had,
Clockwise.
right, so for anybody that need help with writing the definition, check it out. So you would say shape P. So shape P is mapped onto shape Q by a rotation of 180 degrees clockwise about the center of rotation 7, 7. That's it. So and remember, anytime you have rotation, you need to say how much you rotate by, and you need to say the center of rotation. I can see that this is 180 degrees, right? Because if I rotate this, like I say, if I rotated 90, this is how it will look. And so I would have to rotate it another 90 for it to be in that orientation. The other questions will be more clear-cut, but I'm going to catch that. Okay, so everybody seem like they understand that. Haley, you understand how you're going to write, how you're going to describe the transformation?
Yeah.
Right, so they want you to figure out the transformation that maps shape P onto shape Q. So shape P is mapped onto Q by a rotation of 180 degrees clockwise about the center of rotation. Let's deal with R now. So we want to figure out how to go from P to R. So how would we go from P to R? Let me just duplicate this. So I'm not to confuse all that. Yeah. So how would I go from P to R? We're not looking like Haley. P to R. Look at P and R. What do I look like?
Reflection.
A reflection. And somebody asked me, how do I know where the axis of symmetry is? I'm going to show you our objective clear-cut method. All you have to do is measure the distance from point to point, from end to end. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. And we understand that the axis of symmetry, if you have an axis of symmetry, the distance from the object to the object to the line of symmetry and the image to the line of symmetry would be the same. So what is half of 4?
2.
2. So the line of symmetry would be in the middle. So that would be 2 over here. And that's what is the equation for that line since it's passing through 1 on the x-axis? What that will be?
X equals 1.
Yep, that's correct. X is equal to 1. So how would I describe that? I would say that shape P is mapped onto R by a reflection about the line of symmetry, x is equal to 1, or the axis of symmetry, x is equal to 1. I'm going to probably go with that.
Yeah.
Right. So again, if you're having trouble figuring out where to draw the line of symmetry, you measure the distance and you find half of it to figure out the middle point. So shape P is mapped onto R by a reflection about the line x is equal to, that was 1? Yeah, that was 1. So I trust all you're okay with that. If anybody confused, remember, drop. You need to come up with a number. From now on, if all you're confused, drop a 7 in the chat. So Haley, you good, right? You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's move on to S now. I see in 3 marks by S, so maybe that might be troublesome. Right. So we want to go from P to S. P to S. Look at this. What that look like? Sasha, what that look like?
That rel enlarged.
That is definitely an enlargement. But for an enlargement, you can't just say it get bigger. You need to say the scale factor and the center of enlargement. The scale factor and the center of enlargement. Let's find the scale factor first. That's how much times it got bigger by. To do that, you're going to look at what it was originally versus what it is now. So to find the scale factor K, it's the image length over the object length. For those who confuse, the object is the original shape and the image is the shape after you transformed it. So P would be my object and S would be my image. So all you would do is you would measure the lengths of 2 corresponding sides. So Haley, if I'm looking at this side, what's the length of that side?
2.
Right, what's the length of this side?
4.
So what's the scale factor then? That would be 4 over 2. It got how much times bigger?
2 times.
2 times. So we find the scale factor. Now on to the hard part. We need to figure out the center of enlargement. To figure out the center of enlargement, you're going to connect corresponding points and extend them until they intersect. So let's do that. So Haley, and we could connect this point and this point. That's real easy, right?
Yeah.
We could do that. And we could also connect, I could connect, check it out, right? So if you understand why I just not do it, would you prefer me to do with a ruler?
No.
No? So you understand how I just simply connecting the corresponding points, right? That's literally what,
Yeah.
another pair of corresponding points would be over here and over here, right? I think you're noticing something, right? I think it's kind of obvious what happening. You seeing what happening?
Okay. Um,
Where all them lines intersecting at?
oh, at 11. Well, at 7, sorry.
Let me try this one over here. I think the only thing that might confuse people is how do I know where is the corresponding points? Let me just explain that real quick. So imagine the same shape, but it got blown up. So this would be the corresponding point, that and that. So you're lining up your ruler. You have to line up your ruler like this. So I would line it up like this. And I would draw the line. I would line it up like this, draw the line. I would line it up like that, draw the line. So you're basically drawing a line connecting corresponding points to each other. So this would be a corresponding point. This would be a corresponding point. This. I think I'll get you just by now. Shirley, you think everybody get it just?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're looking to see where it intersects at when you extend the lines connecting the corresponding points. So where does it intersect at?
At 7.
No, that is not just 7. That is
7-11.
it could have well be 9-11. Boom.
Oh. What is your obsession with 9-11?
I don't know. I really don't know. Right? So 7-11 is the answer. So when you're writing your description, you need to say that P is mapped onto S by an enlargement with scale factor 2 and center of enlargement 7-11. If you all understand, drop a 1 in the chat. That's what you do anytime you have an enlargement. You connect corresponding points, extend the line, see where it intersects. That's that. Okay. I see in 191 and thing. I don't know what's going on there. Right? So Keely, shape P is mapped onto S by, you tell me, by an
Enlargement.
with So remember, when we talk about enlargement, you need to say scale factor, and you need to talk about the center of enlargement. So shape P is mapped onto S by an enlargement with what?
The scale factor 2.
Right? And
7-11.
right? So you really think that was that hard? Like, I think
No.
it's something you can get full marks for.
Yeah. You cleared up a lot.
Right? So B now. On the grid provided on page 10, draw the image of shape P after a translation by the vector -2, 3. So remember, the top is a horizontal movement and the bottom is a vertical movement. So don't forget, horizontal, vertical. Just remind me, guys, if I have -2, are we going 2 to the left or 2 to the right?
The left.
Left.
Left, right? And in the bottom, you have 3 going up or down?
Up.
Right? You hear that? Wait, that's crazy already. That's real crazy. Wait, boy.
We can't talk, we have a whole family back.
I understand we have a whole family back, but I'm not growing like that. Are they in a different country or something? That's crazy. Right. So let me mash up the question now, right? Haley, the one thing I will complain about in this question, you have real things to do on one paper, boy. Oh gosh. Like, I feel bad for you because the amount of thing you had to do on one paper is crazy. You can't do what I doing here. And doing it in
It
different,
look messy.
real messy. So shape P after -2, 3. Shape P after -2, 3. So we're gonna take shape P and we're gonna move. Which point do you want to take? 2, 3, 4, 5. Which point do you want to take? You can take any point.
1.
1. Okay, we could take 1. So we're gonna take 1. And we're gonna shift it. Remember, we always do the horizontal movement first. So -2 means we are shifting it how much units?
2
2
to the left.
2 to the left. And that you're not finished yet. Then you need to move it how much? Vertically.
3.
Right. So your point would now end up over here. So here, you think you could handle the rest of it once you know where this reference point is?
Yeah.
So just by looking at that, you could figure out that that's the other point could be over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Figure that out. Tell me if you understand here. Did I do anything that was really confusing?
No.
So you really need just 1 point to figure out where everything else is. And again, if that confusing you, just do all the points and figure out where you have. And remember, if I do something to an object, what notation do I have to use? So I would call this P what?
Prime?
I would call that P prime. Yeah, P prime. All right, so that is it. I don't want to do any more. Yeah, I actually want to do one more. I had this nice question. All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Best of luck in the exam tomorrow.
Cap out.
You're gonna mash it up. You're gonna mash it up.
Right.
Right?
I did.
All you know how to do this question by now. It's easy. All you know how to do that. I mean, you're literally just connecting.
Bye, brother.
You can see later. Okay, I'll get rest. So all you could like this question so easy, right, Katie? And you could easily do an enlargement now.
Yeah.
So enlargement is not the problem. The problem is rotation. Definitely. It's definitely rotation. So let me look for some more rotation questions. If all you have any rotation questions you want me to do, just let me know. Right. Let me check 2023. See what they have there.
The one you did on your TikTok.
Oh. Okay, no problem. Oh yeah, that was a real nice question. Look, wow, what a coincidence. That's crazy. That was real crazy. And this is the same question I did on my TikTok.
Yeah.
Plenty of you probably see this video on the TikTok. Right? So now we're gonna actually do it in class. So let me do the question. So Haley, read part A.
On the grid on page 9, draw the image of quadrilateral P after a translation by the vector 10 minus 4. Label the image P prime.
So describe to me what would we have to do to the shape? We're gonna move it 10 to what? It's positive.
10 to the right?
Right, because and if you draw a number line, all the positive numbers is to the right,
Yeah.
right? And somebody tell me if it's minus 4, after you move 10 spaces to the right, you gotta move how much? It's negative 4.
Me?
Four at the bottom.
Right, you gotta go 4 units down. Right, so we take in P and we go into P prime, 10 minus 4. Right, so Haley, shape P is over here, right? By the way, what shape is this? Imagine they bring a question to name shapes. That'd be so funny. I would laugh. I would laugh. What shape is that?
You'd laugh when I tell you.
Sir, I think
I
it's
want to say it's
A
a kite.
Sir Evan said quadrilateral.
It's a quadrilateral, yeah, but more specifically, it's a kite. It's a kite.
Right.
That's what it is, a kite. Whew. Oh,
Someone suggested you do ratio.
okay, I could look into that. Haley, it's looking like a kite, especially when I do that.
Yeah, boy.
You know, over the holidays, I try to fly kite with my baby cousin and I forget how to fly a kite. You could believe that?
I don't think I ever fly a kite before.
That's crazy. You know why?
Why?
Because you're that fly.
I know, right?
Yeah. Right? So you're gonna mash up that exam tomorrow. So let's move on with the question. So we have, and we want to do what we want to apply a translation to it. So I'm gonna take the shape, and remember, you always do the horizontal movement first. So my horizontal movement is 10, and that will be 10 spaces to the right because it's positive. You agree? Sure, you agree. It's positive. Like watch, if it's positive, we definitely go into the right. If it's negative, we go into the left.
Yeah.
So let me go, Haley. So It's starting off with this point. We go in 10 spaces to the right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we end up over here. And what we had to do next?
We had to go 4
1, 2.
down.
So you would end up over here. And if I know that that point is over there, could I figure out the rest?
Yeah.
Let's figure out the rest. Some of that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Bomboklat, what's that? Trying to disturb my peace. That's a very poor drawing. A very poor drawing, but that's essentially it. And we would call that P prime, right?
Yeah.
That's P prime. So if anybody confused by translations, in translations, you have an X and a Y movement. You always do your horizontal movement first, which is your X movement. If it's positive, that means you're going to the right. In the Y movement, if it's negative, that means you're going down. So I moved 10 spaces to the right, and then I went 4 down. So that's that. So Haley, now we have to do a reflection in the line y is equal to 0. Right. So we had reflect P about the line y is equal to 0. So this is also something that would confuse people. This is something that would also confuse people. When I say y is equal to 0, could somebody show me what line I'm talking about? I want somebody to show me, annotate. What line am I talking about? Does anybody know? When I say y is equal to 0, what am I talking about?
Over there.
Nobody? All right.
Over there. Well, you move it. You move it.
Yeah, that's correct. You're seeing over here, right?
Yeah.
If any of you are confused by this, let me show you the hack, right? Let me show you the hack. And so, Haley, and we know that that will be y is equal to 2. Watch. And we know that this could be y is equal to 2.
Yeah.
So, and this could be y is 1.
Yep.
Why wouldn't this be y is 0? So that's y is 0. Trust you understand that.
Yeah.
And so that's y is equal to 0. All right. And it's saying, draw the image of the quadrilateral P after a translation by the vector and then a reflection in the line. So we had to draw the quadrilateral P after I reflect it about the line y is equal to 0. So Haley, let me show them how the badness was good. So remember, if you have a reflection, the distance from the line of symmetry to the object and to the image is the same. So I'm going to count the distance. So what is the distance between P and the axis of symmetry?
Four.
What? You said that like I don't know what you said. It's like 4? How was that about? Right? And so if I want to figure out the image, P double prime, I would need to go 4 in the opposite direction. You agree?
Yeah.
So that would be
What double prime mean?
oh, see, understand that we did something once to the shape,
Yeah. Doing it again.
do something again, double prime, because you did something twice, double prime. If you did something 3 times, triple prime.
Okay.
Right. Right. And well, I think you understand for like this point, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think you understand, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you have anybody that don't understand, remember just drop a 7 in the chat. But I think all are good.
Why 7?
7 is my lucky number.
Oh.
I don't know why I say 7 though. If 7 is my lucky number, why would I use 7? right?
Exactly.
Yeah. I do some strange things, to be honest. Like sometimes when my girlfriend go ask me something, I will tell she something that will make she upset on purpose. Because I like backing out. Yeah. I like to do stupidness, eh? So that's the answer for P prime. P double prime. So reminder. Again, possible points for confusion. When somebody read the question, they might know what y is equal to 0 is. Jadel, are you there? I remember you were having some trouble with figuring out the lines. Are you there?
Yes, I hear.
All right. So you understand that this would be like, let me just say I draw this. We're running through some hypotheticals here. If I draw this line here, what will be? That line passing through 2 on the y-axis.
Y.
That is y is equal to 2. What do you think this could be? Wait, yeah, what do you think this could be?
Y equal 1.
And so if it's over here now,
Y equals 0.
right? Make sense?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And remember, if it's a reflection, then the distance of the object and the image from the line has to be the same. So that's why I did that. And I got my answer. So I trust all you understand that. So we got 3 marks there. So here, let's keep pushing. So read part B for me.
Describe fully a single transformation that maps quadrilateral P onto quadrilateral Q.
Right. Let me get I have an empty page here. So P to Q, that really easy. What that look like?
Enlargement.
Remember how we just handle enlargements? All we just do, we just connect the corresponding points and just see where they intersect, right? And that's what we just do.
Yeah.
So these are examples of corresponding points. I could probably use these here. Truth be told, you just need 2, You just need 2. But I just they're a little extra. So Haley, I think you can see the point of intersection. I don't think it's hard to see now.
Yeah.
Wait is.
Is minus 10, 7.
Or if there's confusion, now let's check it out, right? This is 1, this is 3, this is 5. They kind of skip. They use a scale that every 2 is 2, which is the same thing as every 1 is 1. Right? Same thing over here. That'll be 1, 3, 4. So don't like confuse you. So Haley, for enlargement, when you're writing the description, you need the center of enlargement and you also need the scale factor, right? So let me pick 2 corresponding lengths. So this length look like is what? Okay, that might be a little confusing. Let me use something else. Let me use this length over here. You could use any length you want. So if I use this length here, 1, 2, 3, that's 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if this is 3 and this is 9, how much times bigger you think the shape got?
3.
3 times bigger. And matter of fact, check this out, right? If I consider this to be 1, you'll get 3 over here. So you see for yourself that, well, yeah, it got bigger by 3 times. So we good?
Yeah.
Go cheat.
I just need to learn when you finish, you could go back to the old one so I could take a picture how you describe them.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. So quadrilateral Q. So quadrilateral, spelling that wrong. I'll let you see my like tweaking just now. Oh my god, that's tweaking already. Oh my jam. Quadrilateral, don't question it. I just trust all I could spell.
Yeah.
Quadrilateral is mapped. Oh my god. Yeah. I
Take
think
a time.
like 12 hours getting to me. 12 hours getting to me. So quadrilateral P is mapped onto Q by a what?
Enlargement.
With?
Scale factor 3
Right? And
and an enlargement. I forgot the digits. Is it minus 10.7?
probably. Big up yourself. I wasn't gonna remember that. Yeah, minus 10.7. Big up yourself. Surely, them don't know that we was doing this since 12, you know. We was pushing since 12.
Yeah. And you only took 5-minute breaks.
Yeah, we was doing this since 12 o'clock, guys. Absolute madman thing. Like it's 11:11. Make all a wish. Okay, I'll make a wish. All right. So the center of enlargement was minus 10.7, right?
Yeah.
So if you're confused, I'm gonna just clear up the confusion. They are asking you to describe the transformation that maps P onto Q. That maps P onto Q. P onto Q. So I say P is mapped onto Q by an enlargement with scale factor K equals 3 and center of enlargement. So I just answering what they said. Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we try to figure out how P is mapped onto R. Let's try to figure that out. Oh, here, over the holidays, well, this is the holidays. I'm going to do a 24-hour maths. I'm going to do 24.
Form pause.
What?
For the form pause.
No. I just going to do it because I'm crazy. I'm going to start off with like SEA maths and CSEC maths, and I'm going to move on to things like Fourier transform and Laplace and like partial fractions and differentials. It's going to be real crazy. Real
Why?
crazy. Why? Why not? What's
Oh,
what's so good about being average? You gotta take it to the extreme. You know what I mean? You gotta
yeah.
right? Nobody wants to be normal. Unless they don't mind being normal, which is fine. So we had to figure out how P is mapped onto R. So I think you could clearly see this. How is P mapped onto R? It had a change in orientation. So what happened there?
It rotated. It's a rotation.
The rotation. And that looked like what? How much degrees?
Um,
You want to show you like a real broken hack?
wait, no. Wait. Okay, show me. Is it 90?
It's definitely 90. Watch this. That was the original orientation. Watch this, right? Oh, I have a real boss TikTok video about this question. Like, I even make a broomstick diagram, all kind of thing. Check my TikTok. I have like the perfect explanation for this. So, but Haley, watch this trick, right? That would be the original orientation. And look at the orientation now. But compare it. 90.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's so pretty.
yeah.
Okay, I killing me joke.
Let me show you how to mathematically do it, like what they want. So remember, if you want to find the center of rotation, you will have to connect corresponding points and find the perpendicular bisector and see where it intersects. So I'm going to connect this to this. We really only have to do it for 2. So I'm going to select 2 corresponding points. Haley, is the corresponding points tying up or you go with that?
Nah, I go with that.
All right, so we need to figure out the perpendicular bisector. Remember, perpendicular bisector is just half of the line, and the line is 90 degrees to the reference line. So in this case, it's the red line. So perpendicular bisector would be exactly at the half mark, and it would be 90 degrees. You'll see what I'm talking about. So here, let me measure this. They're looking like how much degrees? I showed only a cheat right here, right? I showed only a big hack. It's like a crazy hack. Yeah. Haley, and you have your right angle triangle.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna show you like a broken hack. You wouldn't have to do no construction and thing. This is like if all they want to get full marks and like absolutely destroy the exam, check my video on TikTok. I did constructions for that. But the method I'm showing you all here is like a last minute save. Right? So Healy, where would the half mark be? That measuring like, and I'm measuring like 8.2 from from that point to that point. It's looking like 8.2, right? Healy, you there?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean.
Watch. Now looking like 8.2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where's half of 8.2?
4.1.
Right? So that might be somewhere over here. So watch what I'm gonna do, right? Watch what I'm gonna do. So you're going to line up your 90-degree angle triangle, and you're just gonna draw your line. That's it. See what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what you're gonna do. I'm just kind of gonna estimate it. So to figure out your perpendicular bisector the correct way, you're supposed to do arcs. And so you place your protractor here, you place it over here, you get an arc. You do the same thing for the other side, you get an arc, it would intersect, and yeah, draw it. That's how you would do it. Again, check my full TikTok video for it. Right? But Healy, you understand what's with the shortcut, right? All you're gonna do is you're gonna line up your ruler. I'm sure what I'm talking about. Yeah, so Healy, this is what you're gonna do, right? Watch this. You're gonna take your ruler,
Yeah.
line it up with the line connecting the 2 points, and you're gonna use your right angle triangle, and you're gonna line it up exactly at the midpoint, and you're gonna draw your line. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Let me show you like what I'm talking about. So I'll go see it better. Check the group chat. I'm gonna send something. Right. Yeah, let me know if you understand what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll tell you to drop a one in the chat if you understand what I'm talking about. That's like the easiest way to find the perpendicular bisector. That's the easiest way to do it. Right? That we don't have no easier way. The other method is you would have to use this. You have to open it out, do an arc, do a taller head for that small ones. Right? So Healy, if I draw it out, I'll get that. And now I need to find the perpendicular bisector for the blue line. Right? So let's do that real quick. So Healy, let's measure the length of the blue line. What's the length of the blue line? Let me just check that real quick. What the length of the blue line looking like?
5.
Half of 5 would be like 2.5. 2.5, that would be like right here. So the perpendicular bisector for that would be, let me just change the color. Let me use I use this nice pink. Yeah, like a darker pink. So let's say the trick I showed in the chat, I literally using it on my iPad. Like literally doing that. So, Haley, trust in your process, right? Trust in your process.
Testing.
Truth be told, you're already supposed to get this, huh? That's supposed to be points. But in the exam, I think I'll go draw it a lot better than what I did here. And I know the tricks now. So Haley, you're seeing that the center of rotation is our point, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna see it 100% now. If you don't see it here, well, something wrong. I think you can see what I'm talking about when I say 90,
Mm-hmm.
right? Again, if you want to fully understand this question, check my TikTok video, right? But anytime you have a rotation and you want to find the center of rotation, you need to connect corresponding points, find the perpendicular bisector for both, and see where they intersect. That'll give you the center of rotation. So, Haley, what's the center of rotation here?
-4, 2.
And an angular what?
90 degrees.
What direction? Clockwise or anti-clockwise?
Anti.
Yeah, anti-clockwise. So, Jadelle, you understand what's going on here?
Yes, sir.
Again, I trust that Olive would write a lot better than me in the exam, right? You see the trick I show you with the ruler and the right angle triangle, you go use that. And that will help you out. Right. So let's move on to the description. So, Haley, you would say that shape P is mapped onto Q, and what's saying onto R by a rotation of what? Tell me, Haley, shape P is mapped onto R by a rotation of? What's your rotation? So we have to state the center of rotation, and we need to say the angle.
Okay.
So what I say by a rotation of, what would I say, like?
-4, 2.
No. The rotation was how much degrees?
90 degrees anti-clockwise.
Right, so this would make more sense. So shape P is mapped onto R by a rotation of 90 degrees anti-clockwise about the center of rotation. I think it was -42. Yeah, -42. Yeah, that's a day. So you want to take a screenshot of this?
Yeah.
Right, take a screenshot of that fast. Right, so we finished with transformations. What next? What's the most demanded topic after transformations?
Matrices.
Matrices, okay. Let me do like a vote in chat. Let me do like a poll.
Just do matrices. Just do matrices. Everybody want matrices right now.
Okay. Let me do matrices. Right, so just put in each other doing matrices. For those who wanted screenshots, take screenshots now. So shape T is mapped onto shape Q about a reflection about the line Y is equal to X. Take all your screenshots one time.
That's normal.
Good thing.
Yeah, my camera wasn't moving. Okay. I got it.
Okay. Right. Take a screenshot of this.
I got it.
Okay, and we didn't bother with this because that was way too easy. It's way too easy. Right.
So after matrices, you could do variance, like right after matrices.
It depends on what everybody wants. Like I want to do like a minority. I mean a majority. So it depends on what most all they want. Right? Most. So I'm definitely hearing a lot of matrices, so I'm going to do matrices. I didn't really hear much people say variance.
So I thought we was going to ratios.
I didn't confirm that. But ratios is definitely something I would consider. But I want to do matrices. I think matrices have a lot more marks than ratio. When ratio questions come, it's not a lot of marks compared to matrices. Like you have a whole
Okay, so
you
we're
know,
doing vectors as well?
yeah, we could do vectors, but
All right.
let we be smart about it. I mean, I don't mind waking for whatever hour, but we want to maximize marks here. Matrices is a lot of marks, that's easy. Vectors is kind of hard, and I don't think it's worthy trouble. What is
All
something
right.
that has a lot of marks and is easy, and all you're having trouble with, and all you need to master? Well, trigonometry is definitely something that isn't that hard. It's just, I think we should look on trigonometry. Okay, so I see uh I see in plenty matrices, so I will do matrices now, right? Again, are you want me to run through matrices from scratch, or like are you want me to just do past papers and I will learn from that? Let me hear.
So you could use past papers was like going through it from scratch.
Oh, how I will do? I will send all in my notes for matrices, and all you could look at that while we're doing past papers. That's what we'll do. So let me send all in my notes for trigonometry for matrices. Give me a second. I find this all in real lively, real lively. Ooh. Keely, you drink any energy drinks? Like Keely boss out too. How much are you drinking Red Bull?
Me for sure.
I haven't finished mine. I started drink down, my heart started beat fast and thing.
My third one.
Third one is crazy. Chelsea, if you wanna just send me a message on just just send me a message at 784-2630 and I'll add you to the chats. Damn, Apple Pencil is on 3%. A minute, guys. I'm waiting for my notes to export. Yes, Ria. See, raise your hand. Let me know if you had a question. Well, I've seen a lot of people want ratios, so I could do ratios after matrices. I'm seeing a lot of people, like a lot of they want matrix, a lot of they want ratios, and ratios is like real easy marks, for being honest. Like ratios is easy marks. Yeah, let me send my notes for matrices on the charts. Yes, it's like 42 megabytes, so take a little while. Okay, so we did the matrix question from 2025 already. So let's check out the question in 2024. All right, are you ready? Let me know. I need some verbal confirmation. I need somebody to gasp me up. I'm starting to feel tired.
Ready, sir, ready.
Cool. So let we go. So in the first question, they're telling us the determinant of the matrix is 24. Calculate the value of V. Do you guys remember how to find determinant? How many of you remember how to find determinant? Let me give you a quick example of how to find determinants. So let me just say I have a 2 by 2 matrix. By the way, at this level, you only have to worry about 2 by 2 matrices. What does 2 by 2 mean? That means you have 2 rows and 2 columns. So I want somebody to stay unmuted and work with me. Otherwise, I will fall asleep. I need somebody to talk to and make this a vibe. So, any volunteers?
Sir, I might unmute a little bit.
Right, say no more. Right, so to find the determinant, just remember, what is your name again? Assigned to lose it.
Let's go, ma, Anthony.
Anthony, okay. So let me just say we have a matrix A, and it is 2, 3, 6, 4. And I want to find the determinant of that. Now, to find the determinant, you're going to multiply the diagonals and subtract them from each other. So, Anthony, I would say 2 by 4. So I would say 2 by 4. Then I would say minus what by what?
6 by 3.
6 by 3, yes. So 2 by 4 is?
8.
8. And 6 by 3 is?
18.
So what is 8 minus 18?
10 minus 10.
Now, under the determinant, you have 2 types. You have the singular and the non-singular. So, Anthony, if I tell you I have no birds, what do I mean? What was that?
That means
If I say a single and you have no birds, that means the value is what?
0.
0. So anytime you see singular matrix, that means the determinant is 0 because it's single.
Yeah.
If you get an answer that's not equal to 0, you call that a non-singular matrix. So this over here is an example of a non-singular. Right? A singular matrix is a matrix whose determinant, let me just say we have a matrix R. The determinant for that would be equal to 0. And I can come up with an example right now. So R would be equal to 2, 3, 1, 6. So, somebody else. Jadali here. Okay, I guess not. Any of my students here? Aliyah, Kiara, Keely.
Yeah.
Okay. So Aliyah, let me match up this thing, right? So remember, if I want to find the determinant, I'm gonna multiply the diagonals. So I would say 2 by 3, and then I would say minus 1 by 6. So 2 by 3 minus 1 by 6. What is 2 by 3?
6.
What is 1 by 6?
6.
So 6 minus 6 is?
0.
Right. This is an example of a singular matrix.
Okay.
Aliyah, if my girlfriend see this, I'll get licks, you know. I see it as a singular matrix. Pressure there, you know. So, guys, just to recap, you have 2 types of determinants, singular and non-singular. To find the determinant, you're taking the diagonals, multiplying them, and subtracting them from each other. So with that being said, let's do this question. So they are saying that the determinant of this is 24. So to find the determinant of this, I would repeat the same process. I would say 6 by minus v, right? Minus open brackets minus 5 by 2v. And it said that the determinant here is equal to 24. So all I could recognize are doing the same thing I did in the previous examples. I'm multiplying the diagonals and subtracting them. In this case, it told me that it was equal to 24, so I placed it equal to 24. Antonio, you understand this question? Anthony, I mean, if you understand now. Can I hear you? Aliyah, you understand what I just now do?
Yeah.
So where's 6 by minus v?
Minus 6v.
Right? What is, I will work out inside the brackets first. What is minus 5 by 2v?
Minus 10v.
Right. And that will be equal to 24. So what is minus 10?
Plus 10.
Right? So if we have minus 6 plus 10, we're going to end up with minus 6 plus 10.
4.
Yep. So 4v is equal to 24. So if 4v is equal to 24, then 1v would be 24 divided by 4. So v is equal to 6. Let me know if you catch that.
Yeah.
Right. So if anybody confused by this, drop a 7 in the chat. If you understand, drop a 1 in the chat. Yeah. Right. Okay, I see somebody say a 1, that's good. So here what guys, anytime I pause, that means it's a chance to take a screenshot. There's a chance because I don't have any possible way I can send these things immediately after, and then we're going straight to whenever. Or you're not gonna get these notes, and you're not gonna get to go it through enough time for the exam. So take screenshots now, but I can, right? So I'm gonna move on now, right? Aliyah, you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to figure out the matrix product LM. Now, before we do any matrix multiplication, we need to make sure they are compatible. You don't want to resolve this, you don't want to resolve a smallie and you're not compatible. Same thing like girls, or they don't want to end up with a fella like Brandon, or they want to make sure they're compatible. So before you get into a relationship, make sure you're compatible. That's the advice. So Aliyah, wait, look L here over here. Wait, Leah. What's an example? What's an example? So how do we read the format of a matrix? It's always row by column. So how much rows do we have here?
2.
And how much columns do we have?
2.
So this is an example of a 2 by 2 matrix. Over here now, how much rows do we have?
We have 2 rows.
And how much columns?
1.
Right. If you want to check if two matrices are compatible, check this way you're gonna do, right? So I would say 2 by 2 multiplied by 2 by 1. If the inner numbers are the same, that means they're compatible. Right. So Aliyah, since we know that L and M are compatible, we could proceed with the multiplication. So LM will be equal to 9, 5, 3, 2, 2 minus 4. And to do the matrix multiplication, remember, it's always the row by the column. So I'm looking at the elements of the row and I'm multiplying it by the elements of the column. So I would say, I'll start you off, right? So I'm going to say 9 by 2 plus 5 by minus 4. What am I going to say next?
3 by 2.
Yeah, 3 by 2.
Plus 2 by minus 4.
Yep. So 9 by 2 is?
18.
Right? 5 by minus 4 is?
Minus 20.
Here what guys, if all they know they're going to make mistakes with this, just plug it into the calculator and done. Just plug it in. Don't hit all your head and trying to calculate it and play hero in the exam. Just plug it into the calculator, especially if you have a Casio. So Aliyah, 5 minus 4 is minus 20, right? Minus 20 by positive is negative. So on top, you end up with 18 minus 20. In the bottom, that's 3 by 2 is 6. 2 by minus 4 is minus 8. So that's what we end up with. And Aliyah, where's 18 minus 20?
Minus 2.
Right? 6 minus 8?
Minus 2.
Yes. So if you want to take a screenshot of this, take a screenshot fast. I can't wait too long. You have plenty of work to do. So I presume all you have a took all the screen right now. Let's proceed. Did anybody not understand what I did in this question? Drop a 7 if you didn't understand. So it's always the row by the column. So 9 by 2, then 5 by minus 4. Once I'm done with 9 and 5, say that again. Somebody unmuted and said something. What did you say?
Yo, okay, so I'm trying to understand how this works.
Jonathan, get out of here. I will pelt it on. I will pelt it on. I will pelt it on.
What did I do?
In a box string.
Huh?
Don't do all of this already. Oh yeah, Jonathan is just a troll, right? He's a class troll. What I would
How
Jonathan?
am I a troll?
So we sung enough to fix so.
Unless you want to help them. Jonathan is also very smart. He can help Ollie with maths. He might bully Ollie a little bit though. But yeah. Jonathan, you want to help them?
It's 11 o'clock in the night. You guys have test tomorrow. I'm not sure like with the time I have I could help properly.
He's song baked.
Huh?
Say song and baked.
Oh yeah. Today was the last day for Ruben exam, so kinda drove around a little bit.
Oh. Well, our maths is tomorrow, so we had to get back into it. But thanks for coming and checking them. Right? We're doing matrices. So let's continue. So I take it that everybody understands this. Again, drop a 1 in the chat if you understand, a 7 if you don't understand. Right, I'm gonna move on. So a 1. So everybody understand that. There we go. So we need to find the inverse. This is an area where plenty of people has go wrong. To find the inverse of a matrix, it's 1 over the determinant multiplied by the adjoint. So I showed you all how to find the determinant. Now I need to walk with or somebody had a mic. Right? So let's continue. So who wants to help me with this question? Yeah, how do I know this? And like this is that's 2 marks. Okay, I thought that'd be more. But who want to help me with this question?
So I could try.
Okay, there we go. So what was matrix L? Remind me, what was matrix L? Matrix L was 9, 5, 3, 2. And we have to find the inverse of that. So to find the inverse of that, we're going to use this formula. So to find the inverse of our matrix, it's 1 over the determinant multiplied by the adjoint. So let's find the determinant of this real fast. Did we find that already? No, we didn't find that already. So remind me, anybody, how would I find the determinant of that? How would I find the determinant?
AD minus BC.
Correct. So I would take the diagonals, I would multiply them and subtract them from each other. So that'll be 9 by 2 minus 5 by 3. So 9 by 2 is 18 and 5 by 3 is 15. So the determinant of L is 3. All right. Now we need to find the adjoint. So to find the adjoint, what you're going to do is you're going to swap the first diagonal and you're going to change the sign for the other diagonal. So I would swap the 9 and the 2 and I would change the signs for the other diagonal. So if anybody didn't understand that, let me know. So to find the adjoint, you swap in the first diagonal and you change any signs for the other diagonal. Again, drop a 1 in the chat if you understand. Drop a 7 if you cooked. Oh yeah, you remember all of this?
Yeah. Like, I remember how to find like the determinant and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, my joint. Kind of figure out to find the adjoint.
Yeah.
All right, so now that we have the adjoint and the determinant, we can find the inverse. So the inverse will be 1 over 3 by 2 minus 5 minus 3, 9. So to find L inverse, what I will do is I would take all my elements and multiply them by a third. So Aliyah, what's 2 by a third? 2 by a third is just 2 thirds. Minus 5 by a third is minus 5 over 3. Minus 3 over 3, that'll be minus 1. And 9 over 3, that's 3. So that's L inverse. So let me know if you understand what I did. Let me know if you have a question to do. Easy question.
Yes, please.
Okay. I want you all to find, wait, just take all your screenshots and I'll go onto a blank page and give all a question. So I presume everybody would have taken screenshots by now, right? Let me give you all a question real quick. So let me just put down how to find the determinant and the adjoint real quick. So let me just say you have a matrix A, and the matrix A is A, B, C, D. Then to find the determinant for that, it would be A by D minus B by C. And if you want to find the adjoint of A, that will be equal to DA, and you're going to change the signs for the other diagonal. So with that example there, and additionally, I'm going to write down the formula for the inverse. The inverse is given by 1 over the determinant multiplied by the adjoint of A. So let me give you that question. Find the product GM. G is equal to 2, 3, 1, 5. M is equal to 0 minus 1, 2, 8. So that's the first question. And the second question is to find G inverse. So try a thing there. I'll give you earlier 5 minutes. Right, take 5 minutes and try something. And send it on the chat so I can see how they're working. That's the important thing. I want to see what they're doing. I agree. 5 minutes is a little bit of too much time, but I'm being a little generous here. So try what you could do and send it to me on the chat. Nick, I'm seeing you answering on the chat, but I would prefer if you send me a picture of your answer. I feel like that would be better. I want to see how you're writing your answer. If you have everything down, it is not the easiest to tell on the chat. So send a message on the general chat or me privately, and I'll check it for you. Somebody said something in chat and it's correct. Chelsea, that's the correct answer. Good job. Okay, Dominique, let me tell you where you're wrong. So it's always you row by the column. So the first element in the first row for G would have been 2. So you said 2 by 0. That's correct. Now we're going to move on to the second element in the first row and the second element in the first column. So that's supposed to be 3 by 2. And then it's supposed to be 1 by 0 and then 5 by 2. Yeah, we have some work to do. So you pay attention to how we get the answer. Dominique, if you're on the group chat, check my notes. Check how I did matrix multiplication there. If any of you are having trouble, check to see how I did matrix multiplication, and maybe it might help you. Yvonne, that's correct. You got the correct answer for GM, right? That's correct. Let me tell you if G inverse is correct. So the time is up. Yvonne, you're on a roll there. 2 correct. Excellent job. So you got the GM correct, you got the products, and you got the inverse correct. Excellent job. Right? So, Dominique, I want you to pay special attention to what I'm going to be doing. Like what I'm going to be doing, right? So, I pay very, very close attention. So we're going to multiply G by M. So that's going to be 2, so let's say 2, 3, 1, 5 by 0 minus 1, 2, 8. So let's multiply that out. So to do that, again, it's row by column. So the first, we're going to multiply the elements in the first row by the first column. So I'm going to say 2 by 0, and then I'm going to say 3 by 2. That's how it works. So I'm going to say 2 by 0 plus 3 by 2. Since I'm finished with the 2 and the 3, I'm going to move on to the 1 and the 5 now. So I would say 1 by 0 plus 5 by 2. Now that I've multiplied all of these by 0, 2, I'm gonna move on to minus 1, 8. So that will be 2 by minus 1. So now I'm looking at, so now we multiplied by that already. So now we're looking at minus 1, 8. So you're gonna say 2 by minus 1, 3 by 8, and then the process is gonna repeat again. So you're gonna say 1 by minus 1 and 5 by 8. So 2 by minus 1 plus 3 by 8, right? Then 1 by minus 1 plus 5 by 8. So Dominique, look at that and soak it in. Make sure you understand what we did there. So 2 by 0 is 0. The 2 by 0 is 0. 3 by 2 is 6. 2 by minus. Somebody join and their mic is unmuted. Right. So 2 by minus 1 is minus 2, 3 by 8 is 24, 1 by 0 is 0, 5 by 2 is 10, 1 by minus 1 is minus 1, 5 by 8 is 40. So 0 plus 6 is just 6, minus 2 plus 24 is 22, and 0 plus 10 is 10, and minus 1 plus 40 is 39. So drop a 1 in the chat if you got these answers. So 6, 22, 10, 39. Those were the answers. So Dominique, again, pay close attention to what I did. Right. So let's move on to G inverse now. So to find for G inverse, I'm going to consider this matrix over here. We're looking at this matrix. So G is equal to 2, 3, 1, 5. So to find the inverse will be given by 1 over the determinant by the adjoint of G. So to find the determinant of G, I would have to multiply the diagonals and subtract them from each other. So I would say 2 by 5 minus 1 by 3. So 2 by 5 minus 1 by 3. So 2 by 5 is 10, and 1 by 3 is 3. So 10 minus 3 is 7, and that's your determinant. So we have the determinant, we just need to find the adjoint. So to find the adjoint, if you all recall, you're going to swap the first diagonal, and you're going to change the signs for the other elements. So that being said, I would swap the 2 and the 5. So this will become 5, this will become 2, and I'll change the signs for the other elements. So that'll be minus 1 and minus 3. So now I can plug it into the formula. I know what the determinant is, and I know what the adjoint is. When I'm finished with the question, I'll re-explain it. So to find the inverse, it's just going to be 1 over 7 times 5 minus 3 minus 1, 2. And I'm going to multiply each term on the inside by 1 over 7. So 5 by 1 over 7 is 5 over 7, minus 3 by 1 over 7 is minus 3 over 7, minus 1 by 1 over 7 is minus 1 over 7, and 2 by 1 over 7 is 2 over 7. So that's the answer for G inverse. Right, so for anybody that's confused, I'll go it over one more time. To find the inverse, it's 1 over the determinant multiplied by the adjoint. To find the determinant, you have to multiply the diagonals and subtract them from each other. So I would say 2 by 5 minus 1 by 3. So we got 7 for the determinant. Next up, we'll find the adjoint. To find the adjoint, you're going to swap the first diagonal. So I swapped the 5 and the 2. And you're going to change the signs for the other elements, which is the 1 and the 3. So that's going to become minus 1, minus 3. Now that I have the determinant and I have the adjoint, I have to just plug it into this formula. So that's going to be 1 over 7 times the adjoint. And the adjoint is 5 minus 3 minus 1, 2. And you can easily do that in a calculator or without a calculator. So for the first one, it will be 5 by 1 over 7. That'll be 5 over 7. And it's the same concept for the rest of them. So let me know if all you understand the inverse matrix now. Drop a 1 in the chat if all you feel like are you okay with it now. Okay, nice. Nice. So with that being said, let's look at a couple more questions, and then we're going to move on to an easy place to get marks is functions. I'll make a poll in the chat. Yeah, so go and vote in the chat. Whichever one wins, we'll do that. So if all they want another question to do, I will give you all, here what I'm going to write, in the interest of time, I will give you all a question and I'll give you the answer. Try to work towards the answer. Give me a moment. Or in the meantime, I'll like to try to work this question out. If all you have the matrix H, if matrix H is 2, 0, 1, 4, try to figure out H inverse. So I'll like to try this question out in the meantime. Right, so I could try that inverse question in the meantime while I wait for the poll to be filled up. It looking like circle theorem taking the lead, boy. 11 for circle theorem. Are they really want help with that circle theorem, boy? And I guess after circle theorem.
Yes, I need help.
Jonathan, you don't need no help, okay? You done long time ago, you ancient. We real old. You're a fossil.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Oh. Some of them saying that they're not seeing the poll.
That's weird. I'm seeing the pool.
There's only one dude though, so. Kevin's saying that you should do circle theorem then functions.
All right, I will do that. Yeah, that's what I will do.
I'm gonna be honest, right? Truthfully, I was expecting like what to be like what is just like a quick reminder, because I'd expect all of them to know the topics and stuff. So it's like a quick run through.
You would think so. But everybody have a bunch of people in different schools, for instance, in penal secondary, teachers really don't teach. And it's already the students' fault. Even if they try, there is.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So by me doing,
But
I just
on
trying to reach out to those kids who didn't really have the resources and things now.
yeah, but truthfully, it kind of late.
Yeah, really late. Very late.
Really late.
But
It's so good you're trying to teach them a little bit so that they have a higher chance, but so
yeah, I want them to
really late.
at least pass. I want them to get at least like a 2 or 3, worst case. At least pass maths because they don't want to fail maths. They at least want to pass maths. Right? So let us go through H inverse quickly and we'll do another matrix questions. I want to do 2 more matrix questions and then we'll do a bunch of circle theorem questions and then functions. And then ratios. If any of you feel like they need to sleep, don't be scared to like sleep in class or something. Go and take a rest, probably set an alarm. I'll be going for however long. Yeah. So H inverse. Once help me H inverse. Any volunteers? Any brave souls? Let me hear. Who want to help me with H inverse?
Hey, tomorrow is all your exam. If all you don't try now, you might not know if all you could do it.
Tell them that. All right, Jadon. I see you raise your hand. Let me go. Let me go. So how would I answer this question?
First, you had to multiply the 2 by 4.
Right? So what we need to find, you have to tell me what we're gonna find there. So what are you gonna find for first? The determinant, the adjoint.
The determinant.
Right. So the determinant of each, you say will be 2 by 4.
And 1 by 0.
Right.
You got 8.
Yeah, because anything by 0 is 0. Awesome. And to find the adjoint now, run me through that. How are we gonna do that?
To be 1 over 8.
Wait, we do need adjoint. So how am I gonna find the adjoint? What I had to do with what I'm gonna do with these two?
Oh, you have to it will be 4, negative 0, negative 1, 2.
It don't have negative 0.
But
That's be 0, negative 1. Right? By the way, just asking, I want to know like what schools are they coming from? Like, I want to know. I'm very curious because I know to have some people here in Guyana and Jamaica and all kind of thing. Like, what schools are they coming from? Drop it in the chat. I can. So Jadon, this will be 1. So remember, H inverse will be 1 over the determinant by the adjoint. So tell me what to write.
be 1 over 8.
1 over 8 by
4, 0, negative 1, 2.
It's not like you need to go and take a rest. That's what it's not like a real mashup. A real mashup. Right? And to work this out, we're going to multiply all the elements on the inside by 1/8. So it's 4 by 1 over 8.
Yeah, 4 by 8 or 1 half.
1/8 by 0 is 0. Minus 1 by 1 over 8 is minus 1 over 8. 2 by 1/8 is 1 over 4. So that's the answer. Nice. Jadon, pick a random here, and let me hope it have a good matrices question on it. Pick a year.
2025. John.
We do that question already. And were you here when we did the question?
Nah, I know join.
You know, join. Depending on how much people see it already, I wouldn't do it. I would do another question.
2018.
2018, okay. 2018. Oh, 2018 was a very nice question. That's a good choice. Yeah, this was a kind of hard question. Right. So, in this question, we had to deal with transformation matrices. You go see some things about it in my notes. So, the main thing you had to know here is that the transformation matrix by the object gives you the image. That's the main thing you need to know. Wait, there's somebody calling me. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. So yeah, when you're dealing with transformation matrices, this is the main equation you need to know. So I'll write this a little bit neater. So anytime you're working with transformation matrices, this is the golden equation. The transformation matrix multiplied by the object is equal to the image. Let me give all this something to take a screenshot of. Right, I want to let you take a screenshot of this and send it on the chat. Take a screenshot of that fast. And send it on the chat. So is it in the chat? Did somebody take a screenshot? Okay, thanks. Take a picture of this as well. Kira, you wake up? Eh?
Yeah. I thought I was waking up when you do matrices.
You really wake up, yes? Like Nicholas right on your phone or what?
Now my friends and mommy come and wake me up.
I like
I
how
was the one sleeping on.
I like how you just now indirectly say that Nicholas is not your friend. That's
Oh no, Nicholas,
Nicholas, you hear that?
he's like my brother, okay? He's like my
Nah, man, listen, me whole night tonight.
Hey.
Whole night tonight I get in it.
Nicholas, if I was you, I would have personally jumped off a cliff. Not real bad.
Nah.
Hey, wait, boy. Nah.
Nah, I don't take one year also, but taking a whole night tonight I get in this. I had a
Oh,
back
boss, Nicholas, relax. It's not that deep. Relax.
No.
Come and say that.
All right. I've seen a lot of schools here that get some are familiar with Astra, Vishnu, Penal Convent. I never heard about Swaha Hindu College. I know about Astra. I've heard about Winfred Gaskin Memorial Secondary School in Guyana. Heard about that. Yeah, well, cool. Have a bunch of people here playing. So let me go. So, Kira, since you're here, we could do transformation matrices, right? So, Kira, when we're dealing with transformation matrices, like I said, this is the main equation you need to remember, right? So, Kira, what you need to understand is that the transformation matrix T maps the object onto the image. So if you want to go from the object to the image, you multiply by T. You understand? Kira?
Yeah.
And if I wanted to go in reverse, let me just say I wanted to go from the image to the object. We think I have to multiply by. What do you think is the opposite of T? It's something we just had to find in matrices a lot. Anybody make a guess? What's the opposite of T? I'll give a hint. The opposite of f of x is f inverse x.
So the inverse?
Right. So all you need to be familiar with this, eh? So if you want to go from the object to the image, you have to multiply by the transformation matrix. If you want to go from the image to the object, you'll multiply the image by the inverse transformation matrix, which will do the opposite. So Aliyah, let's talk it out. I mean Aliyah, you still there? You're sounding real sleepy, so I'm not sure if you're still here. Like I said, if you need to take a rest and thing and join back at any later time, that's no problem, you know. Because I had an exam in the morning, not me. After I teach, I go and sleep real long. I can be like a bear. But don't worry, I wish you all good luck in the exam and thing. Blue waters, that's crazy. Would you like to be removed from the meeting as well? Try to be a little more appropriate now. Right? So, Kira, let's continue. So they're saying that the point A minus 2/3 is mapped onto the point A prime AB under T. Find the value of A and B. So, Kira, they are giving us a point, and if they're giving us a point, that's the original thing. That's going to be the object or the image.
The object.
Right. Before you do anything, for the object. And they want us to find the coordinates of the image. So remember, this is the magical equation we're going to use. So Kiara, hence we know what the transformation matrix is.
Yeah.
So 2 minus 1, 2, 0. And we multiply that by the object. So the object is A, and the object will be minus 2, 3. And we just multiply that, and you get the image, right? So let's do that real quick. So Kiara, multiply that for me.
So it'll be 2 by minus 2
2 by minus 2, right? Plus
minus 1 by 3.
right?
Sorry, fast, slow. I'm not doing it. I'm trying to remember what to do. And then 2 by minus 2, and then 0 by 3.
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely perfect. So 2 by minus 2 is?
Minus 4.
It's minus 1 by 3.
Minus 3 and minus 4 again for the bottom one, and then 0.
Right. So that's where you're supposed to get minus 7 minus 4. I'm going to
Okay.
So Kiara, if minus 7 minus 4 is your image, and so if we comparing that to A, B, rating A would be and rating B would be? Well, I cannot tell you the answer there, right?
Yeah.
So look at it, right? When you're going from coordinate form to column vector form, you're just gonna write it as like as a vertical, you know. Watch. From minus 2, 3, you write it as minus 2, 3. That's all. So this would be the x value, and this would be the y value. So this would be the x value, this would be the y value for the image. So minus 7, minus 4. So Kiara, if that's the case, what is A and what is B? Kiara, what is A and B? It's not a trick question. Actually, a very easy question.
A is minus 7, B is minus 4.
Right. People, you need to take a screenshot of this because this is a very, very important equation. You need to know this, and you also need to know this. Take a screenshot fast. Take all the screenshots for the need to. Okay, I trust that all they take all the screenshots. I'm going to move on. Kira, do you understand everything?
Yeah, I think I understand it way better now since I do like a couple of questions.
That's great. That's great. So let's look at part 2 now. Determine the transformation. Okay, somebody say something on the chat. Give me a second. All right, let's continue. So, Kira, you're there, right? Read part 2 for me.
Determine the transformation matrix that maps A prime onto E.
Okay, so Kira, look at what I just said. I said to go from the object to the image, you use T. How do you go the other way around, from the image to the object?
The inverse, so it'll be the inverse of the, yeah, the inverse. I don't know.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So look at what's happening here, guys. And I hope I don't lose anybody. If you want to go from the object to the image, you have to multiply by the transformation matrix T. If you want to go from the image to the object, you have to multiply by the inverse because the inverse will do the opposite. So we have 2 minus 1 2, 0. Okay. So, Kira, how would I find the inverse for that? I read on the formula one time. T inverse would be equal to
So yes, I could, well, you put the T in yeah, I don't know what it called.
so the determinant of T,
The determinant of T, okay.
right? By the adjoint of T,
Okay.
right? So we need to find the determinant. So how would I find the determinant of T?
So you're gonna switch the, like, diagonally.
So to find the determinant, you multiply the diagonals.
Yeah.
2 by 0. So you're going to say 2 by 0 minus
0.
2 by minus 1.
Yeah.
What is 2 by 0?
0.
And minus 2 by minus 1 is minus 2, and minus 2 by minus is plus 2. I'm going to understand that. If all you understand how one in each chat. Right, now we're going to find the adjoint. To find the adjoint of T, you will swap the 2 and the 0, and you're going to change the signs for the other two in the diagonal. So it's going to be minus 2, 1. So Kira, understand what I just did? I swapped the 2 and the 0, and then I changed the signs for the 2 and the minus 1. Understand?
Yeah.
Right. So now we could actually find the inverse. So the inverse will be equal to 1 over
2.
Right. By the adjoint. The adjoint is 0, 1, minus 2, 2. So we're going to multiply everything on the inside by a half. So what is a half by 0?
0.
What is a half of 1?
A half by 1 or a half of 1?
Doesn't matter. By
Okay.
what is a half of 1?
Minus 1.
Correct. What is a half of 2?
1.
Right. That's the answer there. So I'll repeat it one more time. To go from your object to your image, you multiply by the transformation matrix T. To go any other way, we'd multiply by the inverse transformation matrix because it's the opposite. If you all are okay with this, drop out one in the chats. So tell them if we can move on. Right, and I'm giving all the time till they take all the screenshots. So take all the screenshots and drop out one in the chat if you understand what I'm doing. Right. All right, 1. Okay, we're good. Let's move on. All right, so Kiera, read part 3 for me.
Another transformation P is defined by the matrix P equals 0, 1, 1, minus 2. Find a single 2 by 2 matrix that represents the combined transformation of T followed by P.
Okay, I need to, this is a very delicate matter. Anytime you see T followed by P, you may be tempted to multiply T by P, but it's actually the opposite. So if I want to figure out the combined transformation of T followed by P, so Alia, Kira, we want to call the combined transformation?
Just call it TP.
Call it C.
C?
Right.
Okay.
So, guys, hear what I'm saying, right? If you see T followed by P, that don't mean you're going to multiply T by P. It's actually the opposite. So you multiply P by T, and the order does matter. If you change the order, you'll get it wrong. So take a note of that. So the combined transformation will be P. Now P is 0, 1, 1 minus 2, and we'll multiply that by T. Now matrix T was 2 minus 1, 2, 0. 2 minus 1, 2, 0. Let me just verify that. 2 minus 1, that's correct. Right. So Kiara, let's expand. So again, anytime you have followed by, you're going to multiply it in the other way. Right? So Kiara, let's work this out. So how would I expand that?
0 by 2, add 1 by 2, and then 1 by 2, add minus 2 by 2. And then you do it with the next column, so it'll be like 0 by minus 1, add 1 by 0, and then 1 by minus 1, add 1 by 0.
That'll be 1 by minus 1 plus minus 2 by 0. Unless you see that. You said that?
Yeah. No, wait, no, I didn't say minus 2 by 0.
So
I think I made a mistake there.
Let's simplify really quickly. 0 by 2 is 0, and then 1 by 2 is 2. So that'll be 2. 0 by minus 1 is 0. 1 by 0 is 0. 1 by 2 is 2. Minus 2 by 2 is minus 4. So minus 2. 1 by minus 1 is minus 1. Minus 1 plus 0 is just minus 1. So I want somebody to confirm that. Somebody just confirm that for me? Yeah, okay. So let's move on. So Kira, read part B.
Hence find the image of the point 1, 4 under this combined transformation.
All right, so Kira, that being said, remind me, how do I figure out the image given a transformation matrix and an object?
It will be the transformation matrix by the object.
Right, so that'll be 2, 0, minus 2, minus 1 by 1, 4. So that'll be equal to 2 by 1 plus 0 by 4, right? And then that's going to be minus 2 by 1 plus minus 1 by 4. So that'll be 2 by 1 is 2, 2 plus 0 is just 2. Minus 2 by 1 is minus 2, minus 1 by 4 is minus 4. So minus 2 minus 4 is minus 6. So my answer is 2 comma minus 6. Kira, let me know if you understand.
Yeah.
All right. Haley, are you still with us? Haley, let me know if you're following.
Yep.
Wow, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. So, is there anything you didn't understand so far?
Nah, you just like at first I was a little rusty and then you're refreshing my memory. Because we did this a lot.
We do this plenty. Like we rarely do this. Right? So 2 minus 6 is your answer. So here what? There's only one more thing I need to do in matrices, and that's to be able to solve a simultaneous equation. Once we're done with that, we're finished with matrices, and we can move on to functions. We could fully do functions because everybody requested functions. All right? So let's go. I need somebody to gas me up. I need some hype. Keely, give me some hype. I'm feeling tired. Give me some energy.
You literally have to push for us. Imagine all of us get ones because of you. You sacrificed your whole night for us.
I don't think all of the ones are being realistic. My hope is that all you at least get threes. I'm being realistic. I don't want to see any of them fail, right? It's not just my students, it's the future generation of Trinidad. I kind of don't really want to see, like, it has some real mathematical literate people out here, boy. If I could change that, that would be good. You know, it had this fella that's been going around interviewing people. Kelly, I don't even know what I'm talking about. And he go ask them simple questions like 7 plus 10, and them go say 19. I don't want
I
that to.
think that's view bait though.
What is it?
I think that's view bait. I don't think anybody actually like
No, no,
that illiterate.
no. You would be very surprised. I've seen some stuff before. Right, so I trust that all you have screenshots of this. So let's move on to simultaneous equations using matrices. So hopefully I could find a question like real quickly. Haley, let me test our luck. Tell me a year fast.
23.
Actually, I will just go in my matrices notes and get a question. Or I would recommend that only do 2022, right? For they want to further understand transformational matrices, do June 2022. Or they could take a screenshot of this. Or I could just send it on the chat. This is a good question to know. Alia, this is your handwriting? Or that's Cheyenne handwriting? I think it's yours, you know. Alia, I'm not sure if you're there, but I look like your handwriting.
He go on.
She gone? Yeah, she had to take a we've been through the rigors. Okay, so before we go, before we finish matrices, I want to do a simultaneous equation question. Because that might come tomorrow. So let me do this question here. Okay. So Haley, last matrices question for the night. Last one. Then we're going to move on to functions. No, we said we was going to do circle theorem next. Yeah, circle theorem next. Yeah. So Haley, I want you to tell me how I would solve this. So we are given a pair of simultaneous equations, and we have to solve it using a matrix method. The first thing we have to do is write the matrix equation. You will need to write it in the matrix form.
Probably
So
3.
let's see how we will do that. So we call this the matrix of coefficients. This will be the matrix of variables. And this over here, this will be the matrix of constants. So you were saying 3, 2,
5, 4,
right. And over here,
1, 5.
1, 5. No, that would not be 1, 5. That'll be xy.
Oh.
This will be equal to 1. Look at it right here. Look at it logically. Where's the 1, 5 situated? And not after the equal sign? So, yeah. Right? I really must commend a give it to you all. I was like, I'm surprised all is still here. Because have like 45, 46 people here. And that's crazy. I think I could tell all they're serious about passing this. And I applaud that. For the ones that are taking this seriously. So, Haley, we call this the matrix of coefficients. And I guess you can see why we call it that. Because n this literally comprises of the coefficients. Right, so this is the matrix of coefficients. This is the matrix containing all the variables. And this over here, this is the matrix of the constants. So we have all the constants there. right? So now that you all are familiar with that, we need to recognize what form this is in. So Haley, this is in the form AX is equal to B. Is it like bringing back memories?
Oh my God, yeah.
Okay, so we have AX is equal to B. So what we need to find for? What we always had to find for in maths?
X.
Yeah, we always had to find for X. So what would I have to do on both sides to get rid of A? What's the opposite of A in the matrix world?
The inverse.
Right, so I would need to multiply by the inverse on both sides, right? I would multiply both sides by A inverse. So I would say A inverse by A by X equal to A inverse B. Now I want to bring something to your attention. Haley, can I say B by A inverse?
No.
No, because look at something. B is 1 by 5. We have 2 rows and 1 column, so that's a 2 by 1. When you find the inverse of a 2 by 2 matrix, aren't you gonna get back a 2 by 2? If you multiply it like if you say B by A inverse, will that be compatible?
No.
No, so guys, please take this into consideration. You need to put the A inverse first, otherwise you're gonna get it wrong. Here we're saying this cannot be changed. It has to be in this format. I think they're gonna realize that if you try to multiply the other way, they're gonna realize there's something going wrong. Right? So Haley, next up, if we have A inverse by A, think back to the matrix world. We wouldn't just write 1, we could write I, right? Because in the matrix world, I is the identity matrix and it's the same thing like multiplying by 1. So we get IX is equal to A inverse by B. And anything by I is itself. So X is equal to A inverse B. Let me know if you catch that.
Yeah.
I know some of them might be saying, nah, boy, best I just end it one time. No, this is real simple. This is the same format for every single question. Any simultaneous equations question you get, you have to follow this exact same format. So don't get too startled. This is very, very simple. The only thing that I'll say wouldn't be straightforward is vectors. And I'm being honest. So Haley, with that being said, if I want to find for X, I have to say A inverse B, right? So now I'm going to replace back X, A inverse, and B with the matrices. So X was XY. Do I know what A inverse is?
No.
So I need to find for A inverse. Let's go through that real quick. So if A is 3, 3, 2, 5, 4, so A is 3, 2, 5, 4. How will I find A inverse?
You could do 1 over the that.
Right? And so to find the determinant, it'll be what? We're moving with real speed, eh? So I'm fast.
You multiply the diagonals and minus them.
Right? So 3 by 4 minus 2 by 5. So that'll be 12 minus 10. 12 minus 10 is 2, right? Unless I go in. Right. So we have the determinant at A. Now we need to find the adjoint. So to find the adjoint at A, that's going to be equal to what?
It's going to be 4 minus 2, 5. Hold on.
That'll be minus 5.
Yeah, minus 5 and then 3 and then 3.
Perfect. So just recalling, you have to swap this diagonal and it will change the signs for the other diagonal. So bringing all of that together, A inverse will be equal to 1 over 2 by 4 minus 2 minus 5 and 3. I like to work it out one time. So A inverse, they don't have to, but I prefer to do it like this. And I taught my classes like this. So here, I'm going to multiply all the terms on the inside by a half now. What is a half by 4?
2.
What is a half by minus 2?
-1.
Right? What is a half by minus 5?
-2.5.
Right? We typically leave it as fractions. A half by 3, that would be 3/2, right?
Yeah.
So we have everything now. Again, if all you want to take screenshots, I'm giving all the ample time to. So it's going to be 2 minus 1 minus 5/2, 3/2. So let's multiply this out here to find for x and y. So you'll say what? Geometry real quick.
2 by 1
2 by 1 plus,
plus -1 by 5,
right?
and then -5/2 by 1
Right?
plus 3/2 by 5.
Right. So on top, that's really simple on top. 2 by 1 is 2. -1 by 5 is -5. 2 minus 5 is,
-3.
in the bottom, we have -5/2 plus 15/2. So when you work that out, you'll get 10/2, and 10/2 is what?
5.
Right? So tell me, what is x and what is y?
X is -3, y is 5.
Right? So all you need to be able to do this for tomorrow. So take a screenshot if you need to. Later. Let me just get it more in frame and make this a little bigger. Yeah, so take a screenshot of this.
Okay.
Okay, so I trust that those of you who need the help in matrices, you feel a little more confident in it now, especially with the multiplication. I understand that this is a lot to get in one night, and you're probably not going to get it, to being realistic, but I hope that you are in a better place now than before. Those who was in an okay place, I hope you're in a better place now. So here, now you should be able to do everything in matrices because you got a good refresher. So take all your screenshots and let me know when to move on. We're going to do circle theorem now. So just go in the chat and see we're going to start circle theorem now. After circle theorem, we'll do functions, and after functions, we'll do ratios. Right, so somebody go in the chat and say that we're going to start circle theorem. Right. Like, all I don't want to do circle theorem again, or? Okay, or they want to do something else then?
You're another circle theorem.
Right, say no more. So we cover everything in matrices essentially. So let me check our way ahead and we do 2025 already. Nicholas, give me a year.
1952.
Nah, you're crazy.
2019.
All right. '19, June or January? And Nicholas, June or January?
June.
June. Wait, I think I know why they say 1952, you know. And I have that question. I did that question. Let me find it. I know why they're saying that. I know for a fact I've done that question. No, I did 2001. This was a very tricky question. I don't want to kill you with this question tonight. I can send a solution, but I don't think something this hard is going to come. So yeah. Right?
Sir, do it. Do it on the live. Do it now. Let me see it.
Are you sure?
You can put me one in anyway.
Nah, sir, I don't know what do that.
Let me get a vote.
Go and kill Winnie Morning anyways. Let me just do it now, please.
Oh, what
I
about
agree.
this question?
You see what I'm looking?
Okay, so are they like fully locked in? Are they ready to do this question then?
Yeah.
Okay. Say no more. There we go. So I need a victim to help me do the question. Need a victim. Who wants to be
I offer my truth. Nicholas, you have to help me.
okay. So this question was from June 2001. So there we go. So get the question I read.
In the diagram above, not drawn to scale, RST and TQV are tangents to the circle QSWXY. Angle RSW is equal to 50 degrees. Angle STQ is 110. And SW is parallel to QY. Calculate, given reasons for your answer, the sizes of the following angles.
Right. So we have to figure out WQS. So WQS, where is WQS? Where's that?
That triangle there.
That will be the angle, right?
Yes, sir.
I need to go with that. All right, so this will be WQS. Now, some of you might be tempted to say that this is 90. And I can smell it. I can smell
I
it.
was not
sir.
looking for a reason to say that.
Are they seeing the same passage center?
No.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I didn't pass through the center.
No, it didn't pass through the center. No, it didn't never pass through the center. Yeah, I didn't make a mistake. It never passed through the center. So automatically, see how did I lose marks? The only time it will pass through the center is if all you see, oh, if you're not seeing that, it's not passing through the center, no matter how convincing it's looking. So
That is so difficult for.
So a lot of they would lose their marks there one time. One time. So I would advise you all to look at what we have. So we need to figure out for WQS. I'm gonna just make some duplicates. Right? Yeah. So we need to find for WQS. That's this angle over here. So I promise it's not as hard as it looks like. I sent the circle theorem. Let me send it back again because I have a bunch of new people. Right.
Wait, sir.
Tell me. Run the thing.
Right. Is QS a chord, sir?
QS, yes, QS is a chord. You're right. But don't see that how that's gonna help, man.
Yeah.
I would
Just watching.
let me give you a big hint right on a lifesaver. If you look at this question, are you seeing tangents?
Yes.
Are you seeing
VTRT.
tangents? Are you seeing any angles between a tangent and a triangle?
S.
Look at the theorem for that. Look at it fast. Look at the theorem for that. You'll see that's the answer I wanted.
The angle between the tangent and the side of the triangle is equal to the interior opposite angle.
That is it. Now, it's not in the picture I sent earlier. I don't have my hint in it, but this is my hint. I'm going to show you all my hint. Anytime you have a circle and you have a tangent, and you have a triangle. So look at my hint, right? So all you see, and I have an angle there, and I have an angle here. The easiest way to figure this out is to draw X. That's the hint. You just simply draw X, and you'll be fine. So this would be the red angle, and this would be the blue angle. So you can take a screenshot of that if you want, or you can take a note of it. So,
Understood, sir.
so I think you could see it now. I think you could see it now. You can see it now.
So that whole thing would be 50? Yes, sir.
That whole thing will be 50. Right? Check it out. Yeah, the same theorem. You want me to go over that one more time, or like you fully see it?
Go over
I
that one more
understand
time,
you.
please. Just for me.
Kuza, I'm not familiar with all your names, yeah? Sorry, but I'm not familiar with all your names. Just when you speak, tell me your name. So, what's your name? A girl was talking just now.
Chelsea.
Chelsea, okay. So, Chelsea, if you look at the theorems I sent, you see any theorems with a tangent? Tell me, you see any theorems that have a tangent in it?
Yes.
Which theorem is that?
The angle between tangents.
Yeah, that one self. So we have a tangent, and do you see an angle being formed between the tangent and a triangle? Tell me if you're seeing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you have that situation, then the angle between will be equal to the interior opposite angle. That's it. So that'll be 50.
Cool.
So yeah, 100%. Good. Right, and again, this is my trick to earlier. I showed you earlier. Just draw X. Just draw X. Let me show you what I mean by X. Chelsea, if we knew, if they wanted us to figure out this angle over here, we would just do that. You see the X I'm talking about? Let me know if you see the X I'm talking about. You just crisscrossing.
Yeah, I am.
So my hint is anytime all you see a tangent and an angle between a tangent and a triangle, just know you could apply that theorem. If anything, just know you could. So this is 50 degrees. And what's the reason for that? I'm waiting. Anybody?
The tangents, the I'm not even trying to say it in my words. The angle between the tangent and the side of the triangle is equal to the interior opposite angle.
Right. So the angle between the tangent and triangle is equal to the interior opposite angle. That's it. So like it really wasn't that bad. I just think I need to get accustomed to seeing the theorems. But granted that the exam is tomorrow, it's kind of concerning. But we're getting practice nonetheless. So let's move on to the second part, WSQ. So WSQ. How are we going to find WSQ? So the next angle they want us to find for is WSQ. Let me see what they're going to do for this. I'm really interested in seeing what they're going to do for this. I'm like excited here. I'm very excited. Again, guys, think back to what I said earlier. Those who was here for like the start like since 12 o'clock. Ollie, what I hear me tell you something about which theorem is that? Theorem 7. Could somebody read theorem 7 to me? Read theorem 7. I see one in purple.
Tangents from a common point to a circle are always equal in length.
So if Ollie was here earlier, Ollie would have heard me say they like to incorporate isosceles triangles into that. So can we see I have tangents starting from the same point, which is T?
Yeah.
So that would make these two sides what?
Equal. So then at Q, that would also have a 50-degree angle.
Wait, no. Take your time. So what we're saying is, we are saying that this triangle is an isosceles, right?
Okay.
What we know about base angles in an isosceles triangle?
Equal. 110. Also the 35.
And I think you can see how we're going to get the answer one time. I think you could see it. Right?
35.
So this could be 35 degrees, and this could be 35 degrees, right? And to get that, you would have said 180 degrees minus 110 degrees divided by 2. So you fully understand that. And if this is 50 and this is 35, how are we going to figure out for this?
Angles in a straight line is equal to 180 degrees.
Yep. So we're going to do that real quick. Circle theorem, low-key fun, you know. It's like trying to spot the pattern or something. It's just fun. So that'll be 180 degrees minus what?
Minus 110, sir.
110? No. 50 plus 35. Check it out again, right? This whole thing is 180. We know that this is 35. I mean, we know that is 50. And we know that this is 35. So wouldn't you want to add up 50 and 35 and take it away from 180?
Yes. Okay. So 95.
Check.
So like I had to sleep.
95 is the correct answer, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, sounding like you really need to sleep. So 95 degrees is the angle. Remember how at the start I was tempted to say the angle was 90. Now what I've seen is not really 90, it's 95. So the answer for that is 95. And what were the theorems we use for that? So we actually used three things. Chelsea, you sounding real awake for some weird reason. I don't know why you sounding so awake. Tell me the theorem we use for that. The main theorem. For question 2, what was the main theorem we used? Which theorem talking about tangents at a common point? Because watch, that's what we have here. Which theorem talking about that?
You can ask somebody else.
Nah, you go figure it out. Look at the theorems and see if you see a diagram with two tangents coming from the same point. I know you could do it. Take your time and you could find it.
Tangents in the common point.
Yeah, that one. That's it. See, you could figure it out. Tangents from a common point. Right, continue. Tangents from a common point. In this case, where's the common point? Where did it start from? Where did the tangents start from? Okay, I think I hit in like a wall here.
I say hitting a very hard wall right now.
So you can see that it have a tangent here and it have a tangent here. Both of them meeting up at what? At where? Where they meeting up at?
T.
So T is the common point. So tangent from a common point, in this case T, to a circle are always equal in length. Right, and this forms an isosceles triangle. And we use the fact that, so we use this theorem. We said that the sum of angles in a triangle is 180. And we also said that the sum of angles in a straight line is 180. These are all the theorems we use. Right. So we nearly finished, guys. Just two more. Really not that bad. So now we need to figure out for WQY. WQY. So we need to figure out for this angle. Nicholas, you still awake?
Yeah, functional.
Functional, okay. I want you to see if you can figure out how we're gonna find for this. Let me see how bad it is.
I was never really on badness, you know.
No, you just be listening to the song. The baddest Indian, now and forever. Yeah, that you. And you know Trinidad?
Yeah,
It is low-key
I
Trinidad
I
vibe.
see in here as a cyclic quadrilateral.
Nah, that wouldn't help you. I wouldn't help you. I wouldn't.
Um,
Now this one tough. To see this one, you don't necessarily have to use a circle theorem rule.
so,
You're minusing something with 180. I feel Nicholas by.
No. That's not it.
I
No.
feel the triangle WSQ as well, where you find a missing side.
Yeah, now we on to something. You see, Nicholas is a goat. Nicholas is a goat.
Oh, alternate segments.
Yes.
Yes.
I see, I like catching it. They're not that bad off. They're going to get 2 or 1. Nice. So if this is 95 and this is 50, add that up. You should get 145. This should be 35, I think. Just confirm that. I cannot
Yeah,
have.
that's
I'm not that bad off.
I run it mentally, so somebody else had to control.
Just confirm that, Chelsea. Just confirm that. So we're saying that to find for this angle, since we know that this is 95 and this is 50, we'll add up that and take it away from 180 to figure out the missing angle. And we found it to be 35. Just confirm that that's correct. We do that mentally, so we're not sure.
Yeah.
Okay, word.
Yeah.
And for those who not seeing it, they said that these two lines are parallel. If those two lines are parallel, clearly you have an alternating segment. So angles in the alternating segment are equal. So if this is 35, this will be 35. Right? So big up yourself, Nicholas. That was good on your part. So Nicholas, the theorems we used there, we said that so the answer was 35. We used the fact that the sum of angles in a triangle is 180. What else we use? We said that we had to use what segments? Angles and alternating segments are? Right. Now we find for W, X, Y now. So W, X, Y. That one is easy to find for. So now we could utilize all the cyclic quadrilateral.
Cyclic quadrilaterals, yeah.
So, yeah. Guys, be very careful, right? A cyclic quadrilateral has 4 sides. So this is a cyclic quadrilateral. It doesn't have anything to do with this. So you understand what I'm saying, right? This is actually the cyclic quadrilateral.
Oh, okay, so.
See it, right? Because check it out one more time.
Yeah.
1, 2,
Yeah.
4. And so if this is 35, what would this here be?
180 minus 35.
Correct. 180 minus 35. And that will be 145. Yeah, that'll be 145. So that is 140.
So that X thing already had to work hard for me tomorrow, you know. I was mixing up the opposite interior angle for W and Q there.
W and Q. Wait, let me show you how we do this. Watch. You understand it? How much you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you're confused in the exam, just draw real X. That's why you see the X will save you. I see. So yeah. So that'll be 145.
Yes, sir. That's what I see.
So opposite angles in a cyclic quadrilateral add up to 180 degrees. So how you find that was? That was one of the hardest questions in circle theorem. But how you find it was? Think it was manageable?
Also, Raj find harder questions and not food.
Yeah, the same thing. Yeah, the same thing.
Achilles, you have the mock paper on this up. Let's see if I have my mock test.
All right. So is 108. I feel like I hit a wall. A lot of you all reach the mental capacity where it's like, what? 1 plus 1 is 2? How? So I'm trying to strategize here. What all I want to do? I know all I want to do functions and ratios. What all I want to do? All I want to take a little rest, come back, we gotta strategize. Because the mental capacity dropping off. And I have the exam in the morning.
So I feel we should take a break and start back in like 10 minutes.
Okay, so all I feel like that's good, all I good in circle theorem, or I know. Any more?
Do one more.
You say one more?
Celebrate one more now.
Yeah, just one more.
Okay, one more before we take a break.
Yeah.
I will go take a 30 minutes break. A kind of longish break. So somebody take a screenshot of this. Take a screenshot of that. Right, I had a screenshot. Achilles, you had a screenshot. Okay, I think he did bust out. Nicholas, you had a screenshot. Anybody had a screenshot?
Yeah.
Take it by now. Right, and take a screenshot of this. Nicholas, how you find my scrappy handwriting to be? You think it's still legible?
Better than mine.
Ooh. Yeah, let's see how I was writing paper. I was writing neat over here and over on paper is horrible. It's atrocious. When I doing maths on paper, it'll just be like this. Yeah, real crazy. Okay. One last circle theorem question. Oh, this question looking nice, boy. Have some nice questions here. Let me see which one is the hardest one. This one was moderately hard. This one looking nice. No, this one looking, all of them looking nice. I can't choose. I can't choose. Here what we go do we go do this one. This was from 2024. Yeah, this question, I wouldn't say it's insanely hard, but it's not very easy either. So who wants to volunteer to do the question with me? I did say one more. So whoever said one more, I think Olali should help me with this question. I think so. If I'm not hearing nobody, I will move on to functions, you know. I gotta hear somebody.
So I would admit, but I'm looking kind of hard.
Okay, the other question, was it looking easy?
Now, so we do that one. I don't mind.
We used this question already, and it wasn't that bad. And this was one of the hardest questions. So I think we could handle this question. So stay unmuted and let me go. So,
Me?
yeah, is it? Wait, again, it's trouble to remember everybody names and thing. Who's Adriel?
Yeah, let's go, man, Anthony, if you want anything.
Oh, yes, and that you. What school are you from by chance?
Benedict's.
Say that again?
Benedict's College.
Okay, Benedict's, all right. So let me answer this question. So this question is asking us to find the angle KOL. KOL. So we have to find the angle O. How do you propose that?
Well, it's two radius, so it's isosceles triangle. So
Isosceles, yeah.
I seen that's just a form of 90 degree or something. And I think there's a 90 degree there.
Yeah, it would be 90 degrees.
So you're plus 48 and 12, and you're minus it by 90.
Okay, I see what you're doing there. So what you're doing. So just to explain what Anthony's saying, he's saying that, okay, so recognize that we have a tangent, a radius to a tangent. So that would make this whole angle 90. If this entire angle is 90, and this is 12, and this is 48, we could find for this. And if we could find for this, we could add it to 12, we could find for this, and we could find for this. That's what he's saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So, but here what? We know how to find for this small piece. We could just find for this angle one time. So we could just minus 90 from 48. If you minus 90 from 48, what are you going to get? No, I mean to say 48 from 90. What the hell? So that should be 42, right? Just confirm that.
Yeah.
So that would make this 42 as well, right? Because O to K and O to L are both radii. So if this is 42 and this is 42, what would this be?
180 minus 42 times 2.
Right? So 140. What's the English? 180 minus 4, 96 degrees. That's correct? 96?
Yeah.
A brain working boy. So 96. So big up yourself. That was really, really skillfully done. So the answer for KOL is 96 degrees. The theorems we use were the angle between tangents and radius is 90 degrees. We use that. We also use the fact that base angles in an isosceles triangle is equal. Base angles in an isosceles equal. And we also use the fact that the sum of angles in a triangle is 1 triangle to the groups. Right. Is there anybody that did not understand what Anthony did? I'm calling you Anthony. I'm not sure if that's correct. Calling you Anthony.
Yeah.
Is there anybody that didn't understand what he did? I mean, it was kind of hard to see, if I'm being honest. Let me know. Nicholas, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nicholas, did you understand what happened here?
Yeah, easy.
So you had a tangent, so the angle for the tangent would have been 90 to the, I mean, you had a radius and a tangent. The angle between the radius and the tangent is 90. And you know that this is 48. So you could figure out for this angle here. And if you figure out for that angle, since it's an isosceles triangle, that will be 42 as well. So that'll be 42, and the 42 minus from 180, 96, bam. Keely and Kiera, are they still with me? Because I know all they wanted the help in circle theorem, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, good.
That's crazy that all is still here. Big up all yourself. Any all they want me to run back this? Or all they good?
No.
Okay, I take it all they good, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one time. Find the value of each of the following angles, LMN, LMN, LMN. So I need to figure out for this angle over here. Let me hear any suggestions. How would I figure out for that?
I don't know if you have to use the cyclic quadrilateral. I don't know.
All right. So, Anthony, I'm going to blow your mind, right? So check this out. If you notice, and both of them standing up on the same chord KL.
Yeah.
I just trying some stuff here. So if that's the case, this will be 96, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to use that. That's 96. Let me show you the easiest approach.
Okay.
Let me show you the easiest approach of seeing. So opposite angles in a cyclic quadrilateral adds up to 180. If we know that this is 56 and this is 48, right? And we know that this is 180, is it possible to figure out for this angle, which would be opposite to this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So with that being said, what would this angle over here be?
Again, 34 degrees for the small piece, but 34 piece.
Some big piece. Because
Hold on,
because look at what we're interested in, right? So what we're interested in. So if we find for this angle, that would give us that. Check it out.
Yeah.
So 56 plus 48, that is 90, that's 140, that's 76. Supposed to be 76.
Yeah, you're 76.
Right? So if this is 76, then we could easily figure out what this is, right? So this minus 76, which is 104 degrees. Right. So you okay with that? Good. Right, so that is 104. So notice it just said find. They didn't say state a reason, they just said find. So that's just 104 degrees. Let's move on to angle KLO now. KLO. KLO. What we find for that already? That's 42. That was real simple. 42 degrees. And MLK. Kira, I'm looking at you because you know where your username is. Kira? I'm real curious where our name come from because that's crazy.
I think I made that account in like 2020. I can't remember the background around that.
But anyways, let me keep pushing, right? Let me keep pushing. So we want to figure out for MLK. Let me get like a fresh diagram, right? We want to figure out for MLK. So we're dealing with this triangle. So MLK, that's this angle over here. So let me just put in some stuff that we know. All I think I'm gonna use this diagram without all being totally confused. I feel like it will be okay if I use this diagram since it have everything on it. Or like,
yeah.
okay. So we want to find for MLK, right? MLK, MLK, that's this angle over here. So we considering this triangle. Right? LQ. Somebody tell me, and we could figure out for this because if you recall, these two are standing up on the same chord KL. So this over here, that would be 96 degrees. Additionally, we could figure out what the angle here is. So let me show you what I mean. If this whole thing is 90, and this is 12, and this is 48, then 12 plus 48 is 60. 60 take away from 90 is 30. So this angle over here is 30 degrees. So this is 30 degrees. And so that's 30 degrees. We could just say 30 plus 96, which is 126. So that will be 60. No, 126. That will be 54. So this is 54 degrees. Anybody can confirm that that's correct? So MLK is 54 degrees.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, wood. So let me just reiterate how I did it. These two are standing on the same chord KL. So we know that this is 96, so that will make this 96. And so we're dealing with this triangle now. So we know that this is 96 degrees. Additionally, we know that we're dealing with a tangent and a radius here. So that whole thing will be 90. We know what the 12 is, and we know what the 48 is. That being said, if we take away, if we add up those and take it away, we'll be left with 30 degrees. So if this is 30 and this is 96, all they have to do, just add up 30 and 96 and subtract it from 180. And you'll get 54 degrees. Haley, you could believe I could do mental maths like this, but when I need grocery, I struggle. You could believe that?
What do you mean you're struggling in the grocery? That's crazy.
I don't know, like when they ask me questions, I'll be like, I think it's my inability to pay attention to people. Sometimes the wait, the cashier go tell me something, and I'll be like, wait, what? Yeah. But I really good at mental maths. I surprised. I had to go practice in the grocery. Tomorrow I'll go in the grocery and practice my mental maths.
That's 15 times 12.
15 times 12? That's 900.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know how I do that?
You multiply it. Okay, now how you do it?
Wait. I already figured the question, but I did find the answer. So it was 15 by 12, right?
Yeah, it's actually 180.
Right. 15 by 12. So 15, so I would break up 12 into 3 by 4. So then I would say 15 by 4. 15 by 4 is, okay, my brain's starting to crash.
Yeah, you're crashing mines too.
Crashing.
I think I know where you're coming from though. I saw some video about it.
So what I would do is, I would say 15 by 6, that's 90. And well, 15 by 6 is 90, that'll be 180. That's what I would do. I didn't do that at the start. But yeah, 15 by 6 is 90, 90 by 2 is 180. Yeah, that's all I would do. So in my head, I just run through all the possibilities and multiply it back to get the answer. Quick. Right. So we know that MLK, that sounds like milk. I need some milk. It's 4 degrees. I really tweaking, guys. And KNM. Let me look at KNM. So KNM would be over here. Could somebody tell me how we would find for that? Or do you guys need me to point out any direction? So they want us to find for K and M. Look at
So would it be like the exterior angle? There's no the angle between the tangent and the side of the triangle.
you could use that, you know. Yeah, you could use that. But it has to be
You could just use the cyclic quadrilateral again.
you could use the cyclic quadrilateral, but I want to answer her because that's how she saw it. So you are saying that we could use the angle between the tangent and the triangle. You have to be very careful with that.
Yes, sir.
You have to be very, very careful with that. Because the 48 degrees is for this triangle, is not for this triangle. But is it possible to figure out the angle here?
So we didn't find it like the 30 degrees for the angle in between.
We did. So you can say 78 and that'll be 78.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big up yourself. So there are multiple ways you could see it, right? So this is 30 degrees here. Right? So this would be 78. So you think maths actually kind of low-key cool? Like the amount of different ways you could get the same answer. I push them a lot. I think I pushed them a lot by saying maths fun. Right? So let's see if we'll get the same answer if we use cyclic quadrilaterals. So we know that this is 54. Wait, this would be something all right. Something, I don't know. Slowly. Okay, we have an anomaly here. We have an anomaly. Let me take my time and analyze what's going on. 54, 96, 13. Because if I were to use cyclic quadrilaterals, I'll get a really big answer for this. Somebody go on fast math solutions and see what the answer was. I think that's weekend, but I think the answer would be 78. This is 2024 question 90. Right, so right. Okay, wait, we hit the functions just now. Right, we hit the functions just
So
now.
I don't understand something.
Say that again?
I don't understand how you got KML to be 96.
You don't understand how I get key L to be 96?
Yeah.
Check this out, right? If you notice, and both of them standing on the same chord.
Yeah.
Oh wait, oh yeah, you bring up a valid point there. That can't be 96. Because for that rule to apply, it would have had to, yeah, that's a valid issue. It really supposed to be, so the angle at the circumference will be half the angle at the center. I think that's our mistake. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we have an angle at the center here, and we have an angle at the circumference. Kaylee, I really losing my mind, you know. I would not make a mistake like that. That's crazy. Let me just like speed run the question. Let's go on speed run the question quickly, like very, very fast. Like with insane speed. 3, 90, 12, 1, 2, 50 degrees. That's going to be 30, 12, 42, 42, 84. 84 plus 84. 84 by 2, 168. 96 degrees. So that's 96. Right? So Healy, if this is 96 degrees, how much this angle over here will be? Since it's at the circumference. Some of us. The angle at the circumference is what the angle at the center. Okay, I'm hearing from Healy.
48.
48, right? That'll be 48. And so if we know that this is 30 and we know that this is 48, you will add up 30 and 48, which is 78, 78, that'll be 102. Right. Now we talking. Now you'll get the 78 degrees. Yeah. Right. Right. Everybody okay now? Let me know if all the confusion is cleared up. So if you look at it like this, and you see that the angle between the triangle and the tangent is equal to the interior opposite angle, right? This could be 78. You will get through like that. And alternatively, since this is a cyclic quadrilateral, the opposite sides have to add up to 180, so you get back the same answer. The girl that pointed out the mistake, tell me if you're satisfied now. Everything working out.
Yes, sir. You saw not agree.
Thank you for fixing the error. I appreciate that. Ready for them tomorrow. Ready for them. Right? So we're good. We're good. So KNM is 78 degrees. All right, cool. So I'll leave a 30 minutes break and then we're gonna come back to functions, what I want to do. Whatever they want to do. What's the best strategy? What do you feel like all you need? For those who feel like they can't make it, I think all they should go take a rest. For the crazy ones, or they could stick around and I'll answer all the questions. Don't feel peer pressured into staying because all their friends staying. Everybody had to know what they need and what is good for them and beneficial. So guys, if all they feel like all they need a rest, go take the rest. If all they feel like if all they know all themselves well and they could pull out all nighter and they can still perform, they can stay and I'll help. Decide what's best for you.
Rajeev, we should take like a 10-minute break, 30 minutes, like 10 or something.
10 minutes break?
Because I feel like you need a break too. Like a little sip of water, you know?
Yeah.
You're not here to the man,
Oh my god. I feel like I get like 10 times blind. I take off my glasses on. Oh my god.
After the break, we go on a little functions, equal and them with the functions.
Well, hit them with the functions. Right? Oh my god. Look, trauma from UV. Wake up. 147. I feel like the reason why I could do this so well is because sometimes I pull 3 all-nighters in a row when I'm studying for UV. Yeah. Nicholas, you think you could do that? 3 all-nighters in a row?
I just do that normally.
That's crazy. I never used to do that when I was like your age. That's crazy. You're bad, you're bad. So take a 10 minutes break and come back at 1:45 and we'll hit the functions.
Let's see.
All right, we back in. Let me go. Functions. All right. So, you send a message on the chat saying now starting functions. So it's 146. Let me hear how much people let's have remaining here that need help with functions. Drop out one in the chat if you need help with functions. Okay, I see a lot of people need help with functions. Okay, so let's not waste any time. I need somebody to be like a co-host so I wouldn't fall asleep. So somebody who need help with functions, unmute and let me go. I need a volunteer. Any volunteers? I see somebody on mute. Like somebody on mute. Eric. I see you on mute there. Ready to mash up the functions? Okay, I think that was a mistake then. Come now, you can do it. I promise, like it's so easy. You don't have to be scared. Okay, anybody? Anybody wants to do functions? Okay. I will start. And if all you want to volunteer, I could volunteer. So what exactly is a function? A function is an expression where you plug in a value for x and you get an output. And we call the output y. So a function consists of the domain and the range. So the domain consists of your x values and your range consists of your y values. And to go from x to y, you would use the regular function f to x. If I wanted to go from y to x, I would use the inverse function f inverse x. So you need to be aware of this. Right, so in this question, they're saying that a domain, which is a set of x values, so this is a set of x values, is given by f of x is equal to a half x minus 3. What is the value of f of 1? So I want to let us see something. If I write f of 1 and I overlap it with f of x, you're realizing that we're just replacing x for 1. So anywhere that you see x, you're just going to replace it for 1. So f of 1 is just going to be a half by 1 minus 3. So a half by 1 is just a half, and a half minus 3 will be 2.5, which is 5 over 2. So if you understand this, drop a 1 in the chat. This is the most basic definition of a function. You put something into a function, you get an output. So whatever is inside the brackets, you're replacing x for that. Okay, cool. So we're going to continue. Find the value of x for which f of x is equal to minus 2. So they want us to find the value of x for which f of x is equal to minus 2. So they are telling us that f of x is equal to minus 2. I want you all to remember and recall that f of x was equal to a half x minus 3. And so now they are saying that f of x is minus 2. So I'm going to replace f of x with minus 2. So I'm going to say minus 2 is equal to a half x minus 3. But to make it a little simpler, I'm just going to put the half x on the left-hand side. So I'm going to say a half x minus 3, and that's equal to minus 2. So let me understand what's going on. This f of x is equal to a half x minus 3. F of x is also equal to minus 2. So since this is f of x and this is equal to f of x, I can make an equation. So a half x minus 3 is equal to minus 2. Now I want to find for x. So if I want to find for x, I want x to be the only term on the left-hand side. So that being said, I'll take the negative 3 and I'll move it across. So if I move across negative 3, that's going to be negative 2 plus 3. And so a half of x is going to be minus 2 plus 3 is 1. So guys, if I tell earlier, half of the cost is 50, and to figure out the full cost, I'll go say 100. So if half of x is 1, then x will be equal to 2. You didn't even have to do any maths. You could just use common sense. But if you wanted to understand it from a mathematical perspective, if I have a half and I want to find for 1, I would multiply by 2 on both sides, because a half multiplied by 2 makes a whole. So a half x is equal to 1, so the full thing would be equal to 2. So if anybody is confused, let me know. Drop a 1 if you understand. Drop a 1 if you understand this. If you want me to recap. All right. Cool. So I'm going to move on. An ordered pair. Let me just check the comments there. Right. So an ordered pair for the function is expressed in the form AB. So let me explain what they're talking about by ordered pair. So watch this, right? An ordered pair is just the x value and the y value. So in other words, what x value did I plug in to get the answer? So for instance, in question 1, I plugged in x is equal to 1. And by plugging in x is equal to 1 into f of x, I got y out of it, and y was equal to 5 over 2. So the ordered pairs for that would be 1, 5 over 2, where the first one is the x and the second one is the y. So that's ordered pairs. So an ordered pair for the function is expressed in the form a comma b, where a is the x and b is the y. Using your answers to a part 1 and a part 2, or otherwise, list the ordered pairs for the function f. That's crazy. We didn't even read the question out and we figured out the answer. So the answer for this could just be 1, 5 over 2. And we need to state the ordered pair for part 2 as well. So again, the ordered pair is just the x value followed by the y value. So in part 2, they wanted us to find the value of x for which f of x is minus 2. So I want somebody to unmute for this one instance. Could anybody unmute? I want to ask a question. Any brave souls? Any brave victims? I'm real scared. I wouldn't bite anybody. Although I am.
Wait, so what we doing?
We're doing functions. We're doing functions. You want to step in?
Oh, we're doing number 3? Okay, I don't even know how to do number 3, I think.
Okay, number 3 is actually really simple. I know I'm saying everything simple, but trust me, I would say something is hard. So you understand in the first question, I just plug in 1 into it. And so x is equal to 1 and y is 5 over 2. You're good.
Yeah.
Ordered pair is 1, 5, 2. Now in part 2, they're telling us to find the value of x when f of x is equal to minus 2. You understood how I did this?
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question, right? I found x to be equal to 2. So take a wild gamble. What do you think y would be equal to? And look at this whole question.
I don't know. I don't know why it will be.
All right, so you understand that y is whatever you just get when you plug in x, right?
Yeah.
So according to this logic, they're saying find the value of x for which f of x is minus 2. So they want you to find the value of x for which f of x is minus 2. So once we found x to be 2,
Yeah.
that would have given you minus 2. So minus 2 there is the y value. So f of x is the y value. Might be a little hard to understand, but let me try to explain it one more time.
No, I see.
So you understand that they ask you to find for x, and to find for x, they would have to give you y. So this what is y. So then the ordered pair for this would be 2 comma minus 2. The x first, then the y. Right, and that's it. Easy 2 marks. Say good?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Explain why f of x cannot be equal to 5 for the function specified on page 13. Cannot be equal to 5. Oh, okay, that's simple. So, the guy that was talking just now, again, I'm not really good with names.
Yeah. Anthony.
Oh, you the same fella that keep answering. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, in the question, didn't they give us a domain?
Yeah, so 5 not possible. Yeah.
Because 5 does not belong to the set A. To be in fancy, you could write that. Or you could just simply 5 does not belong in it. 5 is not part of the domain. 5 is not part of the domain. If you recall, you could say domain A 1, 2, 3. Right? And you could say 5 is not an element of A. But that's like using fancy notation. Or you could just simply say 5 is not in the domain. Yeah, that's it. So that's it. 5 is not in the domain here. You get answer one time. That's a 1 mark question. Cool. Let's move on to another functions question. 2023 fit. Straight into it. All right, this is a really nice function question. So, Anthony, you want to help me with this question too or not? You want to volunteer?
Yeah. It's all looking easy, I think.
Well, there we go. So they want us to find g of x minus 2. So let me just remind you something. Whatever you have inside the brackets of a function is what you're going to replace x with. So take, for instance, if I had to find f of 2, anywhere I see x, I replace x with what?
X minus 2. Wait, 2.
I just do a simple example to break everybody in. So that'll be 4 by 2 minus 1. So you understand whatever I have inside the brackets is what I replace an x with. Nothing changes with something like x minus 2. Nothing changes. So remind me, what is g of x? What is the original function g of x? G of x is equal to what?
X squared minus 5.
Right? And so in this question, what are they asking us to replace x with?
X minus 2.
Right. So all I mean is anywhere I see x, I'm just going to write x minus 2 instead. Now you need to put brackets here. You need to put brackets here because x minus 2 is a term by itself. And you need to expand it using binomial expansion. So some of you might say x squared minus 4, but don't do that. What you're doing, you're doing madness. X minus 2 squared means x minus 2 by x minus 2 minus 5. So to expand something like this, you would say x by x. Some of you probably learned in school as FOIL. Right? You'd say x by x, then x by minus 2, then minus 2 by x, then minus 2 by minus 2. So, Anthony, let me do that real quick. So when you expand that out, you're going to get x by x. X by x is x squared. You're going to get x by minus 2. That's minus 2x. Again, minus 2 by x is minus 2x again. And minus 2 by minus 2 is plus 4, minus 5.
Mm-hmm.
You see any like terms over there?
Yeah.
So some like terms you see in Tama, give me some examples.
Well, we mean like terms like the middle, like a minus 2x is
Okay.
minus 4.
So these are example of like terms because they are both x terms. These are example of like terms because they are constants. So you understand what I mean? I can't, you see,
Yeah.
you're not seeing any other x squared terms, so you don't have any other like terms for x squared. But we see in 2x terms and we see in 2 constants. So those are like terms. So minus 2x is minus 4x, and plus 4 minus 5 as minus 1. So that's g of x minus 2. If any of you guys are confused by it, let me know. I think the expansion is the hardest part. Drop in the chat a 1 if you understand. Drop a 1 in the chat if you understand. Okay. Okay, I'll go it over one more time. One more time. In the meantime, I'll try f inverse 11 and send the answer to me. So the gist of a function is that whatever you have inside the brackets is what you're going to replace the x with. So inside the brackets, we have x minus 2. So anywhere you see x, you're going to replace the x with x minus 2. So g of x minus 2, that is going to be equal to, again, x minus 2 squared minus 5. If we compare the original expression with that, you'll see what I mean. The original expression contained x in it, but we have x minus 2 now inside the brackets. So we will replace the x with x minus 2. So you can see I replaced the x with x minus 2. Now, anytime you have a binomial term squared, you need to expand it. So how would you expand x minus 2 squared? If any of you are confused, let me show you something. 5 squared is the same thing as 5 by 5. So x minus 2 squared is the same thing by x minus 2 by x minus 2. And if you want to expand that, you follow these steps. So you follow the direction of the arrows. So to expand that, I would say x by x is x squared. I would say x by minus 2, that's minus 2x. I'd say minus 2 by x, that's minus 2x again. And minus 2 by minus 2 is plus 4. Oh, sorry, I don't think I'll see in the screen there. I'll just fix that. Okay, any minute now, I should be able to see the screen. So if you expand this out, x by x is x squared, x by minus 2 is minus 2x, minus 2 by x is minus 2x, and negative 2 by negative 2 is plus 4. These are things you can plug into your calculator, like negative 2 by negative 2. Right? And if you notice, we have two like terms, minus 2x and minus 2x. If this is confusing you, go into your calculator and put minus 2, again minus 4. So this simplifies to minus 4x plus 4. So that is what x minus 2 squared is. You can go aside and work it if you want. So I just now found what x minus 2 squared is in its simplest terms. So I'm going to replace that. So that's going to be x squared minus 4x plus 4 minus 5. So I have two numbers over here. So in the calculator, you're going to put 4 minus 5, and you'll get minus 1. So that's the answer in its simplest form. I try. try. So again, with functions, whatever you have inside the brackets, you're going to replace it. You're going to replace what you have with what? With x. So let me hear from somebody that's confused. So Jadon, can you unmute so I could figure out where you're getting confused at? I'm gonna figure it unmute so I could guide you. If I don't unmute, I can't really help you much. I could just try to explain it again and again, but I might just end up doing the same thing again and again. I don't think I'll help you. Okay, I'm not hearing anybody. So, okay. But I think I'll explain this in the simplest way I could. In a function, whatever you have inside the brackets, you have to replace that with x. So inside the brackets, I have x minus 2. So I'm going to replace that with x. So I said x minus 2 squared minus 5. Now, the exam is later today. You should have been able to expand expressions like this by now. So x minus 2 squared, that means x minus 2 by x minus 2. You're supposed to be able to expand that. If you can't understand it, we gotta move on, and you'll just have to try to learn what you could. But I don't think it's possible to learn anything entirely new. You have to be realistic. So let's move on. They want us to find f inverse of 11. So to find f inverse of 11, what I would do is I would first find f inverse of x. So our original expression was f of x is equal to 4x minus 1. So I'm going to run through the steps on how to find the inverse. The first step is to let f of x be equal to y. So I'm going to say y is equal to 4x minus 1. The next step is to swap x and y. So anywhere I see y, I'm going to put x. Anywhere I see x, I'm going to put y. So x will be equal to 4y minus 1. And the last step is to make y the subject of the formula. So right now, I have x is equal to 4y minus 1. To make y the subject of the formula, I would have to, let me show you a little trick, right? If we're trying to find for something and it's the unknown, we are accustomed to it if it's on the left-hand side. So look at this example. If I say 7 is equal to 1 plus 6, that makes perfect sense. Another way I could write that, I could say 1 plus 6 is equal to 7. So why I showed you all that is so that I could show you this. Another way I could write this is 4y minus 1 is equal to x. And this is a much friendlier form. So we want to find for y, so you move across the minus 1. If I move across the minus 1, it's going to become plus 1. Now I have 4y. I want to find for 1. So to find for 1y, I would divide both sides by 4, right? Because the 4 and the 4 would cancel off. So y is equal to x plus 1 over 4. And that is the inverse function. So the inverse function is x plus 1 over 4. And so to find for f inverse of 11, you're just plugging in 11 into that. So I would say 11 plus 1. So again, anyway I see x, I'm going to replace it for what's inside the brackets. So 11 plus 1 over 4. 11 plus 1 is 12, and 12 over 4 is 3. So your answer is 3. So let me run that back one more time. So when you're finding the inverse function, you're going to let the function be equal to y. So we got y is equal to 4x minus 1. Then you have to swap x and y. So anywhere I see y, I'm going to write x. Anywhere I see y, I'm going to, wait, I've seen that twice. Anywhere I see y, I'm going to write x. Anywhere I see x, I'm going to write y. So we got x is equal to 4y minus 1. Your last step is to make y the subject of the formula. Now we have x is equal to 4y minus 1. If I want to make y the subject, it'll be better if it's on the left-hand side. So I'm going to switch around this, so I end up with 4y minus 1 is equal to x. To find for 4y, I would have to move across the minus 1, and I end up with 4y is equal to x plus 1 over 4. The reason why I'm saying over 4 is because I have 4y and I want to find for 1y. So if I have 4 of something and I want to find for 1, I will divide it by 4. So that's why I divided both sides by 4. So I got the inverse function to be x plus 1 over 4. And so f inverse of 11 would have been 11 plus 1 over 4, which is 12 over 4, which is 3. So if you understood anything by that, drop a 1 in the chats. At this point, if you can't understand this at all, my advice is don't try to cram it. Focus on other things you're good at. Okay, cool. So take a screenshot if you want, and I'm going to move on. So the next question, they want me to find the value of h of 1. Now this is looking very complicated. So I'm going to show you all how to make this very simple. So another way I could write that is h of 1. So what we can do is we could find h of 1 and we could work that aside. So if you all recall, h of x is equal to 3 to the power x. So h of x is equal to 3 to the power x. So what we could do is we could come aside and we could find h of 1. So h of 1 would be 3 to the power 1. Could somebody tell me what 3 to the power 1 would be? 3 to the power 1.
I don't know if it's 3. I have no clue.
Yeah, that's 3. That's 3. And you can plug that into your calculator. 3 to the power 1 is 3. So here what, right? You're probably asking me, why would I need to find h of 1? So I could replace h of 1 with 3. And it's looking much more simpler than this. What do you think? What looking simpler? H of 1 or h of 3? Probably ask me h of 3 looking simpler. So what this means is anywhere I see x in h of x, I'm going to replace it with 3. So this will be equal to 3 to the power 3. What this means 3 by 3 by 3, which is 27. So that's how I did the question. Right, so I'm going to explain it one more time. They want us to figure out the value of h of 1. So what you can do is you can go aside and work h of 1. So h of 1 means anywhere I see x, I'm going to replace it with 1. So that will be 3 to the power 1. 3 to the power 1 is just 3. So that being said, I can replace h of 1 for 3. And so h of 3 just means anywhere I see x in h of x, I'm going to replace it with 3. So h of x was 3 to the power x. So h of 3 would be 3 to the power 3. And 3 to the power 3 means 3 by 3 by 3, which is 27. So if you understood anything by that, drop a 1 in the chat. Right? Anything at all. At this point, anything you learn could help you. All right. So the function f is defined as follows. Complete the table below to plot the graph for the function f of x is equal to x squared minus x minus 2. So we have a bunch of x values, and they're asking us to find f of x. So what that means is you have to take x and plug it in into f of x. Let's do a sample. Let's do an example, right? And then you all could figure out minus 2 and 0. So I'm going to use the example of 3. So if I plug 3 into f of x, what that means is anywhere that I see x, I'm replacing it with 3. So I hope y'all could see it. And so 3 squared is 9. And 9 minus 3 minus 2. Minus 3 minus 2 is minus 5. And 9 minus 5 is 4. So you see, it works out. So to fill out the rest of the table, you have to take the value for x and plug it in into the function. So to work out f of minus 2, anywhere that I see x, I'm just going to replace it with minus 2. So f of x was equal to x squared minus x minus 2. And we want to find for f of minus 2. So anywhere that I see x, I'm going to write minus 2. Now, this is good practice. Anytime you have a negative value, you should probably put it in brackets. So we have negative 2 squared, right? Minus, open bracket, negative 2 minus 2. So minus 2 squared is 4. Minus minus 2 is plus 2. And we have minus 2. So you have 2 minus 2, that's 0. So your final answer is 4. So this is 4. To figure out f of 0, anyway you see x, you'd replace it with 0. So that's going to be f of 0, and that's going to be 0 squared minus 0 minus 2. So 0 minus 0 is 0, so the only thing you'll be left with is minus 2. So the answer here is minus 2. So if you understand that, drop a yes in the chat, or a 1. So again, you just replace any x for what value you have. It's real simple. Okay, cool. So now we have to do a little sketch. So they want us to use a scale of 2 centimeters to represent 1 unit on both axes. So I'm just going to do this question really quickly. Right, so the first point is minus 2, 4. So minus 2, 4. Minus 2, 4 would be over here. Minus 2, 4. The other point is minus 1, 0. So minus 1, 0 would have meant I moved 1 space to my left and I didn't move up or down because the y value is 0. So that'll be right here. The other point is 0 minus 2, which would have meant that I didn't move left or right because the x value is 0, but it would mean that I moved 2 spaces down because the y value is minus 2. So that's our point over there. 1 minus 2 would be this point over here. 2, 0. 2, 0 would have meant that I moved 2 spaces to the right on the x-axis, but 0 spaces up or down. So that would be right here. And the last one is 3, 4, which would have meant I moved 3 spaces to the right and then 4 up. Right, so if I do a little sketcheroo, it is a really poor sketch, but that's what it's supposed to look like. So that's it for that functions question. Okay, so let's continue to another functions question. Let me pick a random here. I'm feeling lucky. Let me go 2017. 2017 have a nice rotation question, but we're not going to bother with that. We already handled that scene. We focus on functions. Right. Anybody alive are willing to do this question, Mama? Since earlier, kind of see how functions work? Let me know. Anybody willing to try something? Anybody willing to risk it for the biscuit?
So there is 2 functions in one.
Yeah, it only looking hard, but it's very simple.
Yeah, that's easy.
It's real simple, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna work it in parts. So let me work f of 3 first.
Mm-hmm.
F of 3, that just means anywhere I see x, I'm gonna write what?
Alright, I get 1 for the answer, but you're right, I'm back. Wherever you say x, you're writing 3.
right? So a third of 3 is 1. 1 minus 2 is minus 1. So that's f of 3. And the next one, we're going to find f of minus 3. So that will be equal to a third by minus 3 minus 2. So
Yeah.
minus 1 minus 2
minus 3.
So since we know what f of 3 is, f of 3 is minus 1, and we have to add that to f of minus 3, and f of minus 3 was minus 3. So minus 1 plus minus 3 is minus 4. It's supposed to get minus 4. Check that back one more time. So if I understand this, drop a 1 in the chat. So what I had to do, I had to find for f of 3 separately, and I found for f of minus 3 separately, and then I added the 2. So, Anthony.
Yeah, I see how I get that.
So, you good, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's very simple. Functions is one of the most simple topics in maths. Right, so Anthony, let's move on to this one. Calculate the value of x for which f of x is 5. We did a question very similar to this. So 5 will be my x or my y value.
Your x.
No. In the
The y
question,
value.
they asked us to find for x. This over here is the y value. Y is 5. So they are telling us that f of x is 5. So they are telling us that y is equal to 5. Right? So what we're going to do is we're going to make an equation. If you recall, and f of x is equal to a third x minus 2. If that's what f of x is equal to, and they are telling us that f of x is equal to 5, look at what I'm going to do. I am going to say a third x minus 2 is equal to 5. So let me run that back one more time. F of x is equal to a third x minus 2. Now they are telling us that f of x is also equal to 5. So I could say that a third x minus 2 is equal to 5. Let me know if you comprehend that. If you're confused by that, let me know. So all I'm doing, instead of writing f of x, I'm writing 5. Now some of you are probably wondering, well, if that is the case, why didn't I write 5 is equal to a third x minus 2? Now I could write that, but it's simpler when the unknown is on the left-hand side. So I suppose you could write that, and then in the next line, you could say, if you just swap it, so you could say a third x minus 2 is equal to 5. Yeah, and then we could find for x. So, Anthony, how will we find for x from this point? So from this point here, how are we going to find for x?
I get my answer, but I cannot forget what I do.
All right, so you need to make x the subject. It's the only thing on this side. So we had to move across the minus 2. So a third x will be equal to 5 plus 2.
Oh, yeah, I remember now.
So 5 plus 2 is 7. So if a third of x is 7, then x would be equal to 7 by 3, which is equal to 21. So the ordered pairs here would be, in case they ask, is 21, 5. Because the x value is 21 when y is 5. Remember, guys, f of x is equal to y. F of x tells you the y value. So when you plug an x value into a function, you get the y value. So they gave us the y value, and using that, we were able to find the x value. If I need you to clear up anything, let me know. We did a question similar to this, but that's okay. If I need me to clear up anything, now is a chance. Tell me, have anything on you want me to clear up? Drop a 1 in the chat if you understand, drop a 7 if you don't understand.
Sir,
Yeah, let me hear.
so if anytime you're calculating to find x, this would be the same equation that I create.
Yeah,
to
it's the same
find
equation
x.
you gotta create. Because
So
what? Yeah. So anytime they give you the y value, this is the same steps. So you're gonna put the function equal to that value, and then just make x the subject. all the time.
Okay, so thanks.
Yeah. Right? So I want you to be able to see that they gave you the y value because they said f of x was 5. And on top of that, they're asking you to find for x. So if they're asking you to find for x, you think that this is x? Answer my question. If they're asking you to find for x and they give you this, you think this could be x? That makes logical sense?
No.
No, this had to be y. So they give you y. Anytime they give you y and they want to find for x, these are the steps you follow. You're going to put y equal to the function and then make the unknown the subject of the formula. That being said, let's move on to part 3. Right. So in part 3, they want us to find the inverse function for x, for f of x. So f of x, if we recall, f of x was equal to a third x minus 2. A third x minus 2. So I'm going to run through these steps again, unless somebody wants to volunteer and tell me these steps. Anybody remember the steps to find the inverse function?
Yeah.
Let me hear. So the first thing is?
All right, so you're laying y equals 1 to the x minus 2.
Right.
Then you're interchanging. So, and now you have to make y the subject of the formula. So, yeah.
So what I'm going to do, I just want to swap it around, right? I'm going to say y minus 2 is equal to x. It's the same thing as this, it's simpler. So what next to do?
Well, I put 3y is equals to x plus 2 because you're making y the subject of the formula.
Yeah, I think you mean a third y is equal to x.
Yeah.
Right? So a third y would be equal to x plus 2. If you want to find for something, that should be the only thing on that side. Minus 2 has no business being there. So we have a third y is equal to x plus 2. Now we have a third of y. So if you have a third of y, how would you find for the whole thing? So think about it. If you have a third of something, how do you find the total cost? They would just say, I tell it, that cost $20 was a third of the price. How do you go find the full price?
Multiply by 3.
So multiply by 3. So all you had to do is multiply both sides by 3. If you can't see it like that, watch. Third by a third, I'll cancel off and I'll get 1. Right? So y would be equal to 3x plus 6. So I multiply everything by 3. Whatever you do on one side, you have to do on the other side, and you have to do it to all the terms. So that being said, f inverse x would be 3x plus 6. That's your answer there. Yeah. So anybody confused or all you understand? Drop in the chat if you understand, if you're feeling okay. I don't know. I'm gonna do probably 2 more functions question and call it I could call it a night, but if any other crazy and all you want to do any more work, I could. But again, if all you feel like all you need sleep for the exam tomorrow, go and get sleep. I don't want all you to be brain dead in the exam tomorrow. That would be really bad. So all you understand what I did here to find for f inverse x? I don't see anybody in the chat, so that kind of worrying, but we had to keep pushing. So I'm gonna look for another question. Maybe January 2020, perhaps. Okay, we have a nice question here. Right. So they want us to find the value of f of 4 plus f of minus 4. This is extremely similar to the question we just now did, coincidentally. And so you're going to work it in parts. So we're going to say f of 4 And again, whatever you have inside the brackets, you're going to replace x for that. We have 4 instead of x, so anywhere I see x, I'm going to put 4. So I want somebody to tell me this answer, and I want somebody to tell me f of minus 4. F of minus 4 would be 2 by minus 4 plus 7 over 5. So I want somebody to tell me the answer for both.
F of 4 will be equals to 3.
That's correct. And f of minus 4? What f of minus 4 be? So the same person that answered f of 4, try to figure out what f of minus 4 is. Quick, quick. So let me work this out. So 2 by minus 4 is minus 8. Minus 8 plus 7, minus 8 plus 7, that should be minus 1. So that should be minus 1 over 5. Can somebody confirm that they're getting minus 1 over 5?
Yes, yeah.
All right, would. So here what? Now that we know what f of 4 is, and we know that f minus 4 is minus 1/5, I could just add them. So my answer will be 3 plus negative 1/5. So that will work out to be 3 minus 1/5. That will be 14 over 5. I think. Just verify that. 14 over 5.
Yes, sir, okay.
Okay, cool. So look at it, soak it in. A question like this will come tomorrow. Make sure you understand what to do. Okay, let's move on. So they want us to calculate the value of x for which f of x is 9. So let me ask you, this 9 over here, is it x or is it y? What is that 9 over there?
Is y.
Y.
Is y.
They are telling us that y is equal to 9. And recall that f of x is 2x plus 7 over 5. So f of x is 2x plus 7 over 5. So I should know how the badnesses go by now. It's the same kind of thing. So they're telling us that f of x is 9. So I'm going to write 9 is equal to 2x plus 7 over 5. Did I confuse anybody? Or is everybody okay? Let me know if you understand what I do. So they tell me that f of x was 9. So f of x is 9. See, I do that. Somebody unmute. Let me get some feedback. Anybody confused? Are you okay?
No, not confused.
You get me scared in here. It's like, no. So I'm just gonna say no, I don't understand. Right? So you look at this, right? And I could potentially write it as a left-hand side. I could write 9 as 9 over 1. I could write 9 as 9 over 1. And I kind of setting up myself for cross multiplication. So I want somebody to tell me, what would 1 by 2x plus 7 be? Let me ask you that question. What is 1 by 5? 1 by 5.
5, it will be the same thing.
With the exact same thing. 1 by anything is itself. So that'll be 2x plus 7. And we go say 9 by 5. What is 9 by 5?
45.
Right? So to find for x, you move across the 7. Right? So 2x will be equal to 45 minus 7. 45 minus 7 is 38. The answer is supposed to be 19. I think. Just verify that. Yeah, somebody just confirm that.
Yeah.
Good. So if I want, now we could be extra here. if we wanted to write this as a pair, as the ordered pairs, it will be what, comma, what?
It will be 19, comma, 9.
Correct, because the x first, then the y. All again, you hang of functions, man. Nice. So now, they're saying hence or otherwise determine the value of f inverse 9. Now, I could show you another method, but I won't because the exam is in the morning. We're going to stick to what we know. So they want us to find f inverse of 9. What that means is we have to find for f inverse. So recall that f of x is equal to 2x plus 7 over 5. Could I have somebody walk me through the steps how to find the inverse? Like quick, you don't have to tell me all the steps, just tell me the lines. Tell me the lines are working. So what would the next line be?
You're letting y equal to the function.
Right, you will say y is equal to 2x plus 7 over 5, right? The next step, you would swap x and y. So I would say x is equal to 2y plus 7 over 5. Let me know if you catch what I just now do. So the first step is to let f of x be y. The second step is to swap x and y. And so now I'm going to set up myself to do cross multiplication. So x is the same thing as x over 1. So we're going to cross multiply. Again, 1 by 2y plus 7 is 2y plus 7. And x by 5 is 5x. Remember, guys, we're making y the subject of the formula. So after you swap, you're making y the subject. So what do I have to do next? What would I have to do if I want to make y the subject?
So just interchange it again.
No. If I want to make y the subject of the formula, I would move across the 7.
It will become minus 7.
Right? So that'll be 5x minus 7. And I have 2y, but I want to find for 1y. So what would I have to do? What's the opposite of multiplying by 2?
Divide.
Dividing by 2 on both sides.
Right? So y is equal to 5x minus 7 over 2. So the inverse function is 5x minus 7 over 2. And with that, we can now find f inverse of 9. So anyway I see x, I'm just going to replace it with 9. So I'm going to say 5 by 9 minus 7 over 2. So 5 by 9 is 45. 45 minus 7 is 38, and you get the same answer. Someone is probably shocked. I go explain why is the same answer. Right? So you're supposed to get back 19. Can any of you all identify why we get the same answer? If you realize it's kind of the same thing, no? Look at the steps. I want you to look at the steps. Wasn't the steps very similar?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is because when we do this, we go in from y to x. Isn't that what the inverse function does? Doesn't the inverse function take the y value and it gives us the x value?
Yeah.
Yeah, and in this, they gave us the y and we found for x. So we effectively, over here, we effectively find the inverse. So it's the same thing. But I feel like all you're comfortable with this. So do this in the exam. Even if it will take more time, do what you're comfortable with. So if I need to take our screenshots, and let me move on. I want to do how much more functions question do you want me to do? 1 or 2? Let me know.
1, sir.
1? Okay, I'll look for a very hard one and we're gonna end off with that. I think I need to go take a rest. If any of all is still crazy and still have real energy, I will be awake till whatever, you could always message me and I will assist. We're gonna pass maths. We're not gonna fail. We're gonna pass maths. Right? We have to pass maths. So that's it there. Let's keep pushing. Hopefully I can find a really hard question. Let me check January. Nah, this question too easy. It's looking hard, but this question actually kind of easy. Actually, let me just speed run something real quick. Speed run something. I feel like all these questions deceivingly simple. I want a hard question. I want a hard question for you. Not that real easy too. Come on, man. I straight have a hard question here. Nah, this is the only question I want to do. Let me get. Right. This is the type of question I want to run through. Right, but before we do that question, let me just go through a very simple question. Guys, functions is easy marks. I really don't want to be losing marks in functions. So let me do one more simple question, then we'll do a very hard question. So the first question is asking us to find f inverse of 19. So f of x is equal to 2x plus 5. So I need to find the inverse function. So the very next line is going to be y is equal to 2x plus 5. Then I'm going to swap the x and the y. So I'm going to say x is equal to 2y plus 5. Then I'm going to make y the subject of the formula. If I want to make y the subject of the formula, I'm going to swap the sides. So I'm going to say 2y plus 5 is equal to x. By doing that, y is now on the left-hand side. So from here, I will just move across the 5. And so 2y would be equal to x minus 5. So if 2y is x minus 5, then y would be half of that. So x minus 5 over 2. And that would be the inverse function. So if we have the inverse function, we could plug in anything into it. So f inverse 19 would just be 19 minus 5 over 2. So 19 minus 5 is 14. 14 over 2 is 7. Guys, everybody should understand what I just did. Drop out one if you understand that. Drop out one if all you understand what happened there, right? Okay, great. Great. Let's say everybody understand that. In part 2, they want us to find gf of 3. Now, to find gf of 3, look at what I'm going to do. Look at what I'm going to do very carefully. So gf of 3 looks very complicated. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go aside and find f of 3. So f of 3 would be equal to 2 by 3 plus 5. 2 by 3 is 6. 6 plus 5 is 11. So another way I could write this, I could write g of 11. Look at that hack. That's a big hack. So f of 3 is 11. So I could write g of 11. And so all we have to do now is look at g of x. G of x is x minus 3. And so anywhere I see x, I'm going to write 11. So that's going to be 11 minus 3 over 2. 11 minus 3 is 8. And 8 over 2 is 4. So that was an easy question before the last functions question. So let me know if all you understood everything I did. Right, so this is the second to last functions question. Understood? Nice. So guys, anytime I have a composite functions question and it's looking hard, what I would advise is find the function aside and then write it back like this. So f of 3 is 11, so I can write this as g of 11, and then I can proceed. Okay. That being said, let's move on to like a S-tier question, which is what I think I might get tomorrow. But I could not just throw it into the ocean. So now that we kind of prepared, let's work with it. Let's work on this question. So we want to find for f inverse x. Find for f inverse x. We do a lot of inverse function questions. Do I have any volunteers? Last function question for the night. Anybody want to volunteer? I take it as I know. Well, I'm going to show you how to do it fast. And I'm going to write the steps because I only got to take a screenshot of this. So the first step is let f of x be equal to y. So I'm going to say that y is equal to 3x all over x plus 1. The next step, you're going to swap x and y. Swap x and y. So if I swap x and y, I'm going to get x is equal to 3y all over y plus 1. So what I'm going to do is I'm setting myself up to cross multiply. So if I multiply 1 by 3y, that's just 3y. And this would be x by y plus 1. So 3y would be equal. Now you see how I have x on the outside? I need to multiply all the terms on the inside by x. So that's going to be xy plus x. Now my mission is to make y the subject of the formula. So make y the subject. Now if I want to make y the subject, I need to have all the y terms on the left-hand side. If you realize you have a y term here, it's not supposed to be there, it's supposed to be on the left-hand side. So I would move across that xy, and that would be 3y minus xy is equal to x. Now notice I have a y over here and I have a y over here. So what I would do is I would factor out the y term from both expressions. If I do that, that'll be 3 minus x equal to x. So this question is as hard as it comes. And so to find for y, I would have to divide both sides by 3 minus x so that it would cancel off. So y is equal to x all over 3 minus x. So my inverse function is x over 3 minus x. Right, so take a screenshot of this. This is something like, I feel like this is something that'll come tomorrow. So I'm gonna run through this question one more time. Now, I need to be honest. I think I need sleep. What I think is the best move. Now, I could do more questions, like on ratios and things, but I think I'll ever learn anything. Be honest. How we feeling?
Yes, I could learn.
You can run that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I certainly could run it. But if you know you need sleep, go and get some sleep. All right. So let me explain this question one more time. So it's the same steps. The part that kind of confused most people is from here, which is kind of like most of the question. So the first step, you're going to say let f of x be y. So that's how I got y is equal to 3x over x plus 1. The next step, you're going to swap x and y. So I ended up with x is equal to 3y over y plus 1. Did I lose anybody over here? Is everybody okay up to this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. You understand that you can see how I'm setting up myself for cross multiplication. You can see it.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So,
sir.
so I would say 1 by 3y, 1 by anything is itself, so 3y, right? And I have x by y plus 1. You didn't have to write this. You could have jumped straight to this, right? So you could have say x by y is xy and x by 1 is x. But I do the full working for you. So we have 3y is equal to x by y plus 1. If you were to expand that, we'll get 3y is equal to xy plus x. You're trying to make y the subject. Anything with y should be on the left-hand side. So I'm seeing xy over here. So I will move it across. So that'll be 3y minus xy equals x. Now, if you guys notice, I'm seeing a y term. I'm seeing a y in both terms. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to factor out the y. If I factor out the y from 3y, that's 3. If I factor out the y from minus xy, that's minus x. That being said, I want to find for y. So I need to divide by something that would cancel off with the 3 minus x. So to do that, I would divide both sides by 3 minus x, and that's how I got my answer. So f inverse x is x over 3 minus x. Feel like all you should understand that. Yeah. One in each chat to probably understand that. That's as hard as it gets. I don't think it will come any harder than that. Right? Cool. So take all your screenshots and I'll give all you like a 5 minutes break and we'll come back to what I want to do. Ratios. Let me know how things looking. Ratios or what other topic? The remaining people. What topic's giving all the trouble? I mean, all they say sleep is for the weakest, so we gotta tell them what we're gonna do. What topic?
So I think we can go over trigonometry.
Yeah, trigonometry, we could go over that.
Yeah.
Do that. Trigonometry is real marks, so I feel like I'll harder be able to answer that. So we will do trigonometry. Everybody.
Right.
So guys, on a scale to 1 to 10, obviously 10 is unrealistic, but where are you all with functions now? A little higher.
So like 8.
8, that's good. That's good. So we go with functions. Let's move on to trigonometry. Right? I'm gonna pull up my crash course notes. So I have all the crash course notes over here. I will send it to you guys. I'm gonna send it. Linear programming will be real pressure to go through. Now, I could do linear programming, but I really don't think that will stick. I trust me, I don't think it'll stick at all. Trigonometry will stick. Vectors and variance will stick. I just don't think linear programming will stick. Because you have to remember to shade overlapping regions. There's a lot. Pattern questions, okay. So, trying to work out the logistics. Give me a moment. Or they drink any monster or something? I'm surprised all they still awake now. I want to let talk I hear any sleepiness.
That's I drink about 2 Red Bulls so far.
Hey. All right. I just want to make sure they go be in a state where you can perform in the exam tomorrow. Right? I just want to. Or they think they're going to be able to perform in the exam tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
No, or less, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. Wait, boy, this WhatsApp taking real long to load. What the hell? I will shoot up this computer. WhatsApp taking real long to load, boy. Hey, what? I just go and run through trigonometry. When I'll get the notes, I'll get the notes. But let me do questions. I'm gonna do it that way. Okay. So, under trigonometry, how a couple things you need to know. On a new page. Right, so in trigonometry, I have two types of triangles you could possibly deal with. You have triangles that are 90 degrees, and if you have a triangle that is 90 degrees, you could use two things on it. You could use Pythagoras theorem, or you could use trig ratios. Pythagoras theorem states that the hypotenuse squared is equal to the sum of the other sides squared. A squared is equal to b squared plus c squared, where a is the hypotenuse. The trig ratios are so, ka, tua. In other words, SOHCAHTOA. So that is it for 90-degree angle triangles. If you have a triangle that is not 90 degrees, so this is 90 degrees. If you have a triangle that is not 90, take for instance this over here. Have two things you could do with it. You could do sine rule, or you could do cosine rule. So let me just label this triangle A, B, C. This would when you're labeling non-90-degree angle triangles, whatever the angle is, you'll use that to determine what the name of the other side would be. So take for instance, this is angle A. So what would I call this side then? If this is capital A, what would I call this side?
Common A.
Call this common A, I'll call this common B, and I'll call this common C. Right, so the sine rule, you need to remember the sine rule. I think it's in the formula sheet, but still remember it. Sine rule is A over sine A is equal to B over sine B is equal to C over sine C. So out of these three, you need to select two. The cosine rule is A squared is equal to B squared plus C squared minus 2BC cos E. All right, so that's the cosine rule. How do you know when to use the cosine rule? You use the cosine rule anytime you have an included angle. An included angle is an angle whose lengths we know on either side. So this is an example of an included angle. So let me just say that this was 48 degrees, and this was 9, and this was 2. Just call it 8. That would be an included angle, right? Why is it an included angle? It's an included angle because the lengths on either sides are known. That is what makes an angle included. With respect to 90-degree angle triangles, you should know how to label the triangle. So let me give you a quick example. So if I say that this is the angle here, let me just say the angle is 39. how would I label this triangle? What would I call this length? What would I call this?
The adjacent.
No, this is the hypotenuse. This is the adjacent.
Hypotenuse.
Yeah, because it's opposite to the right angle.
Right, and besides that, the hypotenuse is the longest side in the triangle. And it's looking like the longest side in the triangle.
Yeah.
Right, so opposite 90, longest line, always the slant line. And this over here, this side is opposite to the angle. So this is O. So we good?
Yes, sir.
All right. So when can you use Pythagoras theorem? You can only use Pythagoras theorem when obviously it's 90 and you have two sides. When would you know to use trig ratio? Well, you would use trig ratios in every instance where you can't use Pythagoras. So you'd be given an angle on one side. So I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. This is the basic rundown. This is the basic scene. Let me just label this A, B, C. All right, so take a screenshot of this. You'll need to apply this for every single question moving forward. So once I have a screenshot, let me know. We'll start passing for questions one time.
Yes, sir.
All right, say no more. Let me do 2025. I'm not sure if you all, how much of that was there when I was doing the question with my class. Any other was it when I did this question?
Yes, sir. I was here, but I didn't fully understand. So.
Okay, well, let me run through it back. Well, you see, this is our variance question too, right? So I guess you're gonna hit two birds with one stone. So you're ready? Like, are surely ready, right? Like,
No.
no? What are we gonna do? All right, so I was ready to read the question. Whoever said no, you read the question. You sound like you're ready. Get that question, Ari. Who was that said no? You sound like you could do the question. Or should I call on should I call on who should I call on by? Anybody want to help me with the question? I mean, if you do the question, women, you'd be able to answer it in the exam. So any volunteers?
Here on it.
All right. So who talking there, guys? Who's that?
Nicholas.
Nicholas, you still here?
Yeah, I'm making it some more.
Nicholas, you do this question like 2 times now.
Yeah.
Let's go in your bed. Go and sleep.
You do this question.
Yeah, man, but I
You do this question like 2 times. You like guaranteed to get one. Once you like in the same boat with Amy. You're fine.
the vibes, the vibes,
I just want to crack open the monster. Check thing. Cheers in.
I'm on sat down.
Nicholas, the man wants that tomorrow now.
So, the fella who you want to help me with the question? The guy that's talking. You want to help me with the question?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. So give the question and read for me.
Two ports, E and G, are on level ground 245 kilometers apart. The bearing of E from G is 302 degrees. A ship is anchored at F, some distance away from G, on a bearing of 228 degrees. Angle EFG is equal to 52 degrees. This information is shown on the diagram below.
All right, before we move on, let me just run all here through the basics of bearings. Anytime I see the word from, that's where you're starting at, right? Let me just establish that from is your starting point. So let me just say you want to go from A to B. A to B. Oh, by the way, what's your name? I don't know. What's your name?
Matthias.
Matthias, okay. So if I want to go from A to B, that means I am at A. So from A to B, I'm at A. So I'll draw my north line. So anytime you're doing bearings, wherever you're starting at, you need to draw a north line, and the bearings would be in a clockwise direction from the north line to the line connecting the 2 points. So that's the summary of bearings. Let me know if you understand that. So if I wanted to go from A to B, I put on my north line, and I go from the north line in a clockwise direction until it touches the line joining the 2 points.
Nicholas, stop sending me one view and thing now, boy.
I would appreciate it if Ollie was serious. If Ollie
Yes, sir.
then I don't think Ollie should stay. Right? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. The exam is in a couple hours. We really don't have much time to waste. So if you're serious, be serious. So the bearing, this is the concept of bearings. Somebody who had trouble with bearings, are you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, and if you go to go from the other side, you're doing an anti-clockwise movement, right?
No. Clockwise as well. Watch. If I wanted to go from B to A, watch. That's it. It's always in a clockwise direction. Always. From the north line.
Okay.
So let me show you. Let me do a couple of examples. Let me just say we want to go from C to D, right?
The north line is always the starting point, right?
North line is always the reference, yes. So if you want to go from C to D, so from C, again, I said the word from. So where are we starting from?
C.
C. So I will draw my north line. And I will go in a clockwise direction, starting from the north line until it touches CD. If I wanted to go from D to C, again, it's the same procedure. I will put on a north line, and I will draw a bearing starting from the north line, going in a clockwise direction until it touches CD.
So it had no anti-clockwise in this bearings?
No anti-clockwise at all. Everything is taken in a clockwise direction from the north line. If you was doing anti-clockwise before, pressure.
I'm feeling it right now.
And another thing all you need to know that the sum of angles in a line is 180. So let me just say that this was 39. What do you think this could be?
180 minus 39.
That should be 41. 141. Some of my mental maths good. That work out?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, on point.
Oh boy. There you go. Right. So another thing all you need to know is alternating angles, right? Look out for alternating angles. That being said, we should be prepared for bearings now. So in the question, we have 2 ports, E and G, on level ground, 245 kilometers apart. All you see in that, E and G is 245 kilometers apart. The bearing of E from G, stop me there. E from G, where we at? E from G.
E.
He starting at E.
No.
No, G, because
G.
from G. Sorry.
It's from G. I'll show that. It's from G. So if you're at G and you want to go to E, what bearing do you have to take? So read that out for me. Somebody read that out.
The bearing of E from G
Is
is 302 degrees.
Right. So from G, if I want to go to E, I have to take a bearing of 302. So let's locate G. So this is G over here, and I already have a line connecting G to E. So if I want to go from G to E, wouldn't I do this? Tell me that makes sense. So
Yes, sir, that makes sense.
again,
Yeah.
starting from the north line, and I'm going in a clockwise direction to the line that connects E to G. I want to go to E, so I draw a line connecting it. And does that angle look big? Does it look like 302 degrees?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it makes sense, right? It makes sense. This is looking like 302 degrees, right? This is definitely 302 degrees. Okay, cool. Then they're saying a ship is anchored at F, some distance away from G. Let's see the key phrase there. Anytime let's see from, underline line, no? So let's see in from G again, right? So let's see in from G again.
Yeah.
So a ship is anchored at F, some distance away from G. So you have a ship anchored at F, and that is some distance away from G. If I wanted to go from G to F, could somebody show me what a bearing would look like? If I wanted to go from G to F, could I see that bearing? Anybody annotate? So this would have been to go from G to E. So how would I go from G to F? Yes, that is correct. That is excellent. So our answer, so if I wanted to go from G to F, this is what I will do. So where am I doing, right? Yeah, so I want to little read the question. They said a ship is anchored at F, some distance away from G on a bearing of 228. So what angle do you think I should put over here?
228.
I should put 228. And without looking any further, I bet all you, we could find for more angles. So just by looking at this over here, is there any angles we could potentially find for?
Yes, sir, the angle inside.
Yeah, we could find for the angle on the inside because take, for instance, if this is 302 and this is 228, what would happen if I subtract them? What angle would I be left with?
74.
And that will be over here, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Anybody confused by that?
So you're not making no angles outside by the line we notice? Like the...
We could find for that angle. We're going to find for the angle just now. But that would not be a bearing, you understand? That would not be a bearing. That would just be an angle we found to help us figure out stuff.
Okay.
Right? So the reason why this is an important angle to find is because, and this is one of the angles inside the triangle. That's important.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So if this is 302 and this is 228, if I minus the 228, look at what I'm being left with. I'll be left with this. So 302 minus 228, you should get
74.
74. And here what? While we on this, while we finding a bunch of angles, let me see if we could find for this. Again, that would not be a bearing. We're just finding it because the more information you know, the better. So if this is 302, what do you think this could be?
360 minus 302.
That'll be 58, right?
58.
Right, 58 degrees. Cool. Now, again, look at the question. Well, I mean, just look at the diagram. We have 52 here. We have 74 here. Before we proceed, is there anything we could possibly find for?
The angle by E?
Yeah, the angle by E. We can find for that one time. So how would I find the angle by E?
All the angles in a triangle is up to, sum up to 180, so you add up the two angles you already have and minus it.
That's no problem. So that'll be 74, 126, 126.
It's 58.
Right.
No. The 52 is supposed to be 58.
Just. Are you sure? No, that's correct.
No, that's correct. It's supposed to be 52 is the inside angle, not the outside angle.
Check it out, right? We dealing with this triangle. So the angle here is 74 and the angle here is 52.
Oh, I was carrying the angle from outside.
Now, that is not part of the triangle. So 52 plus 74 is 126, 126. Yeah, that'll be 58. Yeah. Somebody could confirm that as 58. Let me just double check. 126. No, that'll be 54. Somebody double check that. Just verify.
Yeah, it's 54.
It's 54.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I'm not triple check that and get 54.
Okay, word. Yeah, 54 is the answer. 54 is the answer. Right? And if I add up all the angles, I'm supposed to get what?
180.
180.
I'm supposed to get 180, right? So just by doing this, I sure we answer half of the question. So let me see. On the diagram above, insert 228. We already do that. Determine the value of FEG. FEG, that's this angle over here. We already do that. Calculate GF. All right, so let me calculate G to F. Let me show you how we're going to handle that. First things first, what kind of triangle is this? 90 or non-90?
Non-90.
So if we have a non-90 degree angle triangle, it only have two things we can really do. Sine and cosine. And how you just know which one to choose is you just look to see our included angle. Are you seeing any included angle here?
No, sir.
No, so we had to use sine rule. So if we have to use sine rule, let's label our triangle accordingly. So this side will be common E, this side will be common F, and this side will be common G. So what would the sine rule formula be for this particular question? I'll start all the way off. It will be E over sine E equal to, somebody continue. E over sine E is equal to?
F over sine it.
Yeah. The monster split. F over sine F here. Right?
Equals to G over sine G.
Yeah. G over sine G. I made this joke earlier, but this is really the bottom G because it's in the denominator. That's bottom G. I don't know who's bottom G.
No.
I don't know who that is?
Yes, I know.
All right, so let me get back in. Give me a second. I got rag. I spilled the monster all over. All right. So the question now is, which two are we going to choose? That's the question. So I'm gonna clear up all confusion now. So we want to find for GF. GF corresponds to what length? F, G, or E? What does GF correspond to?
Common E.
It corresponds to E, right? GF, G to F is E. And so if we have to find for E, wouldn't it have to be in my expression? So I have to use E over sine E. And the next one we're going to choose, it has to be one that we have all the information for. So if I look at G, do I know what angle G is?
Yes, sir.
Do I know the length of it?
No, sir.
No, so I can't use G. Let me look at F. Do I know what the angle for F is?
Yeah.
Do I know the
Yes.
length for F?
Yes.
That's how you figure out what to choose correct all the time. You just look at what you're trying to find for and the information you have. You'll get it correct 100% times, 100% of the time. So let's plug in values now. So we understand that we have to use E over sine E and F over sine F. So tell me what to plug in now. We don't know what E is, so I'm going to leave E blank. Do I know what angle E is?
Yes, sir. 54.
Yeah, 54.
What is F?
52.
So 245
Yeah,
over sine 52.
the capital letters is the angle. The common is the length. Be careful of that. Right? Be careful of that, right? So if I notice, we have a fraction on either side. So I'm setting up myself to cross multiply. If I cross multiply this, somebody tell me what we'll get.
E by sine 52 is equal to 245 by sine 52.
Now I want to find for E, so kind of sine 52 kind of block anyway. So I would need to do what on both sides? What would I have to do to cancel off with sine 52?
Divide by sine 52 on both sides.
Right? So E is equal to this. Plug into the calculator and let me know what all I get. Yeah. Make sure I calculate on radians, huh? So I waited. I want to make sure I can get the answer.
Rajeev, I get 251.53
Right, that's the correct answer. Units.
kilometers.
Right. Can anybody else confirm that they're getting 251.53? Can anybody confirm?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So that's the answer there. E. Indicate the point H on the line EF such that GH is the shortest distance from G to EF. I've done this question a couple times. Every time I read it, my brain is hit a little bit. But it's a simple question. They just phrase it kind of complicated. So I need a volunteer. I need a volunteer. Somebody.
Yes, sir.
Who wants to be a victim?
I don't know, sir, but if you say you're editing my numbers already, and how long is this? Because what?
Okay, it's not that complicated, right? It just sounding complicated. So let me try to understand what they're asking. So indicate the point H on the line EF. So NT would agree that this is E to F, this is the line they're talking about.
Yes,
Yeah.
And they're talking about a point on the line. So this point could be anywhere. And we're going to call that H. So we're going to run through a couple of hypotheticals. So they're asking us to indicate the point H on the line EF such that G to H is the shortest distance from G to EF. So what are they asking us? Can somebody tell me what G to H would be? Anytime you hear that notation, we're talking about an angle or length? Like G to H, what I mean?
Right.
A length, right?
A length.
So to get G to H, I would connect it like so. And they are asking us to figure out a point such that G to H is the shortest distance. So just by looking at this, what look like the shortest distance? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tell me.
4.
No, I feel like okay,
6.
yeah, 4. I say 4. Let me do some extreme examples. Which one looking shorter? 1 or 2?
2.
So the shortest route you could take is 90 degrees to the plane. In other words, looking directly ahead. Because you realize if you take this route, you have to walk some extra. If you take this route, you have to walk some extra. But if you take the route directly perpendicular to it, then you're optimizing your space. Like that's the most direct route you could take, right? So let's saw it, right? Check it out. Like intuitively, it makes sense. If we run a couple examples, it makes sense. So let me know if you understand what I say.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The answer would be 90 degrees to EF. So this would be 90 degrees. Any other angle, and I'll be walking extra distance. I kind of need to walk extra distance. I get fat. I go in gym. Any other others go gym hunting?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. I go and post some TikTok videos about that. Lifestyle videos hunting. Yeah. I'll go share up you see. Right. Okay. So I'm having some trouble drawing this square, so I'm just gonna freestyle it. Okay, cool. So we have that situation. And what am I gonna call this point? Remind me, what am I gonna call this point?
8.
I'm gonna call that point H, right? I'm gonna call that point H. And so this is GH. I bet you in the next question, they're gonna ask you to find that distance. And if they ask you to find that distance, what kind of triangle are we dealing with now?
A right angle.
A right
A
angle.
right angle triangle.
And in the previous part, they made us find the E. So we know that E is 251.53. We know that E is that. Cool. So I'm gonna redraw this triangle quickly. I have a 90 here. This would be H. This would be F. This would be G. Where would I put the angle? Would I put the 52 over here, 1 or 2?
By the F.
By the F, right? Yeah, I'll put it by the F. This is 52 degrees. And I know what E is, so I know what G to F is. G to F is 251.53 kilometers. Now we recognize that that is a right angle triangle, so we automatically know what we had to do. We either had to use Pythagoras or trig ratios. Why can't we use Pythagoras? We need.
Yes.
Two sides.
I don't have two sides, so that's why I can't use Pythagoras. I have to use trig ratios because I have an angle and I have a side. So we need to label this accordingly then. Since it's a right angle triangle, what would I call this length? 251.
Hypotenuse.
What would I call this side?
Opposite.
Side?
Adjacent.
Right. So how are we gonna figure out which to choose? Again, you're looking at what you have versus what you're trying to find. So we are trying to find GH. So what would correspond to GH? H or A? Tell me, what corresponds to GH?
H.
Yeah, what corresponds to GH? Is it H, O, or A? So we are trying to find for GH.
You can use the cosine.
You can't use the cosine. I'll show you why. It's when you're choosing these things, you're looking at what you have and what you're trying to find. So remind me, we are trying to find G to H. G to H is over here. What length is that?
O.
O. So to find for O, so automatically I'm going to underline O, and then I'm going to look at what I was given, or what I found. What piece of information do we have next? What's the next piece of information we have?
G to F.
We have G to F, right? That's 251. So look at that. I have selected what I need to find. I need to find G to H. So I selected O. And I just now found G to F, which is H. So I selected that. So which trig ratio has O and H in it?
Like is
Sine. That's so. So sine theta would be equal to opposite over the hypotenuse. So my angle is 52, and that'll be equal to O, I don't know what O is, over what?
251.53 km.
Right. So I'm gonna set up myself to do cross multiplication. 1 by O is O. I'm going to put 251.53 sine 52. So plug that into the calculator and let me know what I'll get.
Nine 198.21.
I will check that.
Okay.
Yeah, I got 198.21 as well. So that's the answer, 198.21 kilometers. So that's the answer. Yeah, did anybody else get that? So 251.53 multiplied by sine 52.
Yes, sir, yeah.
And that's the question. That's it. So I want to run through everything back, and then we'll do another bearings question. So let me run through it, right? When we're dealing with bearings, you're always looking out for what word?
From.
That's where you're starting at. When doing bearings, is always from the north line to the line joining the 2 points. And you're going in what direction?
Clockwise.
Always clockwise, right? You also need to know the sum of angles at that point is 360. You need to know that the sum of angles in a straight line is 180. You need to know that the sum of angles in a triangle is 180. Be mindful of these things. You need to be able to recognize when to use sine rule and cosine rule. We just use sine rule anytime you don't see an included angle. If you see an included angle, you will use the cosine rule. How do you know which two to select? Again, it's what you have versus what you're trying to find. So I needed to find G to F, which was E. So if I need to find for E, I am automatically going to select that. And then I'm going to look for a pair that has all the information. So I'm given the length for F and I have the angle, so I will use F. I cannot use G because I don't know what the length for G is. I know the angle, but I don't know the length. So that's how you figure out what to use. Now, in the next question, you had a 90-degree angle triangle. You didn't have two sides, so you had to use trig ratios. Now, what trig ratio do you use? Again, you're looking at what you have and what you're trying to find. So we want to find GH, and GH was the opposite. So I automatically select O, and then I'm going to select H because I have the length for that. So the trig ratio with O and H is sine. That automatically eliminates the guessing game. So are you feeling a little better about trigonometry and bearings?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yes, sir.
So let me run a couple of questions, huh? Since all you're feeling more confident in it. All right, so who wants to help me with this question? It'll be fine. I mean, I can help all you when I in the exam. So try the question, Mama. Who wanna try it? Any volunteers?
Lucy,
All right, well, let me go. So give the question a read.
the diagram on the scale shows the relative positions of three reservoirs, B, F, and G, one on the ground. The distance BF is 32 kilometers. FG is 55 kilometers. Angle BFG is 103 degrees, and F is on a bearing of 42 degrees from B.
Right. So let me see if they put all the information on the diagram first. So they're saying that beta F is 32. Yes, they put that in the diagram. Nice. They said that F to G was 55. They did put that in the diagram. They said angle BFG. So BFG, that's this angle, is 103. They put it in the diagram. Cool. And they said the bearing of F from B is 42. They put that in the diagram. Cool. So they didn't leave out anything. So let's read the first question. What do they want us to do? So the first question.
Determine the bearing B from F.
So we're gonna underline from F. So where are we starting at?
F.
F.
Starting at F. So we're gonna draw our north line one time because we're starting at F. Right? I'm gonna draw the north line one time because it's from F. So it's from F going to where? So it's from F to
B.
B.
So that'll look like this. Right? That'll give me a second. Everybody agree with that? That's what it will look like?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So there we go. In this question, it's a bit harder than the other one, but I do think it's solvable. So based on the information provided, is there anything else I could figure out? Is there anything else I could figure out?
So if you continue the line BF, you could use corresponding angles, I think, and find the supplementary for that, and then take it away from 360 to get that angle.
See what you're trying to say, See what you're trying to say, but it's so uncomplicated, but I see what you're trying to say. Some of this is what you mean. I think you mean alternating angles, because that will be it's gonna be 42, right? If this is 42, this could be 180, and that's one way you could do it. So 180 plus 42 is 222. That's one way you could do it. That's the answer.
Yeah.
Right? But there's another way you could do it. Remind me, guys, the sum of angles in a straight line is
180.
So if this is 42, I could figure out for this. What would that be?
-180 minus 103.
No. Remember
Wait,
what? The sum of angles on a straight line is 180. So if this is 42, this could be 180 minus 42. Right?
138.
Yeah, 1 to the 8.
Yes.
Right, so if this is 1 to the 8 degrees, and I know that this full thing is 360, I can
It's a B.
It will be the 1 to the 8 plus the 103. You add that and then you minus it from the 360.
No. Nah. Watch, right?
Okay.
So the bearing is this entire piece over here. You see that?
Yeah.
So, and that would just be 360 minus 1 to the 8. Because 1 to the 8 is this
Oh,
portion.
yeah.
So, check out. Try that for me. That'll be 360 minus 1 to the 8. And you should get the same answer. I think it was 222 or something.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I really get 222. Let's see no more. Right, so I'm going to explain both methods, right? Because there are two ways I saw this question. So the first method was this. The sum of angles in a straight line is 180. So if this is 42, and everybody understand that this could be 1 to the 8.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
If this is 1 to the 8, and this is 360 degrees, I would subtract that from 360 to figure out the remaining portion, which would be 222. That's one way you could have seen it. The other way you could have seen it is these are examples of what? These are examples of what? Check it out. So anybody remember? Anytime you see like a Z pattern like that,
It's alternating angles.
alternating angles, right? So that would make this angle over here 42. And if this angle over here is 42 degrees, all I need to figure out again is this angle, and that's real easy. And that'll just be 180. Because it's a straight line. And so 180 plus 42 give you 222. That's two ways you could have seen it. But I think I would prefer the first method.
Yeah, the first method is easier.
Yeah. Funny enough, the Z is the first method I saw. And then I saw this. Then I saw that. So we have a good bit of information. Let's keep pushing. So we found the answer. So if I want to go from F to B, I would take a bearing of 222. So I trust that everybody understand that. 222 is the answer. Right? They want us to calculate the distance B to G. They want us to calculate B to G. Let me hear all it one time. What we had to use for that? Sine rule or cosine rule? I hear somebody say cosine.
Cosine.
We had to use the cosine rule because well, you can see it for yourself, right? This is our included angle, and that's the dead giveaway.
Yeah.
So I have to label my sides, right? I'm gonna label my sides appropriately. This would be common B, this would be common G, and this would be small f. Let me know if you understand the labeling convention.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So we need to come up with an expression for the cosine rule. Now, the original formula for the cosine rule is a squared is equal to b squared plus c squared minus 2bc cos e. Now, a would have been the included angle. So a is always the included angle. So in this question, what is the included angle?
108.
Now that's
103. Sorry.
And what does that correspond to? What letter?
Come on now.
Now that's capital F. Watch. Common F is the length. Right? The capital letters are the angles, right? Keep that in mind. The capital letters are the angles. So F is the included angle, right?
Yeah.
So look at how I'm going to rewrite my expression. I'm going to rewrite that as F squared is equal to G squared plus B squared minus 2BG cos F. Did that confuse anybody?
No.
Yes, sir.
A little bit? Okay, check it out, right? In the formula, A is the included angle. But in the situation we have, what is our included angle?
F.
F. Because F is in between two known sides. So F is the included angle. So what that means is we are going to replace the A with F. And as such, this will become an F. And well, these are just the other two sides. So that's how we do it.
Yes, I understand.
Right, so let's proceed. So to find for F squared, let me find for F squared first. If I have a Casio, it's so easy to solve, like it's ridiculously easy. Like everybody who have a Casio, they could solve the answer like one time. But I think most of them have a sharp. So we got how to figure out something. So that's going to be 32 squared plus 55 squared minus 2 by 32 by 55. And what was the included angle?
103.
103, right? So for those who have a Casio, I mean, I'm telling all you, in my dictionary, it only have Casio. Don't have no sharp. But for those who have a sharp, I would advise you all to work the right-hand side first, and then find the square root. But so here what I'll go actually do that with all you. So if you work the right-hand side, that's gonna be 5 squared. So if you work the right-hand side, you're supposed to get 4,840.83. That's what you're supposed to get. Kira, you still there?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I didn't expect it to be so bad, you know. So I'll again 4,840. When I plug this into the calculator,
Yeah.
those with a sharp, I want to know if Ole getting it. I know like the Casio users wouldn't have a problem, but sharp users are Ole getting through.
I get this.
You get it? What about the rest of people in class? Did you all get 4,840.83?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So we have F squared, right? That's what F squared is equal to, but we don't want to find for F squared, do we? We want to find for F. So the opposite of square is square root, so I'll have to square root both sides. And this is what actually will give me the answer. So F is equal to square root of that. And that's supposed to be 69. Well, they wanted it to, okay, they never specified what they wanted to, did they? No, they did. They said one decimal place. One decimal place. So the full answer would have been 69.5760. So to one decimal place, we locate the 5, because that's the first decimal place, and the number after it is 7 is greater than 5, so you round up. So that'll be 69.6. So 69.6 kilometers. Let me know if I got that. 69.6 kilometers.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool.
Yes, sir.
So all you see, you don't know guessing game now. All you know when to use sine and cosine. You don't need to waste all the time. Right? So calculate to the nearest degree the bearing of G from B. Again, what we're going to underline from B. Right? So we are at B and we want to go to G. So we at B and we want to go to G. So I want somebody to draw that bearing. You're at B and you want to go to G. How would that bearing look like? Somebody annotate.
Say at P and want to go to G.
Yeah, at B and you want to go to G. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. What is that?
Rajeev, I could annotate, but and it will be like from the angle
Yeah.
and then go around. Not like that, but like the other way.
No, that's
I would
correct.
have did this way.
That's correct. That's correct.
Oh wait, they can go anti-clockwise.
No.
I keep forgetting that, sorry.
So let me know if all you understood what Nicholas did, right? So they said G from B. G from B. So you're at B and you want to go to G. So you draw the angle until it touches the line joining B and G. Everybody 100% okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we need to figure out that. So what is the problem here, guys? What's the problem here? We know that this is 42, but what is it that we don't know?
The inside angle.
Right, we don't know what the inside angle is. So we need to find for the inside angle. Make a wild guess. If in the previous question we use cosine rule, what do you think we could use to find our angle?
Sine.
We use sine, right? So there we go. So we're going to use sine. In context of this question, the formula is going to be b over sine b is equal to g over sine g. And you know, this thing, or it's a bad joke. Yeah, but for real, anybody hear this?
Yes, that was a bad joke.
That's always make bad jokes. But anybody this thing here? Like seriously. I know Nicholas is sing.
Of course.
He is only sing the baddest Indian song.
That's it.
Right? So we need to figure out which two we're going to select. So guys, tell me what you want to find for. We want to find for which angle? F, G, or B?
B.
B.
So automatically, I'm going to select this option. I need to use that. I also need to select something that we have all the information for. If all you recall, in the previous part, didn't we find F to be 69.6?
Yes, sir.
So we know the angle for F and we know the length for F. So would we use F?
Yeah.
Yes.
So just like that, we figure out which two to use. Now I'm going to plug in. So that is going to be 55 over, because B is 55, over sine B. We don't know what the angle for B is, so I'm going to leave that as capital B. And that's going to be equal to F. F is 69.6 all over sine F. And the angle for F is 103. Again, I'm setting up myself to do cross multiplication. So that'll be 69.6 sine B equals to 55 sine 103. Now, this question is a bit harder than the others, in the sense that you'll have to use the inverse function for sine to find the angle. Anytime you need to find an angle, you would have to use the inverse trig function. So the next step I'm going to do is I'm going to divide both sides by 69.6. Just trust the process. So sine B would be equal to 55 sine 103 over 69.6. So for those who have a sharp, I want to just simplify this amount and tell me what all I get. So plug that into all your sharp and tell me what all I get. For those who have a Casio, it could work the full thing. So tell me, what are they getting for 55 sine 103 all over 69.6? Yeah, plug that into your sharp. Tell me what you get. Okay, right, somebody answer in the meantime. Somebody answer in the chat. Because I trust that you have the answer. Did anybody get an answer for this?
0.777.
You're supposed to get 0.76999. Let me show you.
Yes.
You're getting 0.76999.
Yes, sir. I just remembered that.
Yeah. So just confirm me for again that. Oh, you see how nice it is with the Casio? Kind of, I just plug in that exactly how I see it. Before they have sure and make sure they have a Casio in our shop.
Wait, no, so you could just put in the whole equation into the Casio.
Well, I'll show you something better yet. Let me show you something. Better yet, watch this. I just tell all my students if they have a shop, I will disown them. Because watch that. I get plug in the exact thing, like the whole thing into the Casio, the whole thing. Watch that. Sine inverse, 55 sine 103 over 69.6.
So you can show me how to do.
You have a Casio and you don't know how to do that?
Yes, sir, I got Casio today.
I had to get my calculator tomorrow morning.
So I had a shop before, and today self, I went and buy a Casio.
So I'm gonna show you how to work it out, right? So you want me to show you how to get work out the whole thing one time?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Like
so
how to just put it in.
so you understand that how to find sine inverse, right? So B would be sine inverse of whatever is on your right hand side. So
So I in the group if you want to send it to me.
any group?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I'll send it on the group. Yes, I'll send it on the chat. All right.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
I tell you, when I realize the disadvantage you are at by having a shop, you cry. It's
Yes, sir. That's the reason why I want to buy the Casio today, because when I compare it to a person that have a Casio, I need it.
it's ridiculous how much how bad are they are. Like oh my god, simple thing like this all they go struggle with. Simple thing like that. That shouldn't stress all out. Right? So everybody with a shop, let me know if I get finally taking a little too long. So everybody with a shop, did you all get for the right hand side, did you all get 0.7699?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no? And you're not hearing all that properly.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
So you're supposed to get 0.76997. I'm gonna write the long thing. And if you want to find for B, you would have to find the sine inverse of that. So plug that into your calculator and let me know what you get for B. And that'll be your answer. You should get 50.35. They wanted it to the nearest degree. Okay. So are they supposed to get like 50.3511? Well, that'll be 1, 2. Well, try the full thing. And if I round that off to the nearest degree, the number after 0 is 3, so I would round down. So that would just be 50 degrees. Let me know if I get that. I'll you know how to get sine inverse on the sharp?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So put sine inverse of that and please let me know if I get the 50.35.
Yes, sir.
I set to round it off to the nearest degree. So we're going to look at the value right after the 0. So that's 3. Since it isn't 5 or more, we are going to forget it. We're going to round down. So to the nearest degree is just 50 degrees. That's the answer. So the hardest part in this question, I think, would have been the fact that I have to use the inverse function for the trigs. That's a little hack though. Anytime you have to find for angle, you'll need to find the inverse trig. So we had to find for angle B. So we had to find sine inverse of the right-hand side. Have anything here they want me to re-explain? Or like, are they good? Let me know before we move on.
So we good.
Yeah. Right. Right. How much more tricks question I want to do? Give my number.
So what we gonna do after this?
I don't know. It's up to all you. It's up to all you. Anything all they want to know? I just here to answer any questions really. If you have anything confusing earlier, or like you just send it to me. All right, I'll explain it. Anything.
The whole syllabus?
Say that again?
The whole syllabus?
I don't think we can do that, you know. The exams are 5 hours. But they did find me earlier, and they did join my classes.
We could do 2 more tricks. And yeah.
Yeah, we could do 2 more tricks. Let me check out 2023. See what it happened in 2023. Yeah, 2023 was a good question. And you're already depressed?
So how it means to maths coming up.
No, math's supposed to be a joyous occasion, supposed to be happiness.
We don't even have time to feel depressed.
You don't have time. You don't have time. I wish I could have come in the exam and just whisper the answer, tell you. Are they gonna hear my voice? Yeah, I'll go hear that. So let me check out this question here. This is a nice question. So we'll do this question and one other question, and that'll be it for trigs. All right. All they know bearings now. All they know when to use sine and cosine, and all they know how to use trig ratios. Now we have to look at angles of depression and depression. I mean angles of elevation and depression. Right? So I want somebody to give this question a read. Give this question a read.
The diagram below shows 4 points, P, Q, R, and S on level ground, where pillars will be placed to mark the outline for a foundation.
Oh shucks, my Apple Pencil dead.
Yes, I was gonna ask you how long that is last.
Apparently not long enough. Not long enough. That's the answer. Here we go. We just talk about it in the meantime, right? It's charged real fast, so give it some time. So we have 4 points on level ground. By level ground, we're talking about it flat, right? That's what it means. Level ground means it's flat. So
Yes, sir.
if you have a flat surface and you plant a pole, that pole will be what angle to the paper? What angle will it be to the paper? Somebody said 90 degrees. Yeah, it would be 90 degrees, watch. So I'm gonna like, watch this, right? What's the angle? If I plant
90 degrees.
right, so they're saying that we're dealing with level ground and you're placing pillars. So automatically, what I wanted to imagine is that any pillars you place and any triangles you form would be 90 degrees. So you're already expecting to use trig ratios. And you're not going to go into this expecting to use Pythagoras theorem, right? Additionally, you're seeing you're seeing non-90 degree angle triangles. If you look at the base, if you look at the flat ground, until you're seeing like, okay, QPS, QRS, and both of them are non-90 degree angle triangles. None of them are 90 degree angle triangles. So you either have to use cosine or sine. Based on the information given in the question, what we have right there, are they seeing any included angles?
29.
No, 29, that's not included. If that was included, I would have known what the length here was. But I don't. Let me just make sure I clear up that confusion, right? Included means you know the length of the two sides right next to the angle. Do I know the length of this side?
No.
Nah. I think he was confusing it with this. But that would be for this triangle, not this triangle. So here what? Since my Apple Pencil charging, or I could probably try this question. So part one, there's a vertical post RT at R from Q. The angle of elevation of the top of the post T is 21 degrees. Find the height of the post. Does anybody have an idea as to what to do for that question? So you have a vertical post RT at R. So at R, you would have planted a vertical post. That would be 90 degrees to the ground. And they're saying from Q, the angle of elevation of the top of the post T is 21. What do you all think angle of elevation is? When I think elevate, what are you thinking about?
Looking up.
Right, so if you are at Q and you are looking up at T, which is a pole, it would form an angle. So that's the angle we're talking about. When the Apple Pencil gets some charge, I'm sure they what I'm talking about. But if any of you could try the question out, that'll be good. So try that thing. Try that thing. From how are they going, it sounds like they're not going to get any sleep at all. Kind of consumed by that.
Yes, I wasn't really planning on it.
Same.
That's crazy. Who am I to judge? I do that all the time.
Yes, sir, I done already do that for one test already.
The knowledge will be fresh, I guess. Guess it will be fresh. What percentage did it reach? Let me check it out. 31. I will get a little more juice. So after this question, that'll be it for trigonometry. And guys, I'll be honest, I don't think linear programming coming tomorrow. That's more of like a paper tree thing. Yeah. It's like a more of a paper tree thing. I doubt they're gonna come. And I don't think college should waste all their time on it. I mean, it's not hard. The hardest part is just figuring out where to shade. And I'm not hard either. I guess I could do that. But I really don't see that coming. What else is something that's give all the trouble? How many things else is give all the trouble? Trigonometry was a big one. I know vectors was giving all the trouble.
So you do the relation, functions, and graph algebra section in the paper.
Yeah. We did functions, and we did algebra. We did graphs.
So we could like
Factorize.
Or factorization, that's a good one, yeah. We could do factorization.
yeah, so we could do that and like I don't know if we could like go through algebra because I wasn't really strong on algebra.
But the whole time we was doing algebra, right? Like every single thing we was doing was algebra. When we was trying to solve nearly the whole of this class, we was doing algebra. Anytime we're trying to find for something that I don't know, that's algebra. So we've been doing algebra since however long now.
So basically like from 1 to 10, me and algebra was like a 2, but like now that I explain that could probably be like 7, 8.
Okay. I see Nicholas sent a question here. Inequality question. I could do that. Yeah, do that question.
You'll get a wrong in our books.
I find like they're starting to bring the maths paper very similar to our maths paper.
So statistics and all with cumulative frequency and all them things.
I'll be realistic. I don't think we could finish all that. I don't think we could do all that for the exam. I don't think we could do all that.
So you think cumulative frequency might come?
Say that again?
If you think cumulative frequency might come.
Yeah, they're gonna come for sure. Like them things come every single year, more or less. You need to know how to do that.
So you think probability will come?
I wonder what's the probability of that. I think it will come. I can see it happening. Because they did it in 2024 June, and they're gonna do it in 2025 January. So they have a high chance they're gonna come in this round. Nicholas, that question is actually so easy. I will show you how to do it. All right, so
Real question with them.
Nicholas, I can speed you on that question, you know. Let me show you. So ideally, we want to get an expression that's in the form A less than X less than or equal to B. And that's what we want.
Yeah.
So they want us to, given that X is a real number, solve the inequality. Okay. So we want something that's in this format. Because if it's in that format, and this tells us that the answer will be between two values.
Yeah.
Right? So what I would have to do is, I would have to subtract 5 from both sides. So I would say minus 7 minus 5, 3x. Then I would say that would be minus 12. And I want to find for x, so I would divide both sides by 3. So that'll be minus 4x 2/3. So Nicholas, what would this mean? If you want, you could split up this into two parts. So minus 4 is less than x, and x is less than or equal to 2/3. What this means, this is the same thing as saying x is more than minus 4. So you have your two answers here. X is more than minus 4 and x is less than or equal to 2/3. Yeah, just solved it there. That's it.
Top pressure is to solve that question.
And if you wanted to say, no, that's it. That had to be it. That had to be it, yeah. So let me explain this, right? And this means our minus 4 is less than x.
Yeah.
So this means minus 4. Let me give you a simple example. If I say 1 is less than 3, that makes sense, right? Oh, this kind of look like I love. I didn't intend that. But if I say 1 is less than 3, that makes sense. And if I were to switch it, and I would have to say 3 is more than 1.
Yeah.
So that's what I do over here. So these are your two answers. So x could be more than -4, but less than or equal to 2/3. That's the answer. I could go right in more detail. But that's the gist of it, right? So let's move on with this question. So I need to go over angle of elevation and angle of depression. So when we are talking about angles of elevation, we are talking about the angle that's being formed with reference to your plane of sight and when you look up. So this would be how you would look normally, but if you raise your gaze, an angle of elevation will be formed. So this is angle of elevation. And let me just say you go into the maths exam tomorrow and it was real bad. So now you go onto the top of the school and you're about to jump. You're clearly depressed. Don't jump. Look down.
That's unrealistic.
Right? So angular depression is just the angle that is formed with reference to your line of sight and when you look down. Right? So these are your two angles that you need to remember. So in the question, they're saying that a vertical post RT is planted. So you have a vertical post RT. Remember something, all of this is flat, is ground, right? Let me draw the 3D diagram for this. I'm going to draw a 3D diagram real quick. Or like it see it better now. So this is Q, this is P, this is S, and this is R. And this could be T. So what's showing out there is that if you plant a pole at each point, that's what it's going to look like. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes, sir.
And so if I plant a post RT by R, and they are saying that the angle of elevation, they're saying from Q, the angle of elevation of the top of post T is 21 degrees. What that means is you are at Q and you are looking up at T. So this would be the angle of elevation that's formed. So let's see what I'm talking about. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So you're at Q and you're looking up. So if you're looking up, that will form an angle at 21. So that being said, you would have this is what you're gonna have. So so it's gonna be 21 degrees. And what this angle will be here? Remember that PQRS is level ground. Remember what surely if you plant a vertical post, what the angle will be with reference to the ground. What is angle over here will be? Remember, there's a pole going into the ground,
90 degrees.
That will be 90 degrees. So we effectively are going to draw back the shape, right? This is what we have. So I have a right angle triangle, obviously. This will be R, this will be T, this will be Q. Q to R is 153 meters. This angle over here will be 21 degrees. Did I confuse anybody? All I did was I took this diagram and I redraw it over here. Let me know if I confuse anybody. I think I did. Maybe if I draw it like this, I'll be less confused. Are you less confused? Could you guys see it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, so this would be 153. This would be 153 meters. This would be at 21 degrees. This would be Q. This would be R, and this would be T. So you want me to find the height of the post. So we have a right angle triangle. So the fact that we have a right angle triangle means that we have to use we can't use Pythagoras theorem. We don't have 2 points. But we do have 2 lengths. So we have to use the trig ratios. So we have to label our sides accordingly. So somebody tell me, what would this side be?
The hypotenuse.
What this one would be?
The opposite.
Opposite.
This one?
The adjacent.
Right. So what we need to find, the question we need to find for height of the post. And in the question, they said that RT is the post. So what am I going to underline one time?
RT, which is O.
I'm going to underline O. And then I'm also going to underline what I have. I have A. So which trig ratio has O and A in it? So
Tan.
Tan, right? Tan. So tan theta is equal to opposite over adjacent. I know that the angle is 21 degrees. I know, well, I don't know what the opposite is, so I'm going to write that back. And what is my adjacent? What is the length for the adjacent?
153 meters.
153 meters. Guys, I set it up myself to cross multiply again. So tan 21 is the same thing as tan 21 over 1. I cross multiply, 1 by O is O. That's not 0, that's O, that's opposite. And then that'll be 153 tan 21. So where's 153 by tan 21? Plug and take calculators fast. Yeah, 153 tan 21. What do you guys get? Are you guys having a problem plugging that into the calculator? Or which sharp? Let me know, because it's taking a little long. Let me know how it's going. Are you all having trouble putting 153 tan 21 into the calculator? Yeah, somebody said 58.7, that's correct. And the units would be meters. All right, so 58.7 meters. All right. So trust all you understand that. Next question. And this is a 4-mark question. Very easy 4-mark question, if I ever see one. So given that the length QS is 135 meters, so let's put that into our diagram one time. So they are telling us that Q to S is 135. So I want somebody to put that in for me. Where is QS? Right, that's Q to S, and they're telling us that that is 135 meters. So if that is 135 meters, let me ask you that question. What do you think they're setting me up to use? What other thing is setting us up to use?
Cosine.
Yeah. As soon as I see that, cosine. So they want us to calculate the perimeter of the foundation PQRS. So if you're talking about perimeter, we're talking about the distance all around. So P to Q, Q to R, R to S, S to P. Let me ask you that question. We know what P to Q is, we know what Q to R is, we know what S to R is, but do we know what P to S is?
No.
And that really easy to find for? I like it, really easy to find for. Like super easy.
Yeah.
So let me do that real quick. What question like this come tomorrow? The 4 marks is crazy. Basically giving away marks. 83 meters, 135 meters. This is Q, this is P, and this is S. So this will be common P, this will be common Q, and this will be common S. So I'm going to write the cosine rule one time. It's going to be Q squared equal to S squared plus P squared minus 2PS cos Q. Did I confuse anybody? Let me know if I confuse anybody there. I know all the because I'm saying A squared is equal to B squared, but by now you should see that Q is the included angle. So I'll replace A with Q, and S and P will just be the other sides.
Yes.
Okay, so let me just plug in values now. So Q squared would be equal to 83 squared plus 135 squared minus 2 by 83 by 135 cos 29. So everybody with a sharp, I want you to plug this into a calculator and let me know what they get for the right-hand side. Those with a Casio, I'll let you get the answer one time. Let me send how to do it on the Casio in the chat. Yeah, so for those who have a Casio, look at how easy that is. Those who have a sharp, let me know what you got for the right-hand side. Yep, that's correct. Nice. So you're supposed to get 5,513.772. And then you'd find the square root of that to find for Q. Right? And you're supposed to get, when you find the square root of that, you're supposed to get 74.25 meters. That's what you're supposed to get. So somebody just confirm that again. Huh? The guy who got the Casio, you check your video in the chat. Guy who got the Casio.
He leaves.
Oh, he leave? Okay. All right. All right. So just confirm that you got 74.25. Let's confirm that again now. So just find it. You get through?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let's answer for Q. So now you know what this length is. This length over here is 74.25. And so if you know this length, now you can find the whole perimeter. So the perimeter, that would just be equal to 83 plus 153 plus 110 plus the 74.25. Yeah, and you get your answer. So plug that in and tell me what you get. You're supposed to get 420.25 meters.
Yes, is that correct?
Okay, cool. right? So that's it for trigonometry. I think Ollie in a good place now. Like Ollie kind of know what to do.
Yeah.
Cool. Ollie sure they want to keep going now or they want to take a rest? Decisions.
So I going if them going.
You had a
Yes, sir.
Ollie had a know
Until 5.
until 5?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll go till 5. What question is real confused earlier? Okay, well, since so much people requesting linear programming, I guess I could do one linear programming question. I have like a whole document on linear programming. But I go see that linear programming is literal, is like ASS. It's like it sucks. Look at this.
If you feel like comment, like, you know.
Yeah, I would not I'm gonna do so much Marx's be right. So 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which Marx's was? Okay, it's 12 marks. That's like a good amount of marks, but is not very easy. It's kind of hard to find. Like, look at this. I don't think linear programming gonna come. I doubt that. I'll be very regretful. It does come though. Yeah. The last linear programming question that came was in 2021, if I recall. No, I one in May, June 2022. I just pray that'll come tomorrow. Just praying. Well, today. Is that today? Yeah. I mean, I could do one question, but like, I really don't know if I'll be able to take that in. What the for?
And it's for me.
Okay, I'll look for a semi-easy question that isn't too bad. This question not that bad. 2022. Okay, there we go. So, we're going to take with time. So, those who want help with linear programming, I want to let you unmute and do the question with me. Don't stay quiet. This is kind of hard. Like this, not so straightforward. It's kind of like vectors. Tricky. So, if you know you need help with linear programming, unmute and keep your mic unmuted. So, I want somebody to read the question for me. Who was the person that needed help with linear programming? Ronnie, was it you? Were you the one that needed help in linear programming? No, hi, guys. Come, back. We had to do the thing. How do the question?
So I don't really understand.
Say that again?
So I don't really understand linear programming. So
Okay. Well, the problem with linear programming is not necessarily linear programming. It's being able to plot lines and shade the appropriate regions. So in linear programming, you had to know coordinate geometry and you had to know again, and functions. You had to know coordinate geometry and functions. That's what's make it tricky. So I want you to give the question a read. Give the question a read.
Mala buys two types of phones, B-Flow and C-Flex, from a company to retail. One B-Flow mobile phone costs $60, while one C-Flex costs $80. She buys X number of B-Flow phones and Y number of C-Flex phones. Mala must not spend more than $1,200. Write an inequality to represent this information.
Okay. So according to the question, she have $1,200. If you have $1,200, can you spend more than $1,200?
No.
No. So what time would that be? More than?
Less than and equal to?
That's correct. Because you could spend less than or the full 1,200. Now they are saying that one B-Flow mobile phone costs $60, while a C-Flex phone costs $80. And they are saying that she bought X B-Flow phones and she bought Y number of C-Flow, Y number of C-Flex phones. Oh, let me just clear the screen real quick. Try not to do any drawings on the screen, right? Unless I'm ask you to do a drawing. So let me ask a little question. If she bought four B-Flow mobile phones, how would I write that? If she bought four B-Flow phones, how would I find the cost for that?
4x multiplied by 60.
Wait, no, I think you meant to say 4 by 60.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, what I was saying, like if you know one phone is $60, and ask you how much four will cost, you tell me.
How much four will cost? I'll tell you to multiply the price by how much phones you want.
Exactly. So a lot of students get tired up when they see X. I want to think of X as a number. So guys, if I bought, watch this, right? Simple logic. If I bought four of these phones and I wanted to find the cost, wouldn't I have to multiply 4 by 60? So it's a number multiplied by the cost. And in this case, you're using X to represent the number. So it's going to be 60X. It's going to be 60X plus 80Y. So X is the number of phones she's buying. So if you want to figure out the cost, like let me just say she buy 8 phones, and that'll be 60 by 8, right? So 60 by X. Let's say she buy 4 C-Flex phones. To find that cost, it will be 80 by 4. So Y is a number. So 80 by Y.
Okay.
So she bought B-Flow phones and the C-Flex phones. So that's why I add. Now, if she buying stuff, she had to make sure she don't cross what price?
1,200.
Right. So I put less than or equal to 1,200. And that's how I do it.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I need to simplify this expression because I will not have enough space to plot it on this graph. So is there anybody that is confused? I remember I was talking to a girl earlier. I'm not really sure about names. You had to tell me a name. So somebody was doing a question with me earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, Kira. So Kira, let me just say I buy 5 B-Flow phones and to figure out the cost for that, let's say 60 by 5. So X is just the number. So you say 60 by X and for C-Flex, 80 by Y. So she's buying B-Flow and C-Flex. So I'm adding that and she cannot spend more than 1,200. So I'm saying less than or equal to 1,200. Now we have 60, 80, and 1,200. What is the biggest number I could divide by without causing any fractions? So we need to figure out what's a number I could divide everything by. I have 60, 80, and 1,200.
I would say 2.
20.
Now I would say 20.
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about the first digit.
I would say 20, right? Because I would say 20 because 20 could go into 60 3 times, 20 could go into 80 4 times, and 20 could go into 1,200 I think 60 times. Yeah, 60 times. In doing that, we drastically cut down on the space we'll need in the graph. And it's still equivalent. So that'll work out to be 3x plus 4y less than or equal to 60. Is anybody confused by what I just did?
No, sir.
The only reason I did this is so that it would fit in the graph. This will not fit in the graph. Trust me, that will not fit in the graph. So you need to figure out what's the greatest common factor you can multiply by throughout. In this case, it's 20. If I were to divide by 30, look what's going to happen. It will work here, you get 2, but 80 over 30, and they're going to give me a fraction, 8 over 3. I can't have that. So I'm looking for the biggest number that can divide equally into 60, 80, and 1200. The answer is 20. That's how I got that. Cool. So the next question, the number of B-flow phones must be greater than or equal to the number of C-flex phones. Write down an inequality in X and Y to show this information. So they're saying that the number of B-flow phones, so B-flow was X. So the number of B-flow phones must be greater than or equal to the number of C-flex phones. So that's the inequality there. I mean, if you understand that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So now we had to start plotting points. This is where things get crazy. So hold my hand with this. It's very easy to get lost. So how I like to explain this to my students is you need to figure out at least 2 points to draw your line. So you're going to select a value for X and you're going to select a value for Y. So we're going to take the time with this. So, and when you're doing this, you want to consider if it was just an equal sign. Forget about the inequality. So we want to consider as if it was 3x plus 4y is equal to 60. So we need to figure out points on this line so I could plot the line. So here we're saying again, right? Here we're saying 3x plus 4y is equal to 60. And you all, you could just look at that and see how it will look like on our graph. Or you could see that just by looking at that. Or you could see how it will look in our graph or no. I personally can't. Can you?
No.
Now, so we need to figure out points. So one of the easiest points I could choose, I could say like when x is 0. So I could say x is 0, and I could see what y is when x is 0. So I'm going to plug in, so I see a lot of functions here. This is functions. So plugging in an x value to get a y value. So anyway, I see x, I'm going to replace it with 0. Y is equal to 60. So 3 by 0 is 0. 4y is equal to 60. If 4y is equal to 60, what would y be? So 4y is equal to 60.
It will be 15. Oh, 60 divided by 4, it will be 15.
That's correct. So the point, so I just now got a point. Now I need a minimum of 2 points to plot a line. So I know 1 point would be 0, 15. Are you with me so far?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me.
Yeah, Tom.
Why x is 0 again?
Okay, so here what happening, right? If you look at this equation, can you look at it and immediately see how it will look like on a graph?
Yes, sir.
Now, so what we're doing is we're trying to figure out some easy points that we could plot on the graph to see how the graph will behave. So the easiest point you could choose is x is equal to 0. This is just what I do. You can plug in any point you want, but x is equal to 0 is the easiest one. So you'll see what I'm talking about. So I need to plug in a value for x to get a value for y, and that will give me a point. So with this information, I could go on my graph and I could put on a point 0, 15. Now I need to find another point so I could get 2 points so I could draw the line. And that line would be for the equation 3x plus 4y is equal to 60. So trust in the process. Trust in the process. So the easiest things you could find for the, I'm not confused earlier. Just, so I have two cases. I would advise to plug in x is equal to 0 and see what y is. To figure out the other point, I would advise to plug in y is equal to 0. So if y is equal to 0, anywhere I see y, I'm going to replace it with what?
0.
0. Again, trust in the process. Everything will make sense. So if I have 3x, so 4 by 0 is 0, 3x is equal to 60. So x would be equal to what?
20.
So what's my point there?
0, comma 20.
Always the x.
I mean 20, come on, 0.
So guys, why did I do that? I did that so I could figure out what the line for this graph would be. So, and if I have 2 points, and I could connect the 2 points to figure out how the line would look like.
Yeah.
So what I advise my students, I would advise them to figure out the y-intercept and the x-intercept for the line. So all they need to know is plug in x is 0, see what y is. Plug in y is equal to 0, see what x is. And you'll get 2 points. This is the easiest thing I could tell all this to do. Because if I say that x is 0, and they're gonna make this whole term 0, say only had to find for y, I can't think of any other value for x that would make it simpler. And if y is equal to 0, and they're gonna make this 0, so you only had to solve for x, some of you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That is the easiest points you could use to generate. So in doing this, look at what I could do. On the graph, I could go and put these points and draw a line. And that line would be for what? When I draw a line connecting those 2 points, what would be the equation for that line? Remind me, guys, what equation did I use to generate those 2 points?
3x plus 4y equals to 60.
Right. So I would use, so when I draw those 2 points and I connect them, I would label that line 3x plus 4y is equal to 60. Yeah. Don't worry. It will make sense. Trust. So I'm gonna go on my graph now, and I'm gonna put down that point. So 0, 15. 0, 15, that means I'm not moving on the x-axis, but I'm moving 15 up on the y-axis. So that'll be over here. So this point over here is 0, 15. Right? And the other point I found was 20, 0. 20, 0, that would be over here. I'm gonna fully understand what happened.
Yes, sir.
And here what, right? Since I know 2 points, and I could actually draw a line connecting those 2 points.
Yeah.
And that line that I just draw would be the line for 3x plus 4y. This will be for 3x plus 4y is equal to 60. That's how you do it. So easiest thing you could do, you could plug in x is 0, see what y is, you have 1 point there. Then you're gonna plug in y is 0, get x, and that's another point. You plot those 2 points, connect them, and you get the equation of the line. Or you draw the line. So have the line there. The only thing that's left to do is to figure out which side to shade. So look at the inequality. Look at the inequality. So the inequality I have is 3x plus 4y is less than or equal to 60. So this is very simple. I just have to select a point on either side and see which one satisfies the inequality. So Ronnie, let me just take a point on either side. So you can take any random point from this side. Take any point. Let me just take 5, 5, right? You with me? Let me just take any point. Just take 5, 5. So if I take 5 and 5, I'm going to plug it in into this. What is 3 by 5?
15.
What is 4 by 5?
20.
If I add up 15 and 20, would that be less than or equal to 60?
Yeah.
Yes. So you would have to shade this side. That's it.
By shade, you mean just like color in the whole triangle?
Yeah, color in that whole triangle. And if you had selected a point from this section, let me show you what happened. Let me just say I select this point over here. So x is 10 and y is 10. If I selected that point and I plug it in, what's going to happen? 3 by 10 is 30, 4 by 10 is 40. What is 30 plus 40?
70.
Is 70 less than or equal to 60?
Yeah.
Yeah? No.
Oh, shock, sorry. The sleepiness kicking in.
70 would be more than 60. So that's how you check which side to shade. I cannot use any points on this side as it will not satisfy the inequality. So any value on this side is wrong. So I would have to shade on this side. So that's how you do linear programming.
Well, it's not too bad.
Not that bad, but the time constraints is bad. Right? And so now we need to plot the line x is more than or equal to y. This is very simple. If we consider the equation x is equal to y, we know what our line is look like already. This is how the line would look. Remember, if you have x is equal to y, x had to be equal to y. I think all I could see it, right? X is 5, y is 5, x is 10, y is 10. That's how you do it. If anybody confused by that, let me know. That's one of the easier ones to plot. And so we need to shade where x is more than or equal to y. So where would x be more than or equal to y? Let's check. If I select a point over here, well, let me just say I select a point over here, right? That is 15, 10. Over here, x is 15, but wait, yeah. Over here, x is 15 and y is 10. Is 15 more than or equal to 10? Somebody tell me, is 15 more than or equal to 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to shade this side. Let's see what would happen if I pick a value from this side. This will be 10, 15. So remember, the inequality says that x has to be more than or equal to y. So the x value over here is 10 and the y value is 15. So if I were to plug it into the inequality, I would get this madness. Can 10 be more than or equal to 15?
No.
No. We know that we had to shade this side. And that's it
So we shade in two sides?
No, we shade in this side. Unless you're talking about like that.
Yeah.
Yes. And there's a special property about areas that overlap. Yeah. And this would be the equation for this line would be x is equal to y. I feel like I don't need to explain that one. X is equal to y. Watch. When x is 5, y is 5. When x is 10, y is 10. When x is 15, y is 15. When x is 20, y is 20. I think I'll get it just. I think I'll know how I plot that. Right? And now you know how to shade the respective side. So that's it. That's 4 marks. So part 4, the total number of mobile phones is represented by x plus y. According to the graph on page 23, what is the largest possible value of x plus y? So to do this question, you need to look at the area where there's an intersection. So the area where there's an intersection is over here. This is the intersection. So I'm going to look at the vertices. So, like I tell you, linear programming is not something you can learn in one night. But like I say, I'm still trying, we're still trying, right? So anytime, typically, when you do a linear programming question, you'll end up with an area where the shaded regions overlap. Most likely, you will have to highlight a region and look at the vertices. So they are asking us to figure out the total number of mobile phones is represented by x plus y according to the graph. What is the largest possible values of x plus y? So let's see. This wouldn't make sense because that'll be 0 plus 0. How about over here? That would be 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 5. It's a really weird scale. That would mean each is it's a very weird scale. But this looking like I'm gonna tell you what it's looking like. I look like 12 over 5. So that'll be 12 over 5, comma. So we need to figure out what this is. So according to the scale, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 4 blocks representing 5. So if you have 4 blocks representing 5, then you say 4 over 5. And that would mean that each block represents 4 over 5. So this would be 4 over 5. This would be 8 over 5. This would be 12 over 5. This would be, and this would be, but that wouldn't work out. Check that out one more time. 4 over 5. 8 over 5. Something not enough there. Check that out. Okay, never mind. I made a little mistake. So each block will be 1.25. Probably 2.50. Probably 0.75. This could be 5. So what I'm saying is when you do linear programming questions, you will have a region where there's an overlap in the shaded region. That region is this region over here. It wants us to figure out the area where x plus y is the largest. It obviously wouldn't be this vertex because that's 0, but it has to be this vertex. So we're trying to figure out what this point would be. So we have to take a read off. So according to the scaling, each one big block is 1.25. So this will be 5 plus 1.25. This will be 6.25. And then that would be 7.50. And this could be 8.75. So that'll be 8.75, comma, and it's the same weird scale over here. So that'll be 6.25, 7.50. That'll be 8.75. So, Ronnie, when you add up 8.75 and 8.75, what do you get? Somebody tell me. When you,
25.
how much?
When you add it, right?
Yeah, when you add 8.75 and 8.75, what do you get?
17.9.
Right. Okay, so we're getting 17.5 there. If we take this vertex, that vertex is 20, 0. So over here, x is 20 and y is 0. If I add x and y, all I get, 20 plus 0 is what?
20.
So where is it the biggest? Over here will be 0. So if we look at the vertices, right? Where would the sum of x plus y be the greatest? This one will be 0. This one will be 17.5, and this one will be 20. What is it the greatest?
20.
20. So the answer for this question is 20. Right. So as if for linear programming,
It was good at the starting, but then I don't know.
I understand.
so when you do a linear programming question, coming up with the inequalities shouldn't be that bad. When you get the inequalities, if it's a weird line, you would need to generate 2 points. 2 points so you can connect them to figure out the graph. So what I would advise is select x is 0, plug it in, find for y. Right, that's 1 point. Then plug in y is 0, find for x, and that's another point. Plot those 2 points, connect them, and figure out which side to shade. That's the basic gist of it. I really can't tell you much more. And once you have all the graphs plotted, you look to see if there's any region where the shaded regions overlap. So if you notice in this question, the regions where it overlaps is this portion. When you do a linear programming question and you find the area where there's intersections, you're looking at the vertices. They will always ask something about the vertices. So in this question, it asks about x plus y. So if I add the x value and the y value, what would I get? So this will be 0, this was 17.5, and this was 20. So they ask us where would it be greatest? And this would be the answer. Because it was 0 over here, it was 17.5 over here, and it was 20 over here. So this is the greatest. If I can't figure out the question with the overlapping regions, at least try to get some marks from doing the graph. At least try to get some marks for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So I think we're gonna call it a night. I'm gonna stay awake. So if I have any questions and I need me to clear it up, I'll go just let me know. So I wish you the best of luck. I really do. I hope I'll pass the exam. I really, really do. Before I go though, what's ask a boy? Let me ask you that question. What is H equal to? In completing this square, what is H equal to? This is not in the formula sheet. I remember this. B over 2A and K is equal to? I'm not hearing you. Somebody told me. Are you saying C minus B squared over 4A?
No, sir.
Yeah, that would be correct. So cool. I definitely think that's going to come tomorrow.
So what our formula for?
Oh my. What's for completing this square? If you don't know about it now, don't worry about it. Wing it.
Okay.
Fine. I don't want to put anything into your head again. Right? So yeah, guys, best of luck in the exam. I'll let me know how it goes. Right? Like I said, I'll stay awake. If I have any further questions, send it to me. But best of luck, guys. I wish you all the best later.
Yeah.